Good morning. I'll now call to order the Board of Regents special meeting for January 16th and 17th. It's now 8:34 a.m. Carrie, can you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho,
Here?
Vice Chair Downs. Here. Regent Ariscata, Regent Batista,
Present.
Regent Boylan, Regent Brager. Here. Regent Brooks,
Here.
Regent Brown, Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Fernandez,
Here.
Regent Goicoechea. Here. Regent Goodman.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you, Carrie. At this time, if you are able, please rise, and Vice Chair Downs will lead us in the pledge.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before beginning, we take a moment to recognize that here in Nevada, we stand on the land of the Washishu, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nui, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute. We take a moment to recognize and honor their stewardship that continues into today. With this recognition, we state an intention to rightfully include their voice and respect them as the 27 sovereign tribal nations of Nevada. And also, I'd like to take a moment just to recognize that the recent wildfires have devastated our neighbors in the Los Angeles area. Our thoughts and prayers are with the residents and also with the first responders at this difficult time. At this time, I'll move to item number 1, which is welcome and opening remarks. This is the first meeting of the new year and the first meeting for our newly elected regents. So welcome. We look forward to a very productive and lively discussion today and some business tomorrow. So with that, I will move on to item number 2, which is the oath of office. So at this time, I'll invite the Honorable Judge Jacqueline Bluth to the podium to administer the oath of office.
All right, thank you. Would the new regents please stand?
Would that be new and re-elected?
Yes, thank you. And then we'll just go in the direction of each of you when I ask you each to state your name, please. So you could please raise your right hand. I state your name.
Amy Carvalho.
Carlos Fernandez.
And repeat after me. Do solemnly swear or affirm. Do solemnly swear or affirm.
Do solemnly swear or affirm.
That I will support, protect, and defend.
That I will support, protect, and defend.
The Constitution and government.
The Constitution and government.
Of the United States.
Of the United States.
And the Constitution and government.
And the Constitution and government.
Of the State of Nevada.
Of the State of Nevada.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Whether domestic or foreign.
Whether domestic or foreign.
And that I will bear true faith.
I will bear true faith.
Allegiance.
Allegiance.
And loyalty to the same.
And loyalty to the same.
Any ordinance.
Any ordinance.
Resolution or law.
Resolution or law.
Of any state.
Of any state.
Notwithstanding.
Notwithstanding.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Perform all duties.
Perform all duties.
Of the office of regent.
Of the office of regent.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, I realize at this time we've just started the meeting, but since we do have a photographer here and the judge, I'd like to take just a brief 10-minute recess for pictures and well wishes. So we'll be back at 8:49. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 979 4269-6278 and enter the passcode 555555. At this time, is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there is.
Thank you. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning and Happy New Year. A warm welcome to the new Regents on the board. Kent Irvin, E-R-V-I-N, Nevada Faculty Alliance. In the spirit of today's trainings, I would like to explain academic freedom and shared governance. That could take hours, but I only have 2 minutes, so listen up. Academic freedom is the freedom for faculty and instructors to teach, the freedom to determine curriculum and academic standards, the freedom to explore all avenues of scholarship, research, and creative expression, and the freedom to speak on matters of public concern and on any matter related to professional duties, including administrative issues, free from censorship and retaliation. Academic freedom is distinct, though related to First Amendment free speech. It derives from the authority of faculty in their areas of expertise and the promotion and for the promotion of education and inquiry as a common good. Academic freedom does not mean free rein to discuss material in a class with no relation to the subject. But teachers must be free to discuss controversial material which is at the heart of academic inquiry. Shared governance is academic freedom for faculty collectively also. Faculty have primary responsibility for curriculum, subject matter and methods of instruction, research, faculty status, and aspects of student life related to the educational process. The faculty have responsibility for appointments, promotions, tenure, and dismissal. Faculty must have meaningful input in the hiring and evaluation of academic leadership. For additional information, please refer to the national statements of principles linked in my written submission. We look forward to working with all of you in the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all for me now.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. Is there any public comment here in Las Vegas? Seeing none, SES, is there any public comment on the phone? Thank you. We'll move on to item number 4, consent agenda. For this, before I entertain a motion, I would like to turn the floor over to CFO Vitone for a statement on one of the items. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Carvalho. Thank you. On item 4B, this is an item that's just making corrections to prior approved fee adjustments. And unfortunately, in the process of preparing the correction to make the corrections, I have an error in there that I need to bring to your attention to correct. So in the third paragraph of the background and in the action requested, I refer to the RN to BSN per credit hour rate for Nevada State University. I refer to it twice in there as the part-time non-resident rate. That's actually just the per credit hour rate that applies to all students that are in that program. So that it's just to delete the words part-time in those 2 paragraphs.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. I think it's probably prudent to take each of these items separately. So at this time, I will ask for approval of the minutes of the October 1st, 2024 Board of Regents special meeting and the October 11th, 2024 ad hoc Chief Internal Auditor search meeting and the minutes of the October 18th, 2024 Board of Regents special meeting.
Motion by Susan Brager.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Brager and a second from Regent Del Carlo. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will abstain because I wasn't a member during those meetings.
Thank you, Regent Gokachia. I'm going to have Mr. Nielsen speak to that for just a moment.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Chair and Regent Gokachia. Yeah, Yeah, it's at your option whether you want to abstain or not. You're not required to abstain, but I think abstaining is certainly permissible.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor for approval of consent item 4A. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will move to item 4B for the Procedures and Guidelines Manual revision for the non-resident tuition for RN BSN program for NSU.
Susan Breger to make a motion with the corrections that were shared this morning.
Thank you, Regent Breger, and thank you, Regent Del Carlo. So I have a motion from Regent Breger and a second from Regent Del Carlo to approve the approval of the corrections to the Procedures and Guidelines Manual with the added corrections noted by CFO Vitone. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries as well. Thank you. So for the next item, item number 5, Chancellor Charlton and I are going to present this jointly. So I'm going to move to the podium so that it's easier for us to present this to you. Okay. So before we begin, I just wanted to take a moment to say that we originally had planned to have this presentation done by an external consultant. But in the spirit of fiduciary responsibility and understanding that we are coming into a legislative session, I decided that maybe it was best not to go forward with paying a consultant and to do this in-house. So my apologies if I'm not as polished as Chancellor Charlton is or a consultant, but I thought that that we can do this way for now. But I will also say that it's very important for each of our regions to access and participate in regular professional development and learning the most that you can about your role as a regent. All right. So, first item is the constitutional authority. So, as I'm sure you all understand, especially after giving a lot of attention to our constitutional authority that has been outlined with previous ballot questions, I know that we are all very familiar with where we sit in this unique position with constitutional authority. But also I'll say that the legislature does have additional oversight of the Board of Regents, especially in terms of budgeting and where we lie in terms of our makeup and our terms. And so it's really important for us to cultivate really strong and productive relationships with all entities in the state, and especially with the governor and the legislature. So as you see on the screen, we do have constitutional authority, but that doesn't mean we are the fourth branch of government. I'll say that on the record. Yes, I do not agree with that, and I think that those on the board would say the same thing at this time. So, board officers. Quickly, right now, obviously, it is myself and Vice Chair Downs who are the board officers. As you can see from the presentation, it is our responsibility to be sure that agendas are appropriate and that we approve all of those agendas. We also preside at all of the meetings, as you can see. We also appoint the members of each of the committees, which I'll go into a little bit in a minute. But that's also our responsibility. And to just be the representatives of the board in public and speak on behalf of the board. I'll also say it's very important for all regents, but especially for the chair and vice chair to not speak in our personal capacity. It's very important for us to represent the board as a whole. Okay, so committees, as I mentioned. There are 8 current committees, as you can see on the screen. I'm doing my best not to read from the screen. I know that's really important not to do that. But you'll see that as you have been in committees and those who are just joining the board, committee work is really where the important work is done. And so it's not only important to be engaged and participate in regular board meetings, but also to be involved and to understand your duties on regular committees as well. And I'll also say that there are times where there are special or ad hoc committees that are formed. One example that is prominent right now is our search committees. That's very important for the board to be involved in. But also there have been previous committees for COLA, for our higher education funding. There are many other committees that you can get involved in. And additionally, there are committees that the Chancellor may appoint regents to. However, there is a distinction there. Committees of the board are governed by open meeting law. Committees that the Chancellor appoints, you will find no more than one, I believe, regent on committees of those, and they do not necessarily, they don't require following the open meeting law. That doesn't mean that it's not done in the open. It's very important for us to be transparent in the work that we do. And as Dr. Irvin said earlier, shared governance is very important to all of us. Okay, so here's kind of some of the important part of what we do is the ethical code of conduct for regents. So the next 3 slides contain the ethical code of conduct. And you can also find this in the handbook, and it's important for each regent to understand and follow the ethical code. As we'll hear later, the board has important ethical duties that we must individually follow and we must uphold. The ethical code of conduct for regents supports the ethics laws outlined in NRS, and we must follow them as regents. So you'll see on the screen that the first part of the ethical code of conduct for regents states that a member of the NSHE Board of Regents should honor the high responsibility that this elected office demands. And this includes always working toward the improvement of NSHE and the educational opportunities of our state, understanding the difference between policymaking and administration and working to remain in a policy-making role. I think that is something to always keep in mind as we go about our work. Endeavoring to ensure maximum resources are provided for the functioning of the system and ensuring that resources are properly used. Representing all of NSHE. So we represent the entirety of the system, not one institution or one region. Once we are elected, we represent all 8 institutions and all aspects of the state. Staying informed in our role as regent, we are state officials and our job is continuous improvement of higher education in Nevada. Being readily available for fellow regents, our chancellor, presidents, all employees, students, and the public. And treating all employees and students with the utmost respect and thinking of our role in the system as leaders. And very importantly, at the bottom, upholding public trust in the office of regent. So the next part, item number 2 in the ethical code of conduct, is a member of the Board of Regents should respect relationships with other members of the board. This means realizing and upholding the idea that our authority rests with the board and no individual regent has legal status to bind the board outside of official meetings without express authority by the board. Representing the work of our predecessors and current members. Making decisions only after all facts and information are presented and discussed. Encouraging and respecting that each regent has their own perspectives and opinions, and embracing majority rule after a decision is made. Staying neutral on fellow regents' campaigns and not endorsing or participating in campaigns. And working collaboratively with the Chancellor and System Office when a board or committee leadership in a board or leadership committee leadership position. And number 3, members of the NSHE Board of Regents should maintain desirable relations with the Chancellor and the Chancellor's staff. And this means striving for the best professional leader when a vacancy in the office of Chancellor exists, allowing the Chancellor to maintain clear and full administrative authority while also holding the Chancellor accountable for results. This again is where that line between administrative and policy making is really well defined. Respecting and acting on the recommendations of the Chancellor and staff. Keeping a clear and open line of communication with the Chancellor, especially if a problem arises. If there's not a resolution, it should be brought to the board as a whole. Expecting that the Chancellor or their designee is present and participates in all board meetings. Referring all constituent complaints initially to the Chancellor or to the appropriate president if applicable. So I think we can all say that we've received communications from constituents asking for our assistance. And I think it's very important to have the Chancellor and presidents involved in those issues. Many times they can be readily resolved at that level at either the campus or within the system. Upholding and embracing an environment that supports and maintains the Chancellor's ability to do the job that we entrusted them. And not requesting that the Chancellor or any system office staff participate in a Regents campaign in any way. So those are the ethical conduct code that each of us has to follow. It's very important for us to do so. Also for us to stay in line with ethics laws. And we'll hear more about that in a little while. So the system and the Chancellor. Higher education in Nevada has a legacy almost as long as the state itself. The University of Nevada, Reno just celebrated their sesquicentennial. And I think that we can all be proud of the 150 years of higher education legacy that we have here in Nevada. As you know, the system was created in 1968, as it says on here, and codified by the legislature in 1969. And we hope to continue the legacy of higher education in Nevada for many years. And in order to maintain a thriving system, it's imperative to cultivate strong working relations among all regents, the chancellors, and all 8 presidents. And I believe this responsibility is incumbent upon each of us as regents, first and foremost. So, board employees. As the board, we have 4 employees who we appoint, and as you can see on the screen, that's the Chancellor, the Chief of Staff to the board, the Chief Internal Auditor, and the presidents of the institutions. So we are charged with hiring and evaluating each of these employees, and it's very important for us to have a strong working relationship with each of them. So for the next few slides, I'm going to turn it over to Chancellor Charlton to discuss the roles of the Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, and for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. It's wonderful to be with all of you today on this important day and to welcome our new regents as well. So it's wonderful to see you. So as we move through, oh, that's right, I have the clicker. So as your chancellor, as you know, I'm serving as your interim chancellor. I was appointed in September of 2023, I guess it was. It's kind of gone by fast. I serve as your chief executive officer, and I'm also responsible for the financial matters of the system as also the treasurer of the system. With that, I work very closely with you as regents. That is the most important relationship, as well as with the institutional presidents in the administration, to implement your policies, your directions, and again, in that fiduciary and financial management of NSHE. The chancellor is appointed by the board, and I serve at your pleasure. All 13 of you equally are my supervisor, or there's 12 of you right now, and I take that role very seriously, as does all of my team and my staff. So thank you for the opportunity, and I do believe, as a person who's been with the system for 40 years as a student, but 30 years as an employee, there's nothing more important than being able to represent higher education in Nevada. And I know many of you are products of the system of the Nevada system of higher education and our institutions, as are some of our presidents. And so we take that very, very seriously. The duties and responsibility of your chancellor and the serving at your pleasure is outlined in a contract that comes before the board for approval. And that is actually developed in concert with our Chief General Counsel, James Martinez, as well as HR. But that would come to you, and all of the terms of the condition of the role of the chancellor is outlined in contracts. As you will hear in a second, the same with our presidents. So as the chair mentioned, one of the appointments that you make as board members is also the president's. And so we have, as you know, a couple of searches underway right now. And so one search is being chaired by Regent Del Carlo, and another presidential search is being chaired by Regent Brown. She's not here just yet. But that is an important process, as the presidents do report to the chancellor. So I am directly responsible for the accountability and the administration. They are also accountable through me to you. And so your involvement in what's happening at our institutions is vital. If you have concerns, those should be addressed through me, and I work very closely with board leadership, both with Chair Carvalho and Vice Chair Downs on issues that are outlined. But obviously, in all the successes that our wonderful institutions have, they want to hear directly from you. So when great things happen, they definitely need to hear from you. Our presidents keep you very, very informed. You will often see Regents alerts that come out for good and bad, or just to keep you informed on activities and issues that may be presented. And again, the president also serves at the pleasure of the board, and any personnel action that may be necessary, if it should be, would be done through the chancellor and ultimately to the full board. A president also has a written contract with all of the terms and conditions that are outlined, and those terms and conditions have anything that may include a change. It also includes compensation and benefits similar to the chancellor's. So a little bit about the Chancellor's Cabinet. The Chancellor's Cabinet really is a very, very important factor of the administration of the system as a whole. And so as the Cabinet, we meet every 2 weeks, and the members of that Cabinet are the Vice Chancellor for Legal Affairs, General Counsel James Martinez, CFO Vitone, who you will hear from a lot, especially as we head into the legislative session, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Daniel Archer, and then also your Chief of Staff, because we want to ensure that we have effective and timely communication. And I will say that when I stepped in as your interim chancellor, that was something that when I worked with former Chair Brooks and Vice Chair Arascata at the time, that I wasn't aware that that was a position that had been on the cabinet. That was the very first thing that I did, was to add your Chief of Staff, Carrie Nuklajewski, to the cabinet. We had a whole new cabinet at the time. I had not served in this capacity, and I felt like that communication was most important. We are partners. I'm not going to say partners in crime, but we are partners, and I really appreciate all of the guidance. You have an amazing asset in your board staff, as Carrie has been a part of the system pretty much almost as long as I have. And so there's a lot of history, and that history really provides great benefit as we work forward. So, I really appreciate, and I just want to just say thank you, Carrie, for serving on that, because it's just one more meeting on her calendar every 2 weeks. So an org chart, love charts, love to lay all this out. So these are what our Chancellor's office looks like in system admin. And when you look at the direct reports, there would also be another line that has all of the 8 presidents. And I will tell you, you have, for the most part, wonderful presidents I really value. I've worked with, for example, President Delpy for longer than I think he would like to admit, from many institutions, and actually when he was in the system office as well. And so the presidents are also a line that you would see as a direct report. I have two assistants. One is Chelsea Martinez. I think many of you have seen a number of emails from Chelsea, as well as Melissa Glenn, who serves as a system administration operations manager, doing a lot also as we head into the legislative session, working with Alejandro Rodriguez, Chris Fatone, and myself. And you'll see a lot of information and reports from us. Daniel Archer, I'm going to ask Daniel to raise his hand and say hello if you haven't met Daniel. Daniel is our Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, Academic and Student Affairs, and comes to us with a lot of experience at system levels. He has worked in both Kansas and in Oklahoma in this capacity. And so you're going to hear a great deal from him tomorrow, and we're really excited about the conversation on strategic planning. But Daniel really has all of that component of what we do. We provide quality education, and we work with our institutions, and it's just a wonderful complement of what we do. James Martinez, you know him as Jimmy, Vice Chancellor for Legal Affairs and Chief General Counsel. And so we are really grateful for Jimmy and all of the expertise that he has from being not just at the system, but he's also been at campuses. So he knows all the different aspects of working within NSHE. I know all of you have him on speed dial, and I would continue to do that, as well as Chris Nielsen, your special counsel. And then also, I wanted to call out that while I haven't gone to the deep levels of direct reports, it is really important that Kelly Sharada, who is our interim Chief Human Resources Officer, does report directly to Jimmy as well as me for different issues as it pertains to human resources. And human resources can include a whole wide range. We have roughly 16,000 employees throughout NSHE, either full-time or part-time employees. And so Kelly really guides that process on our human resources issues. Chris Fatone is our Vice Chancellor, Chris, for budget and finance, and our Chief Financial Officer. You will hear from Chris a number of times, as I mentioned, not just on the legislative process, but so much of your role is fiduciary in nature, and Chris is an amazing resource. Another person that has served on a campus, as well as being at the system. And I will tell you, it is very different to serve in those two different capacities. Dr. Marcia Turner is in the back of the room. You can stand, please, Marcia. And Kelly is at the door, by the way. So Kelly, give a shout out. So Marcia, we are really fortunate to have her serving. She's a direct report to me as it pertains to health sciences. Marcia actually was originally, many years ago, was the Vice Chancellor of Health Sciences for the system. Health Sciences has grown significantly, and I asked her to come back in my capacity as your interim chancellor because there's so much that's happening and there's so much that's needed in the aspect of healthcare throughout the state of Nevada, and having her expertise both in private industry and as well as with NSHE is so very important. She works a great deal with Regent Goodman on the Health Sciences Committee, as well as Dr. Archer and the institutions. She's very engaged with our 2 medical schools, but also steps in to resolve challenges and look for opportunities in healthcare. Healthcare programs are so very important for all of our institutions. Elizabeth Callahan is our Public Information Officer. Elizabeth's in the back of the room here, and I'm sorry, I see Joe Arascata, Regent Arascata on the screen, so I'm sure that there's other regions elsewhere. Elizabeth serves as our Public Information Officer. You will interact with her directly, and then she also interacts through me as well as with board leadership. She works with our team as we get public records requests, for example, and so she works with Chris Nielsen, Carrie Parker, Carrie, Nuke Lajewski, and so many others. And so whenever you need or have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Elizabeth. Hillary Williams serves as our Director of Community Engagement, Diversity, and Inclusion, IDEA. Hillry's not able to be with us today as he's under the weather, so he's also a direct report. And then also in the back of the room, and I'm going to ask him to stand, is Alejandro Rodriguez, Director of Government Affairs. You will all hear a lot of, you'll be receiving weekly updates from him during the session, but he is very much boots on the ground, coordinating with each of the campuses on all of the issues that pertains to legislation, not just in Carson City, but also what's happening in Washington, D.C. Alejandro is just a jewel. He's been with the system now for a year, a little over a year. And so one of the things I did want to add is that some of us may be new into our positions, but we are not new to this system. As I mentioned, Daniel comes with a lot of experience in higher education, particularly at systems, working with Regents just like you in that academic and student affairs space. Jimmy's been on a campus as well as in the system office. Chris has been at a campus for a number of years and brings all of that perspective and works really well with the business officers across NSHE. Marcia was the founding Vice Chancellor for Health Sciences and has been in Nevada and in our system and our state for a long time. Elizabeth actually joined us from the Nevada Department of Education. So we have this solid, you have as a resource, a solid team that is working with you. We're really grateful that Chris Nielsen is here as he joined us, and I'm often ridiculed that I stole him from the governor's office. I'm fine with that. That's all good. And then, again, this is Alejandro's, not his first session, but his second session. So I'm sorry, Alejandro, you've probably been here for 2 years. My apologies. But so one thing that you have is a very solid team that is here to support the work that you do that is so very important for higher education. So the duties of the chancellor are prescribed in your bylaws, and so they are really outlined very specifically. I know with the new regents, we went through this and I provided you what the duty of the chancellor is, but basically it is really around the operations and the organization and the efficiency of running the system. I am available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whenever you have a question or have a concern, or, again, we love to celebrate wonderful opportunities and things that we can say are really fantastic. But my role is really to administer this system, work with the presidents, and all of the things that come with that. Higher education is very complex, but it is one of the most important things that we do in the state. Some of the things just to highlight again is I collaborate with your board leadership. The chair, the vice chair, Carrie, Chris, Jimmy, and I meet every 2 weeks to just talk about issues that are happening, talk about the different issues that may be coming forward, give them a heads up. We are in, and I'm sure that they love it, but we are in constant communication, probably daily, if not multiple times per day. We also have that role of ensuring that the financial stability of the system is first and foremost. You should never have a surprise. You should never read about something first time in the media. You should hear about that either from the chancellor or from the presidents, and that is very, very important. I also serve as the contracting authority for the system, and so in many cases you will see signature delegation may be designated or delegated to the chancellor for example, a real estate contract. We have a BFF committee and your vice chair serves as that chair of that. That is a very important aspect of what you do, all of the financial elements. So I'm just going to hit on a few of these because I too don't want to read a slide. Additional items is your role in the approval of academic programs is paramount. That is the first step for an institution to move forward to our regional accrediting body, for example. So the board actually has to approve an academic program before it can be moved on. And then that role of it going to our regional accrediting body is the first step before they can actually have a program that is eligible for federal financial aid. Many people don't know that. So that's why your involvement in the planning and approval of academic programs is critical. All of that goes through your academic research and student affairs committee. And so that's an important part of what Dr. Archer, working with all of the provost or vice presidents of academic and student affairs, works on throughout the institution. The Chancellor also is the appointing authority for professional contracts. So in our lens, we have different types of classifications of employees. And so we have our classified employees, which are actually technically state employees. And so they are under the auspice of the Department of Personnel, but they are employees of the institution. So we have what's called a delegation agreement with the state, and so we do administer that. But for all of our faculty, and you heard from Ken Irvin, you will also interact a lot with Valerie Connor, who is the chair of the Council of Chairs for all of the Faculty Senate. All of our administrative and academic faculty are considered professional employees of NSHE. And so I serve as that, and that delegation for the hiring and personnel action is actually delegated to your presidents, but at the same time, I do serve as the appointing authority. We are also, and you will also see tomorrow, for example, I'm bringing an annual evaluation for a president forward to the board. You will also see that I participate in periodic evaluations as well, and the evaluations of our presidents is very, very important. It's a good opportunity to look at opportunities for improvement, and then also look at where we can celebrate challenges and look to the future in setting the course for an institution. The other thing that I am also, as your chancellor, responsible for is discipline. Discipline of the president, and then obviously my staff, but any of those positions, particularly the president. So that all comes in consultation with the chair of the board and the vice chancellor, or the vice chair. And so if there was a provision where I needed to take disciplinary action, I would do that with the chair and the vice chair of the board. So that is in consultation, and it is a recommendation. In some cases, there are certain levels that I can do directly if it is deemed necessary, but other items that may come to the board ultimately are prescribed in the bylaws of the Board of Regents, and so that's another thing. You are also responsible for a very complex set of research opportunities and engagement. We have wonderful research that is taking place at the University of Nevada, Reno, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, the Desert Research Institute, and I will tell you, all of our community colleges, you may not think about it, but they are deeply engaged as well in research. So that's another important part of what we have. And we have both the research activities as well as our EPSCoR office, which actually is a part of the system office, but in collaboration with all of the institutions. So with that, I'm going to turn it back, and Chair Carvalho and I will be doing this part together, but I'm always available to answer any questions about what's happening within our institutions. If you have questions or concerns, they should come through me. And again, but all the things that you want to just celebrate of the great stuff happening, go right to the presidents, because they're doing great work. All of my team and I say my team because we are very, very much a team, the vice chancellors are always available to the regents at any time. If you have questions, the financial, the academic, the legal is all very complex. And so they are the best resources, and they are always here to serve you as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Chair Carvalho.
Thanks, Chancellor Charlton. I appreciate that. This is where really policy-wise our relationship is really spelled out, is through strong communication, which really starts with understanding the system. As the Chancellor mentioned, it's a complex and multi-layered organization that is very large, and we, for the most part, don't come to this as experts. So we often have to get additional information to make decisions that we need to make, or to understand the current situation within the system. So that entails, like I said, getting information. Regent requests are one way that you can do that. So according to our policies, you can request information for reasons germane to the performance of your duties. This is a formal line of communication in which a regent makes a formal request to the chancellor or vice chancellors or to presidents for specific information. Oftentimes, these are very large requests, and the results of those requests go to all regions. And this could be in response to a current situation within the system or at a particular institution or something that is within the interests of a regent. Another area that is a kind of a prescribed communication line that we have is through new business. So at the end of each meeting, in regular meetings and at committee meetings, there is always an agenda item for new business. And this is a time for regents to bring up items that they are interested in deliberating among the board. This isn't necessarily a time to discuss those items, or we cannot make any decisions or act on those items. It has been clearly defined by our legal team that this is a time to just briefly describe what it is that you would like to see on a future agenda. And I will say that also at our meetings with board leadership and the Chancellor and Chief of Staff, we do go over new business items, and we talk about where we're at on information on those and when they can be heard at a meeting. I will say that sometimes this does take a while. As an example, I made a new business request of a particularly outdated policy in September of 2023. It was not a policy that was that was used currently, but because the sensitive nature of it and the amount of time that it took to research it and to deliberate how best to go about doing this, it took some time. And so that item was actually heard in a committee meeting in December of 2024. So I just say that to let you know that sometimes new business items take a while. And I will also say that the placement of new business, as it says on the screen, is at the chair's discretion. So there may be times that there's something that can be dealt with outside of a meeting in terms of relationship building or other items that we can do outside of that. But I will stress that it's very important for us to do our business in the open and obviously transparently, and with shared governance in mind. So it's always best to have those conversations at a meeting and not necessarily done behind the scenes. But I will say that there are times that it takes some time for those items to come forward. But saying all of that, I go to the next screen and say that effective communication is where it really starts. Being open to listening to different perspectives is sometimes difficult, but really the foundation of our work here. But that also means that if you have a concern, it's incumbent upon you to reach out to the Chancellor, to the presidents, and also to our Chief of Staff. Carrie is very knowledgeable about the system, and she can also guide you if you need help with getting answers or finding out who the best person is to help you with what you're wanting to see happen. So I would also say that as much as we must work together, it's difficult sometimes because of the open meeting law, but we as regents can't have a lot of conversations outside of meetings because of quorum and open meeting law. So I caution you when you are having discussions that you keep quorum in mind. And I know that we'll talk more about open meeting law later. But your first lines are with our Chancellor and our staff when it comes to answering questions or moving forward in an area that you would like to see with the system. So with that, I hope that this has been at least somewhat informative to you. I will also say that professional development in our role as regents is important, and I hope that you get involved locally, at the state level, nationally, as Regent Del Carlo has exemplified through her work with ACCT. There are a lot of organizations and places that you can really learn a lot more about your role as a regent and a leader in higher ed in Nevada. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chancellor Charlton.
Great, thank you, Chair Carvalho. And just a couple of final points as we talk about effective communication. One of the things that you can expect to see is we schedule, and it's through my office, I will be scheduling on a quarterly basis board briefings to go over the agenda with you and to see if you have any specific questions regarding the upcoming quarterly meetings in particular. Normally, I would also do that on a special board meeting. I did not have the opportunity to do that in advance of tomorrow's agenda items, but you can always reach out at any time. You will also have an opportunity through our presidents, and you can definitely guarantee that they will contact you to go over any agenda items that they may have, be it either on a committee agenda or on the full agenda. But again, I can't stress enough that anytime you have a question, anytime that you need additional information, you have that ability. There are very specific requests that you may have regarding something that's happened. I'm just going to give an example. Recently, we had a transition and a change of leadership in an athletic program at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. There were questions about some of that process. So gathering all of that information is done through me as the chancellor with the institution, and I always direct those directly to the president and their respective administration, and then that information is provided back to all of you. So first, I want to respond to you in a timely manner. Doesn't mean that it's the last time that you're going to hear from me on that, because I want to give the information to you, but there may be additional analysis that has to happen. And so the important part is to engage in a timely and effective way. And so there is no question that is off the basically the basis of anything. And so we want to make sure that you have all of the information to be effective and to be successful in your role as regents. And so that's all I have if we want to open it for questions.
Thank you. So this time, open it up for any questions that the board may have. Regent Arascata, please.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. All my only request is we please provide a copy of these slides. Very well presented and very descriptive.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But if you can provide a copy, that'd be great.
Yes, I definitely can do that. Thank you. Actually, the slides are on the website. They were supplemental material, so they should be there for you. I'm sorry, Regent Arascata. My brain just wasn't computing that at the time, but they should be online, but I'm happy to share them with you as well. Any other questions or comments? All right. So with that, I will take my seat again. I appreciate your time. And as I walk back to my seat, I will ask that Director of Institutional Research, Jose Martinez, come to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. Jose Martinez, for the record. I'm Institutional Research Director for the Nevada System of Higher Education System Administration Office. Thank you for allowing me to present. And first of all, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Regents. Thank you. Can I have the slides again, please? The slides. Thank you. I am here to present and do a demonstration of the data dashboards that we have available on our website. As you can see, here we have, we utilize a lot of data sources for the data that we utilize for our dashboards. Oh, here, is this okay? Thank you. Yeah. So we utilize the data sources for data files that we collect from the institutions at the end of the semester. We also utilize the statewide longitudinal data system, which is a data sharing agreement between DETR, or the Department of Employment, Training, Rehabilitation, the Nevada Department of Education, and NSHE. We also use the data from the National Student Clearinghouse and the IPEDS, the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. This is a list of the dashboards that you may find on our website. On the left side, you will see the IPEDS dashboards and the other dashboards that are available, which utilize data from either the SLDS or the National Student Clearinghouse. I won't be able to cover every single detail, on those dashboards, but I would strongly encourage you to check out these dashboards because there's a lot of information within them, and it takes a long time to go over all of the details that are embedded in the dashboards. So with that, I will, oops. May I have the website, please? So I will do a little demonstration on all of those dashboards. To access those dashboards, if you go to our website, the NSHE website, and go to System Administration, you should be able to get to it by clicking on the Data Center. And then scrolling down, and you would see the Institutional Research dashboards. From this page here, you will notice a brief just data at a glance for some of those IPEDS dashboards, and you can also see some data reports that you can also interact with. For example, we have the diversity page where you can see data dashboards on those on the race and ethnicity for categories for students, employees, and awards. You can also get data on enrollment, and this, the NSHE enrollment page will have the data for state-funded courses only. And by clicking on this chart, you will see the, let me make it bigger. Oops. You will see the distribution, the trend line for FTE and headcount based on those enrollments in state-funded courses. Going back to the home page, you will see in the blue ribbon up at the top, data and dashboards. And in here, you will find all of those dashboards that were listed on this slide. And you can access them this way. So for the one of the dashboards we prepare is sort of will give you the pipeline on recent Nevada high school graduates and their continuation to post-secondary education. Here's a little some description on what is included in this dashboard. You can see the high school graduates by graduating class, and gives you the breakdown of the diploma type for all of those high school graduates by graduating class. In this dashboard, you will also find the continuation of of those high school graduates, depending on whether they continue to an NSHE institution, if they went to another institution, a non-NSHE institution within the state or out of state, if those students were found to be employed in Nevada, or those students whose status is unknown. And you can also interact with this dashboard by selecting the distribution, and you can see the percentage of those students based on their continuation. The next tab will show you the additional data on those students that continue to an NSHE institution. And as you can see, and well, if I may, you may have noticed that the most recent year data here is 21-22. So these are the high school graduates that graduated in June 2024. We are in the middle of validating and reviewing the data for the 23 graduating class, and that should be updated in the next couple of weeks. The reason why we don't have 24 is because in order to be included in this dashboard, we have to have a year worth of data for these students. So that means that the 24 graduates, we would have to get summer 24, fall 24, and spring 25 data. And as you know, spring hasn't started for all of the institutions. So that's why 23 is going to be the most recent year, and hopefully will be updated in the next couple of weeks. But what you can do in this dashboard is, if you can see, once you place the mouse on any of the columns, it becomes active. So you can click on this, and you can see where those high school graduates went to, what NSHE institution they continued to. You can also click on these columns, and you can see a breakdown of the race and ethnicity for those students that continue to NSHE. And if you want to see the trend for that ethnic group over time, and you can see also the number of, or the distribution of high school diploma type that these students graduated. There's additional information in these dashboards, but it will take a long time to go over them, but that's why I encourage you to go and review these dashboards at your own pace. Another dashboard that we have, and this one utilizes data from the Student Data Warehouse as well as the SLDS, or the Statewide Longitudinal Data System. This dashboard, again, we have some description on the data and methodology that was used to prepare these dashboards. If you click on the first tab, you'll see those students that were identified by their reporting institution as high school, and the number of courses that those students are enrolled. And as you can see, over the past 10 years, we have gone from a little bit over 3,000 dual enrolled students to a little bit over 19,000. So that is a huge increase over the past 10 years. This data, you can also disaggregate it by institution, so you can see where those high school students are enrolled in dual or concurrent enrollment courses. And as you can see, the trend line for those institutions, and you can see the number, the head count for those institutions over time. And you can also see the race and ethnicity breakdown of those dual enrolled students. Other dashboards available to you is, this one's listed with iPads at the beginning of the dashboard. Excuse me. So this dashboard is, as it says, the fall enrollment. What you will see in this dashboard is all of the student headcount that was reported by the institution of those students that were enrolled in the fall semester. This dashboard, you will notice, these are interactive. You have information that you can see by placing the mouse on the column, but you can interact with it. You can disaggregate the data by gender, by race and ethnicity, enrollment load. and student level. And that option, it's only available for four-year institutions or the institution by itself. As you might notice, if you click on the two-year institution, that option goes away. But that'll give you the breakdown of those students by institution based on undergraduate level or graduate level. You will also notice that for all of these iPads dashboards, there is a definition, and it tells you when the last time this dashboard was updated and when you might be able to expect the new version of these dashboards. You can also get the definitions of what's included in the what went into preparing these dashboards, and any FAQs or definitions in the glossary for the cohorts. What you will also notice in these dashboards is this filters tab. But the filters tab has, it allows you to slice and dice this dashboard into different categories available for the, what was reported for part of the, the survey component. In this case, we have the gender, we have the enrollment load, ethnicity, and student level. Again, this is only available for the four-year institutions or when you select, when you want to see the system as a whole. So if we just select the two-year institutions, select the gender, leave it for full-time, and then show the data, this will give you the data disaggregated by those data elements that you selected. And this dimension options, you can also decide or make comparisons, compare these groups. For example, if you select gender, you will see the trend line for genders or the trend line by gender to show you the data over time. You also have the ability to show the values if you want to see it. And you can also disaggregate and compare by ethnicity. As you can see, some of these options may appear inactive, and that is because once you start adding more and more, some of these are overlapping, and you may not be able to see what's in it. So for that reason, those initially show inactive, but you can also activate and show and isolate those categories so you can look at them one at a time. The next IPEDS dashboard is the the awards conferred. And this is the number of degrees awarded during an academic year. Similar to the other dashboard, you will see there's a way to interact with the dashboard. And you can disaggregate this by those categories. Again, some of these may appear inactive, but you can click on those categories to show. Again, there is a definitions page that you can see what methodology was used to prepare this dashboard or what went into preparing the cohorts. And similarly, there is a way to slice and dice the data based on any of these data elements. The awards conferred, you will notice the classification of instructional program option 2. And you can, of course, disaggregate the data by those data elements. And you can see the data over time. For the CIP, or the classification of instructional program, you can see what areas or education programs those degrees have been awarded over time. And again, you can slice and dice the data depending on what data elements you would like to display. Part of the IPEDS data also, or take it back, another component of the IPEDS surveys includes the headcount, the employee headcount. And similarly to the other reports, you can see this headcount over time for employees. You can disaggregate the data or just look at an institution by itself. The different categories where you can disaggregate by either part-time or race and ethnicity. It does give you the definitions and what is included in all of those employee categories. And as well as the option to slice and dice the data based on those data elements. For example, on this one, you can see the staff function or occupation, and you can see where what categories or occupations the employees are included. And same with the options, you can disaggregate the data by applying filters. The next dashboard is the graduation rates, and this is the cohort that goes into this category or into this dashboard is first-time, full-time degree-seeking students. While this is a good metric to determine success, the population represented in this dashboard does not reflect a lot of our institutions, the two-year institutions. And for that reason, IPEDS implemented these outcome measures, and I will try to cover both of them. But just to show you that the reason why this is not a good metric to determine success for the two-year institutions. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. So just looking at the system as a whole for the graduation rates, we can see on this dashboard, we have the number of students that are in the cohort, and this would be your first-time, full-time degree-seeking students. And these are all the students that enter in the fall. Out of those students, the graduation rate is calculated based on the 150% of normal time to completion, and that depends on the degree that the students declared. And so, for example, for a bachelor's degree, the 150% of normal time would be 6 years. For an associate's would be 3 years, and similar methodologies applied depending on the certificate or skill certificate, if that is what the student graduated with. If you look at the fall enrollment for TMCC, their head count, it's about 10,000 for the students that enter in the fall. When you look at TMCC, you can see that only a fraction of those students are full-time, first-time degree seeking in the fall. So you can see that it's just a fraction. It's about 7% of their student population that is counted here in the graduation rate, which again, it doesn't reflect the mission of the institution, and it also does not represent all of the student population. Again, we have the definitions page, and we also have a way to slice and dice this data. We can look at gender for all the for the system, and you can generate those trend lines. With the outcome measures, IPEDS acknowledged the deficiencies of the graduation rate survey, and for that reason, they implemented a new dashboard or a component to collect all of the to collect more students than those that are full-time, which is your traditional students, first-time, full-time degree seeking. In this case, it is collecting all of the students that are first-time whether they are first time in college or first time at the institution. The data is also disaggregated or can be disaggregated by full-time and part-time and Pell Grant recipient status. And just to, for comparison, if we were to look at, not to single out TMCC, but just to look at their student population, and also in comparison, we know that CSN and UNLV are our larger institutions. When we start looking at TMCC, they have more students in these categories than UNLV and CSN. And for that reason, looking at the graduation rates and using that metric as a success, that it will not be a full picture or the representation of what institutions like TMCC, their core or the mission for the institution. So those are the trends. If you look at now the breakdown of those groupings, the first-time full-time, first-time part-time, and those that are new to the institution, same thing with the full-time and part-time, this is the breakdown. And you can see the values as well to see what the proportion and distribution of those categories are. And they look very differently when you look at four-year institutions, comparing that to the two-year institutions. As you can see, the gold color is your first-year full-time, the first-time full-time, and this is by far the biggest proportion of the first-time students at a four-year institution, compare that to the two-year. Now, this metric, unlike the graduation rates, unlike the graduation rates that only looks at 150% of normal time to complete a degree, this metric tracks the progress of the students at 8 years after entering the institution. And what this does is, based on the entering institution the year, the progress gets tracked at 4 years, so you know how many students graduate or complete a degree at 4 years, and the number of those that don't. But at 6 years, you can see the progress of those, and there is an additional number of students that complete a degree at 6 years, and also those that don't. At a 8-year point in time, you can also get additional information. You get those that earn a degree at 8 years, those that are, at the time when this data was reported, are still enrolled at the reporting institution, those that are known to be enrolled somewhere else, and those whose status is unknown. And you can get this data flow for all of these sections here, and by selecting the institution, you can also get the breakdown for that institution. In another way of looking at this data, looking at the tab where you can filter and slice and dice the data, you can see over time in comparison for the entering cohort, and this you will see the number of students that earn a degree at 4 years, the number of those that earn it at 6 years, and those that earn a degree at 6 years. And in this category here, when you place your mouse or the cursor on this category, you will see at the very bottom the cumulative count. So for example, in here for the 2009-10 students who entered the institution, 28% of them earn a degree at 8 years. You also see the number or the percentage of those students that are still enrolled or were still enrolled at the time when this data was reported. You can see the students that enrolled somewhere else and those whose status is unknown. So one of the key takeaways from this data is, if you can see over time, as a system, we have been graduating more students at 4 years We are also doing a little bit better on graduating students at 6 years, and those that earn a degree at 8 years has remained relatively the same. Another takeaway from here is that the number of students that are transferring to another institution has been decreasing over time. And best of all is that those whose status is unknown has been decreasing. So this would be something to acknowledge and celebrate, because we are doing a lot better as a system. Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation and can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. There is a lot of data out there for us to digest. And I don't know if I got it all today. I got a really good snapshot, and I've played around in here before, but there's so much that we could look at. So I'll open it up to any regents who have any questions or comments for Mr. Martinez. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Jose, does the information for all this is held by is it the federal government? How does this all work? Because iPads isn't something you guys do, is it, or what? Can you explain it, please?
Sure. Jose Martinez for the record. The institutions are required to report data to iPads, to the feds, every 3 or 4 months.
Is that the Department of Education that you give it to?
No, this is the National Center for Education Statistics.
Okay.
Which it houses iPads. So every quarter, institutions provide data to iPads, and actually any institution that participates in federal aid has to report data to the feds or to iPads. So that data is reported to them. What we do is we go and grab that data, massage it, and put it in a way where we can use it in our dashboards. So rather than the public going to the iPad's website to get those the data files or even just summaries from them, you no longer have to go there. At least for our NSHE institutions, you can find that information in our dashboards.
Okay, I know since I've been a regent, this has really expanded. I mean, for the new regents, there is such a wealth of information here. And I'd like for you to tell the new regents how they can be a better regent knowing that this resource is there for them. Because this is I know you guys do a lot of work on this, and we really should all appreciate what's behind. I mean, you went through the mechanics, but it's really about the why this is so important for us.
Well, thank you for your question, Jose Martinez, for the record. Well, the why, I mean, even this last dashboard that I showed you, without this, we would not be aware of the progress that we have made as a system. And looking at that, we can look back to see what we are doing, what works, and what it doesn't. And I think by looking at that and being informed, you can get more, provide more feedback on issues or policies that can help continue this momentum.
But I just have a follow-up question that I will add, since we have two presidents here. Three. I'm sorry, three. I didn't see you. Three. I would like to ask, like President Dalpi and President Dinelli, do you guys actually go in and use this a lot? I mean, how do the campuses then interact with all this too? Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Dalpy for the record, President, Western Nevada College. We do use it to compare and look at trends with other schools. We also maintain our own dashboards that are much more limited than this. They're specific to our information. And if I'm not mistaken, I'll yield if you want to correct me. Our data feeds into some of your data dashboards as well, because it all goes into iPads.
That's correct.
So when we look at it, we can pull down some special reports for us, but it does feed into the larger reports. And this dashboard that you saw today is actually really good because we will point people to it because a lot of times they'll ask questions that outside people that are asking not just about Western, they're asking about higher ed, and we can push them to it to look at it. So it's nice to have it all in one place for multiple uses.
Dr. Amber Dinelli, Great Basin College president. For the record, I would tell you that we use it all the time. One of the things that we look at and we would point you guys to, like a win for us, is our graduation rate. So in 2014, if you look at the data, we were at 24%. If you look at us today, we're almost at 52%. And so it's a way for us to look and see that we're closing that gap. The other area that we look at, because we're always looking at where we need to develop further. And so we'll look at that gender gap. We have more female students than we have male. It's a pretty significant gap. And so we want to make sure that our target is what type of programs are we offering male students? What type of programs, like nursing doesn't have a lot of male students. Our paramedic programs do. Our CTE programs have a lot of male students, very few female. And so we can do a targeted marketing approach based on using that data. And then we also use it for the dual enrollment. So if you look at that dual enrollment, it shows you the different areas that we serve, what our growth is. And so next year it was going to look just even better, fantastic. And so for you guys, it's a way for us to demonstrate that we're closing that gap, meeting outcomes. Thank you.
For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. I think to add to both President Dalpy and President Dinelli's point is that this data really helps us for continuous improvement. It looks at where are those gaps happening, because we are a system of well over 110,000 students. And as I mentioned earlier, 15, 16,000 employees. This is a way to work with information and data that we can bring back to show where we need to go. One of the things as we talk about graduation rates, that is something that you don't often hear, is our students transfer. They'll transfer before they get a degree, particularly from the community colleges into our universities. That's a big point, and I would say for President Kibler, CSN being the largest community college, that's an important factor. One, we know that students are transferring. It doesn't mean that they're not successful. They're getting their needs met. They want to get on to the universities. As you're going to hear tomorrow, part of that is about program completion and alignment. We are a system. The data of the system is very important as we look at dual concurrent enrollment from K-12 into our two-year institutions, into our state university, and into our R1 institutions. There's a lot of opportunity, and I think, and he'll kill me, but Jose could present every meeting and you still won't have the big picture. There is so much information here, and there are also things, one of the things that we're often asked for is, hey, are we tracking this student demographic? If we can't quantify and have common core definitions of data, that's a challenge. And so we need to ensure that we are being authentic and that we are being deliberate in the data that we're capturing, and that it's consistent across the institutions and the system to help you make decisions.
Thank you. I just have 2 points since they came up in your presentation. One, can you define, I think you mentioned that these numbers are only for state-supported courses. Is that how you define, how you said that? And can you kind of clarify that for us?
Sure, Jose Martinez for the record. So there were two different metrics. One, the NSHE enrollment, which is, it's, well, you don't see it. I'm pointing at it like you were seeing it. The enrollment, the NSHE enrollment page has the state-funded courses, and that is just all of the students that are enrolled in state-funded courses in the FTE generated by those, or from those units. The IPEDS data includes all of the students, whether it's students enrolled in state-funded courses or other courses. I cannot think of an example to give you right now. But it encompasses all of the enrollment at the institutions.
I guess I just and maybe Chancellor, you could help with defining what a state-supported course is, state-funded course.
I'm going to probably also ask Chris Fatone to weigh in as well, but our state-supported, where we receive what's considered a weighted student credit hour, is going to be a credit-based program. And so that is one that is part of our degree programs, be it an associate's, a certificate, a skills certificate, a bachelor's degree, a graduate level program, a professional program. Professional programs are a little bit different. The law school, the medical schools actually, and the dental school is actually provided under what we call non-formula budgets, but we have the formula budgets, and then we also have our non-formula driven. And so it's going to be an academic program that leads to a credential. Typically, that is associated with something that's either going through, it's got a classification index, the CIP, which we call it capital improvement sometimes, but it's a CIP that's classified in weights, but it is not our non-credit workforce programs, for example. And so those are self-supporting budgets and self-supporting entities where the fees assessed have to pay for the total delivery of the program. Our credit-based or our state-supported programs also align with your fee structures for student assessment and tuition. So I'm going to ask Chris Fatone to jump in, please.
Thank you, Chris Fatone, for the record. And I think the only thing I would add to that is that it's generally the fall and spring terms in the academic program. So the summer session is a self-supporting program. So it's the self-supporting is generally your continuing ed or ed outreach or your external programs, non-academic, and the summer term courses.
Thank you for that clarification. The other item that, Jose, you brought up, that the IPED's outcome measures are a response to, especially our two-year colleges' kind of pushback on IPED's data. And I just was hoping to get it's great that we have three presidents here from our two-year colleges. I wanted to get their response on if they think that these outcome measures better reflect what they're doing at their campuses.
There we go. Okay, is that better? There we go. Okay, Kyle with Western Nevada College. So high level, any way that we can measure outcomes for especially community college students who are not your traditional students at Western, where I think we're at 24% full-time, I can pretty much tell you where those students are going. Their outcomes are really good at Western. The retention rates and the things we normally track that are part of the IPED's reporting are 10 to 15% ahead of the national average for full-time students. When we get into the part-time students, which is the majority of our students, and the majority of our part-time students are taking 3 to 6 credits, so they're 1 or 2 classes only, then it drops down where our IPED's numbers don't look so good because of the graduation rates. They don't tend to complete, they tend to stop out. They're slow, their progress is slower because they're part-time. So any way we can grab other completion metrics that help tell the story of how we're doing. How many times I've walked into the legislature and said, we have a 42% graduation rate, and that is high for community colleges. And I get that look that says, yeah, that's not too great, is it? Why aren't you 90%? And then you have to explain first-time, full-time, IPED's cohorts and what this means. And if these students don't make it in 3 years, they count against us. But if new students come in, they don't count for us. And you do the math on it, and and then the eyes glaze over. So, but any way we can measure completion rates and extend graduation to a 6-year, 5-year, however we do it. We can look at part-time students who are there for skill certificates, not necessarily a 2-year degree. That helps tell the story of what we do, because at the end of the day, it's getting students who probably don't have any other option or want to look at any other options into our doors, into the classes, and through whatever program they pick, whether that's a 1 credit class to upgrade at work, 6 credit CNA program, that's a skill certificate, or a 2-year degree that'll transfer to a university. So I hope that helps.
I would just echo a lot of what Bill Kibler, CSN president, what Kyle said and what the Chancellor shared a minute ago. It's very important to have a completely different lens when you're talking about community colleges in defining student success. And actually the data that is on the NSHE website does a better job than a lot of places where I've been in my career of trying to measure that. Because just as Kyle said, what is success for an individual student as opposed to an external determination of we all measure all students the same way? Because some of our students that come to CSN, success for them is getting that certificate program and getting a good job. Are they ever going to graduate with an associate degree or a bachelor's degree? No, because that was not their desire. So we try to measure all of those things, stackable credentials that students get. Now, we have built into our system the encouragement as they're getting those credentials, we stack them on purpose so then we can say to them, guess what? You're this far along toward an actual degree. If you would pursue just a bit more, you might get a degree. Works with some, doesn't work with others. It depends on what they value and what their ultimate goal was. But also this whole idea, just as the Chancellor pointed out, a student that leaves CSN early because they want to go to Nevada State or they want to go to UNLV or UNR or whatever is not a failure on our part if we have properly prepared them to make that transition and they simply decided to do it before they actually earned a degree. So you don't want to give any of our community college demerits for that. They didn't actually confer a degree on that student, but in fact we track them, which is easy to do within our system. What becomes more challenging is when they leave because they wanted to go to, I don't know, the University of Utah because they had a unique program that we didn't have here. Then that's a lot harder to track them. But again, did we prepare them well in order to be successful in a 4-year institution somewhere? So we do a pretty good job, I think, of trying to keep track of that as to where they're going with these year markers out there, because some of them, you don't really find the final outcome for those students for 8 years after they enrolled at our institution, depending on what their pathway was.
Great Basin College, got it. I would just echo, it's pretty much the same storyline. 68% of our students are part-time, but we have that 52% graduation rate. So what that means is those students take longer, but they complete. So if you only look at that one picture, it doesn't really tell the entire story. And so it's really important for community colleges to be able to share that information. The other side of what we have is that we have a lot more job openings than we have people. And so what we're ramping up for in our rural areas is also things like continuing education that may not be directly tied to credits. So that's the other piece of what you're not going to see. It's all of our contract training, entry-level mining programs, things like that that don't have those credits to them, but are going to impact and build Nevada's workforce. So those are just some additional considerations that I would add.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Regent Breger, and then I'll go to Regent Fernandez.
That's okay. Susan Breger for the record. You actually said what I was thinking. In regards to not only our community colleges, but our colleges, I think we need to do a better story. We're a unique state, and you can make money. We want people to be educated, obviously, but it's not the traditional go here for 2 years and go here for 4 years. It's very expensive out there. And so it's taking longer for people to graduate and feel like they can. I think if we let them know that there are courses for them that they can take, and whether it takes 2 years, 5 years, 8 years, the end result is what we're looking for. And so I think the better we tell our story, the better that our legislative base and the people in our community understand that. We have a population of 70% that do not have a graduation, but there's many ways. Even 35 years in real estate, it's really a certification. But I know real estate and banking and finance backwards and forwards, but but it's not a degree. But it's what I chose actually so I could sit here. And that's where my life changed that long ago to do this. So it's kind of fascinating when you come from that perspective and know that there are many ways to be successful, and we need to instill that into our young population, in our sixth graders, fifth graders. And I think we need to do a better job there.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Fernandez for the record. So I did have a quick question, Jose, specifically related to the Millennium Scholarship. That's something that obviously has helped students. I'm a product of the Millennium Scholarship and really helped benefit me. I did see that there was a really high drop in comparison to 2010, where 67% of students activated versus 2023, where we only had 46%. What is the data saying? Why has it dropped so low in comparison to those that continue to remain eligible but just aren't claiming it?
Jose Martinez, for the record, I apologize, Regent Fernandez. I do not have information on Millennium scholarships, but I will be happy to provide that as a follow-up.
We have follow-up for that answer in Reno?
Excellent.
I was actually going to see if Renee Davis might be available, but Chancellor Charlton, for the record, sorry, but Renee Davis is an expert in this area and has been with the system for a number of years. I will say, Regent Fernandez, one of the things, and I hope I'm not stealing Renee's thunder, we have seen over time for sustainability changes in the requirements of Millennium, but if we could ask Renee to respond, that would be great.
Thank you, Renee Davis, Associate Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Thank you for that question. And it lets us talk a little bit about the Millennium process and how those numbers have morphed. So yes, part of the story is that early on, the Millennium Scholarship, so in 2000, it did cover, for example, $80 per credit, covered the whole cost of the registration fee at our universities. So the value has deteriorated over the years because the per credit amount has not increased along with the expense. However, I think the bigger factor when you're looking at the more recent numbers is that students have actually 6 years to activate their scholarship. And so when you look at the students in 2023, they have until 2029 to start using their scholarship. And so we see those numbers continue to increase from the high school graduation year all the way through kind of to the end of the eligibility period of 6 years. And in limited circumstances, they can go beyond the 6 years if they have an extension from military service or volunteer service. So those numbers for the most recent classes will increase, and you kind of see a steady in the middle there, you see a steady pattern, and that's usually where they'll land. So not quite as high as that initial year, but it will be much higher than it is while the Millennium Scholarship is still within that 6 years of graduation.
Thank you for that information. Yes, President Dalby.
Thank you. I just want to throw in a comment. Kyle Dalpe for the record. We were asked earlier how much we use the dashboards, and it's somewhat limited because we do have our own, but they are there and we do dig into them. But I wanted to say how much can we use Mr. Martinez, because at a small school, for the awareness of especially the new regions, I have an IR department of 1. And if Chris is lucky that I grant him some leave time, then I have an IR department of 0. And so I do appreciate the backup of the system office, especially for us as a small institution, to have this and then have the availability for us to call and ask questions that we can dive deeper into it in liaison with my one person in that department. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today, Jose. We really do appreciate it. Next, we'll go to item number 7, artificial intelligence environment within NSHE. And I just want to let everybody know that after item number 7, we will go to item number 14, which is the University Police Services Critical Labor Shortage Designation, just so that everybody knows. So With that, I will turn it over to Ann Milkovich. Thank you.
Good morning, Ann Milkovich, CIO for NSHE, for the record, and thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about a pretty exciting topic. So first of all, what I want to share with you about artificial intelligence is where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. And the theme that will be coming up throughout this talk is that we're not at the head of the pack, but we're also not behind anyone. We're right about where everybody is right now in higher ed in dealing with AI. So where we are. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the spectrum of AI, and I also want to mention that since this topic came up with the Board of Regents to the time I put materials together, from the time I put materials together to today, everything's changed. So you might already know a lot of what I'm about to share with you, and some of you might not. And by tomorrow, it'll probably all be different. So to get my head around AI, there's a lot of it out there. What is it? What does it look like? If somebody's using AI, what exactly are they doing? Are they typing on a keyboard? Are they using a tool? How is that working? So the way I group AI is in, right now, as of today, is in 3 categories. There's generative AI, which is making stuff. There is analytical AI, which is understanding or analyzing data. And then there is decision AI, decision-making AI, when artificial intelligence is built in somewhere and it's making decisions. That's the one we should be worried about. So as an example for generative AI, ChatGPT, we're all pretty familiar with that by now. It can create text. You can ask questions, it will give you answers. When you go to Google to search on something, it summarizes what it found for you in a summary before you even get into links. That is generative AI. It can also create art, it can create music, it can create videos. And I want to put in a complaint to the world right here that we now have digital tools that are making art and music for us, but I still have to dust and vacuum my house. So it's like, we're putting the emphasis in the wrong place. I would rather be making the music and the art and have some tool dusting and vacuuming for me. But I just wanted to get that on the record. Yes, I know, but I really want it to look like Rosie the maid, like a real person. I know, we didn't get that either yet. Okay. Analytical AI, let me give you an example of that. It's like statistical software, but it can analyze data at a far greater volume of data, far richer analysis, and faster. So an example, there's a tool out there called Orange Data Mining. It's a free tool. You can go get it, put in a whole lot of statistics about something, just descriptive information, and it will analyze it and give you all kinds of cool ways of looking at the data. So that's analytical AI. Decision AI, it processes information in ways that influence human decisions, and oftentimes we're not aware. It's automating human decisions without a conscience. Now, we can also say there are plenty of humans that are analyzing information and making decisions without a conscience also, but there's no built-in mechanism for checks and balances on it. Here's an example. So HR recruitment tools can analyze and rank candidates. Now, for us, we have so few candidates for our IT positions, we don't need to automate that, but for larger organizations that have many, many candidates applying for positions, AI is built into the HR software. It is or can be built into Workday, for example, and it's analyzing the candidates and ranking them. Then it's seeing how successful that ranking was. And it looks at the population that you have of employees in that category. And it's comparing and training itself to rank better. So if you have a male-dominated pool of engineers who came from particular Ivy League schools or MIT high-tech schools, and it sees those are the candidates that are most successful, when it goes to rank the pool again, that bias can get built in. That's really scary. So to me, this is where we should be scared, is with decision-making AI. If you're not aware that that's happening with your candidate pool, you can't do anything about it. So you need to be aware about where those decisions are being made. It's like automating anything. It enables you to do the wrong thing even faster than you did it before. So that's scary. Now, where can it be found? I call enterprise AI the AI that we know about, we're using, and we're controlling. So let's take an automated, ChatGPT, for example, is an enterprise. We can get an enterprise license to ChatGPT, and we can control where the language that we put into it, where it goes. So it's not becoming available to the public. We can control the use of ChatGPT if we have an enterprise license for it. AI can be found in third-party products that we might or might not be aware of. That's a concern. For example, if you're using an AR system that's ranking candidates more intelligently than before. I mean, they used to rank them just by matching up keywords. It didn't work very well, but now they can do a better job of evaluating candidate materials and make decisions if you're not aware of it. And in the wild, AI, that's an IT term these days. When we talk about something being in the wild, it's out in the world somewhere beyond our control. So an example is AI note takers, and there are many of them out there right now. If it's capturing a verbal conversation, so you have an AI note taker, they're built into Zoom, they're built into Teams, you can go find them, buy them, use them for free, and they are collecting the verbal conversation and creating a transcript. So there are a couple of concerns there. Who has control of that transcript? And people are not yet trained. We're trained kind of good about when we put something into writing that we know that could be subject to open meeting law, that could be discoverable anywhere. Be careful what you put in email because it gets circulated. We're not as self-disciplined like that when we're in a verbal conversation. So for an example, I joined a meeting, an NSHE meeting, and I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but it was an NSHE meeting. And there, I noticed there was a note taker in the meeting. And I said, who invited the note taker? Whose note taker is it? Nobody knew. Nobody in the meeting knew how it had gotten there. Well, it turned out somebody had set up the meeting, you know, who wasn't in the meeting, but they had arranged it and they thought it would be helpful. So they added the note taker to the meeting, and now the people in the meeting didn't even know it was there and taking notes. Sure, it's fine with me. Sorry.
All right, this one. Can I stop you right? Is it a real person note taker you're talking about, or is it a thing there or something? I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you for the question. Ann Milkovich again in response. It is an automated, it's like a recording, but it is transcribing what it hears. And so it's a piece of software that got put into the meeting. There's one called NoteTaker.ai. There's Firefly. There's 100 of them. Every day almost, I see a new one. So it's listening. It can detect language and translate it into typed words. So it's like closed captioning or a we have these meetings transcribed and with subtitles and things like that. So it's doing the same thing, but it's not a human doing it. It's the piece of software that's doing it. This works great. For example, Meta just announced that it's releasing a piece of software that will translate in real time from 20, 30 different languages, right? So I'm sorry for the interpreters of the world and the translators of the world, but eventually that will all be automated by machinery. Same for closed captioning. Right now, we have humans doing the typing. Someday that's maybe a limited career. Humans still do it better. But, so I get into the meeting, and as with all meetings, there was some chit chat at the beginning of the meeting before it got started, but the note taker was recording it. And there was talk about some holiday traditions among the group of people that were there. And it was specific to a particular religion, but it was a talk about just, casual chit chat, right? And so then I asked the question, and it records who's talking. It knows who's talking because my name and my voice are built into, and it's able to do that. So it's recording everything that each individual person said. And I said, what's going on with the note taker? And then we're like, oh, we don't know who the note taker is. And then I expressed some concern about this because if we don't know who's controlling it, we should not have it in here. So can somebody remove it? And here's the reason why we don't, there are concerns about that. So somebody was able to stop it, and the note taker dutifully sent an email with the entire transcript of what everybody had said out to all the participants. And in there was the chit chat about what people said about certain religious traditions of the holidays. And it had me in there saying we shouldn't use note takers. And it sounded very official. I know, I was smiling. Everybody saw I was smiling. I wasn't being mean. But it's a transcript. There's no emotion. And so we're not trained to manage the way we speak when we're speaking verbally in a meeting. And now if there's a note taker in action, now we have a transcript. Now that's subject to open meeting and to public information requests. And we're not ready for that. The other thing, it can't pick up. And so if you want to use a note taker, because look at all the people that are frantically taking notes in meetings, wouldn't it be nice to automate a lot of that for them? But if the other thing it can't pick up is in another meeting I was in, if somebody says, hey, can somebody do this? And somebody else says, yeah, got it, or sure, it doesn't recognize that as an action item. But if somebody says, I volunteer to take on the task of doing this, now it summarizes and says, Anne has an action item of doing this. So it's good and bad. Like all of AI, it's good and bad. It's a tool, and it's how you use it that makes the difference. Anybody scared yet? No, it's not. There are places we have to be concerned. But there are places where we don't, where it's doing amazing things. AI has increased the ability to detect breast cancer early by about 80% better than what it used to be. So better than what humans can do. It's being used in really good ways that we will benefit from. But it's just a tool. So it's a tool. And we still have the same concerns we've always had. We want to protect data. We want to prevent bias. Now now we see there's a tool that's more powerful that actually can build in bias. That's what we have to be careful, but it's the same concern. We're concerned about public information, academic integrity, all of those things. This is just a tool, like any other tool. And the tool is a means to an end, not the end itself. So we still have all these opportunities. How can we use this tool in good ways to push our goals forward and help us, enable us to succeed faster? And so these are some of the same concerns that we've always had. It's just a tool. In the wrong hands, it's a bad tool. In the right hands, it's a good tool. So let's look at what we've done so far in this arena. It's a little bit hard to see, but Gartner is a leading research firm in many sectors of the world, but IT-related research and advisory firm. And they have a sector for education in particular. And we subscribe, many of the institutions subscribe, the IT organizations subscribe to their research so that we can stay on the leading edge of what's going on in the world. And so this is a set of use cases that have been determined or being discussed or evaluated or experimented with in higher education. So they recommend that, Gartner recommends that we focus on, let me go over here, on prioritizing investments aligned with strategies and goals. The term investment means anything, it's an IT word that we use to mean anything we're putting time, money, or effort into is an investment. And so prioritize our efforts with AI, aligned to strategy and goals. We're already doing that. We already have this framework in place, that we're developing AI literacy. And that's something important that the institutions are already working on. So I will also share with you what some of the institutions are doing here in terms of AI when we get to that point. But we use a similar framework of what Gartner recommends, where we use value, feasibility, and strategic alignment within IT investments to make sure that we're evaluating and creating business cases and have good reasons and know what we're doing, more or less. So this is something that Gartner recommends that we're already doing. They recommend that we focus on proofs of concept. So proof of concept just means something that we've tested enough that we're pretty confident it's going to work. So we've got a proof, it's a concept, but we proofed it, to make sure it's going to work, and we're pretty confident with it. And also to build cross-disciplinary teams for institutional impact. And NSHE is doing all of these things. So also what we've done to prepare us and get us to this point is I recently stood up what we're calling the Information Officers Council. We have a CIO council among all the institutions that meets regularly, and we have a CISO council, Chief Information Security Officers, that meets regularly. We just tried at collective recommendation, tried combining them, and we now have this combined council, which we are calling the Information Officers Council, that meets quarterly in person. And at our first meeting, we discussed AI in depth. And we came up with these recommendations is maybe a strong word, but these conclusions of what we think we should be doing across NSHE to deal with AI. So first of all, we know we should protect data. That's our responsibility. That's always our big concern. One question has come up, do we need an AI policy? And so we discussed that. Do we need an AI policy? And the institutions want that. They want to see something. We all have the fear of missing out, right? The FOMO feeling. And that we want, something must be done. Here's this AI, we're hearing about it all the time. It's scary, and something must be done. What's being done? Nothing's being done. Something must be done. So we're going through that whole cycle. Everybody's going through that. Higher ed across the world is going through that same feeling of the CIOs, the presidents, what's being done about this. So we concluded, yes, we must protect data. We don't need an AI policy because AI is just a tool. We already have policies for protecting data, but we have to make sure that AI is included in that. So that's something we need to do. Educate and equip people. We need people to understand this is where you need to be concerned about AI. Don't allow a third-party note taker in your meeting. That means we're talking with a vendor and they brought their note taker. Now they are collecting our words and they've got control of it and we don't. And so we want to make sure we know how to handle those note takers. So we need to provide the tools and equip and educate our constituencies in how to handle AI safely. And we need to issue we should issue some kind of directive about this so that people realize, yes, we are managing this, we are dealing with it, we are doing what we need to do, and you can be assured of that. So I don't know what that looks like, a guideline, a directive, something to reassure people who feel like we don't know what's going on. And the directive would focus on data protection, because that's one of our primary concerns, and educating and equipping our constituents. Another thing we did was collaborate with the State of Nevada OCIO, Office of the CIO. The State of Nevada came out with the governor's office with a policy on the responsible and ethical use of artificial intelligence. So we collaborate with the state CIO and the state CISO regularly, and we looked at this policy. The policy is a combination of like policy rules, but also plans, guidelines. It's a variety of things. It doesn't fit exactly within our policy style or our Regents handbook. And we looked at it and we said, yeah, this is all good stuff. Some of it's actually a policy statement where it says you must do this, you may do this, you may not do that. And some of it's just general information. So we are incorporating that and evaluating that as always and adopting it to the way that works for us. And in our approach, we feel we don't need a specific AI policy, but we do need guidelines, which their policy includes. And but we do need to make sure that our existing policies are inclusive of all tools, including AI. If the policy, which probably hasn't been looked at recently, is specific to a tool, then that becomes problematic when other tools come along the way. So we need to do that. So next, I'd like to talk about where we are going and how we're moving forward. So institutions have the biggest role, and they are already working hard on this. I don't have an exhaustive list of what they're doing, but already some of the institutions are developing academic programs teaching development of AI. They are already updating syllabi to put in expectations of whether students should not, may or may not use AI in their coursework. Students need to know what the rules are. As you know, some courses, it doesn't make sense. If you're trying to teach somebody how to write, if you're teaching English or teaching literature, allowing them to have ChatGPT write everything for them isn't really effective. But on the other hand, if you're teaching something where you're not grading them on it, it's a great tool. Now, what we have to caution students about is ChatGPT doesn't care about citations. It'll make it up if it wants to. So you've heard perhaps the term hallucinations when AI is making stuff up completely. It has no idea where it got this information from. And so you have to be careful, and but we already do that. We train students how to cite their sources correctly. The Chicago Manual of Style, MLA, and the other academic guidelines are already incorporating the proper way to cite AI sources for your materials. But you also have to look at it, and if you just turn it in as is, it's plagiarism, but we already teach students what plagiarism is and what it is not, and how to properly prepare materials. It's just another tool.
And I think we have a question from Regent Ariscotta.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. And one of the items you were touching upon with the AI note takers, essentially, is that just recording a conversation, an unauthorized recording of a conversation? Or are the note taker options so you can't really notice them in the room? So is the conversation being recorded, and or formed in a manner that the conversation is not actually authentic to the way that it is delivered? Because isn't there a two-person authorization in the state of Nevada to have any conversation recorded?
Thank you for the question. Ann Milkovich again. I'm not going to speak to the laws of the state of Nevada because I'm not an attorney. But Zoom and Teams, for example, right now, they announce that the meeting is being transcribed. And you have, just like if you're recording the meeting, the software says the meeting is now being recorded. And when you enter a Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting, it tells you the recorder is on. And so they're building that in. But how do we know that somebody doesn't have a note taker listening to the conversation? So what we're recommending, and we'll be coming out with a statement soon, is that we really discourage participating in a meeting with a note taker unless you're controlling it. And because we don't know yet. We don't know how it all works and what all is out there and how all of those AI note takers in the wild operate. So the best course of action is, first of all, tell people that there's a note taker taking notes, but usually there's somebody taking notes. So a human taking notes also has a transcript, maybe not as complete, but it also, now we have human notes that are on a laptop. That's a record of the meeting. It's just that we're not as careful about the way we speak, even when we know, or we'll say, off the record, I'd like to say, right, we do that. Well, guess what the note taker's gonna say? Anne said, off the record, she wanted to say. So that's why we're really cautioning against participating in meetings that have note takers transcribing if it's not within your control. Because I've talked with vendors or consultants and they say, hey, I've got the note taker going, or I can see that it's running. And then I'm like, I don't know what you're doing with that information. So now I'm going to be very careful about what I say, but we're not all trained that way. And so that's what we have to raise consciousness on. Did that answer your question, Regent?
It does. It's just the advancement of the stenographer as far further than what we ever expected. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Regent. We also need to,
Madam Chair.
yes, sorry.
And do you mind, so Patty Charlton for the record, Chancellor. So I think to Regent Arascata's point, I think it's an important one. And Anne, as you mentioned, software companies are building this as an automatic feature that has to be deactivated because there are sensitive conversations that do occur, especially in this age of, everyone is spread out. And so it is something that we are acutely aware of. And so I think to the point that Anne made is that we have to be knowledgeable about it and be able to respond appropriately with guidelines and processes.
Thank you. Ann Milkovich again, I'll continue. So the other place for institutions to be working on is developing the workforce pipeline for AI talent.
It sounds like Regent Boylan may also have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Ms. Malkovich, so when we turn on Zoom, it says this meeting is being recorded. Where is this recording taking place, and do we get a copy of it? Or do we know how to get to it, or what is that about? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question, Ann Milkovich.
Yes, ma'am.
It's trapped in the Zoom software. I don't know what the public access might be to that. We have to assume anything on the internet can be reached somehow. And that's one of the reasons we're concerned. We don't know yet where it's all being stored. And whoever is controlling the meeting has access to it. But no, we're not getting, when I'm in a meeting and somebody's recording it, then they don't send me a copy of the recording. They have access to it, I don't. So it does, in terms of recording, that's how the recording works. The note taker that was in that meeting I described automatically emailed everybody in the meeting with the transcript, and nobody requested that. We just asked it to stop, and it did, and then it kicked out the transcript. So it depends on the tools, and we don't know yet how all the tools work. And that's why we're just saying, be cautious about AI note takers that are transcribing everything you say in a meeting. If we don't have
you,
control
ma'am.
over it. Did that answer your question, sir?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Because we're just in the beginning of this and the laws, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may continue? Okay. Ann Milkovich again. So where did my slides go? There it is. There's also a role for NSHE to play. And by that, I mean the system office, system administration, my role, et cetera, is to help the institutions to develop principles and policies and directives and guidelines, or to update them depending on what is appropriate. We can also support efforts to educate and equip constituents. Obviously, we don't directly support educating students, but educating faculty and staff on safe practices and what to be concerned about, what not to be concerned about, giving them the tools to make good use of, because they are very helpful, or not, and telling them what to be aware of. We are also planning an NSHE-wide AI, I'm calling it a summit, where what I would like to see is an opportunity for the institutions to showcase what they're doing in terms of AI, what kinds of academic programs they're developing, online classes, how they're using AI. I recently learned that DRI is incorporating AI into their research analysis. Let's find out more about that, so that the institutions who are maybe a little bit farther ahead than others can share, and we can all learn and develop together and move forward. So that's something that I would like to see happening there. And again, this table that I showed you before, the items from a previous slide, the items I have in red and bold are decision-making AI, third-party AI, and AI in the wild. That's where we need to be concerned and cautious about and watch, because it is changing the world. That's one thing about AI that makes it different from other tools, in my opinion only, is that it's an inflection point, and it's changing the world faster than other tools. Remember when word processing came out? I do. And there was a word processing machine down the hall that a special operator knew how to run, and you took your tablet of handwritten stuff down there and handed it to them, and they word processed it for you and gave it back. I remember that. That's how it started, and it was years before we don't even think about word processing anymore. We're all just doing it in our laptop, right? It changed the world, but slowly, and AI is changing it much faster than what we've seen before. The other way that we can help is with procurement support and helping to evaluate products, make sure we know what the AI functionality is built into that product. Is it influencing human decisions? Because that we have to seek out and try to get past any kind of inherent bias that might get built in. So we need to know that. And I don't even want to say this because it's such a large amount of work, but inventorying our current third-party software across NSHE to find out, is there AI functionality built in and how is it working, so that we know. So this has been a summary of artificial intelligence within and around NSHE, where we are now, where we've been, where we're going, what we're doing about it. I was hoping that more knowledge about the subject would give you more confidence, but I'm not sure that actually worked because you might be feeling more nervous now. But knowledge is strength, and when we know what to be afraid of, then we know we don't need to be afraid of everything. So let's focus our fears and turn it into action to protect ourselves. And with that, if there are any more questions, I would love to help.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a comment or question by Regent Goodman.
Well, as a sci-fi person, I, of course, am a little bit afraid of AI, but I see how valuable it is as well. This is a great thing for us to sit through, just to know what to expect, the note-taking, all of those things. So thank you. And please let me know when that summit's happening. I'd like to attend. And your knowledge is really incredible, and I appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Regent Goodman. And my knowledge is an inch deep and a quarter mile wide. It's not even a mile wide. It's such a big subject. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Regent Boylan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Ms. Malkovich, we know that AI is really based on simple things. It's that old if then else analysis and garbage in, garbage out, all that easy stuff. And AI can be biased, can it not? And since we know it can be, sorry, you were going to answer, since we know it can be biased, because it all depends on the human beings behind it, I don't think it's such a scary topic at all. Actually, it's quite interesting. So how would we go after the biases that the humans at the back, because I hear all this nonsense of AI will take over humanity, and I just call BS on that. But how do we control the biases that are really possible in this? Do you see what I'm saying? You've got a quizzical look on your face. Did I make that clear?
I think I do understand,
talking about-
Regent Boylan. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Great.
So what would you, as a educational public institution, how would we control these biases?
Thank you for the question.
Any idea? Yes, ma'am.
Ann Milkovich, for the record, in response. So, for example, AI is a tool designed by humans. They're not yet that I'm aware of. AI is probably, well, never mind. AI is a tool. I don't know if AI is designing its own tools yet or not, is what I'm getting at. I don't know. But initially, they are designed by humans. Humans trained the tool to rank candidates. You can tell the tool disregard gender, ethnicity, last name. You can tell it to disregard the institution where it got its degree from. You can tell it that. Did they? In some cases, if you're hiring faculty, it's very important to know the institutions where they got their degrees from. That's a bona fide job qualification. But in other jobs, it's not. And it can influence different institutions, cost more, have different demographics, et cetera. We know that there's some bias, human bias, associated with institutional degrees of different kinds. So you can control for that. Did they? That we don't know. Did they tell it to disregard gender? We don't know. So that's where we have to be cautious and working hard, and that's where ethics comes in, and making sure that ethics is built into the tool. And that depends on how much confidence we have in the ethics of the individuals designing the tools. So it still comes down to humans. They're not taking over the world yet. I mean, I think that's a long way.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, sir. Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am, it did, because we are all still lost, like you said, an inch deep and a mile wide. We still have just enough knowledge to be dangerous, I think, but thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a question from Faculty Senate Chair Dr. Hill in Reno.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. For the record, Aaron Hill, Hill, Faculty Senate Chair, University of Nevada, Reno. Jumping on this interest in how different campuses are handling it. We've been trying to get out ahead of this for a while, and it's such an evolving landscape. Last August, the way that we've been crafting our syllabi, we have 3 different distinct paths for the use of AI. Either that we expressly prohibit it, that we allow it in limited circumstances, or that we have unlimited use with the express purpose of training people to be able to use the technology. And that's up to the instructors of each individual course to choose which path they're going with. We know that so many professors have limited knowledge of how to handle this, especially from an academic integrity standpoint. So even years before this became widely used, our academic standards committee put forward a recommendation that the provost's office fund 0.2 FTE faculty position in order to support faculty in assessing how to identify AI in academic integrity allegations. So we just a few weeks ago identified we have a award-winning chemistry professor, Dr. Lindsay Monroe, who has expertise in AI, who's producing training materials for all of our faculty in how to approach this, and will continue to do so as long as she holds the position, and is now going to be available for any of our faculty when they have questions about suspected academic integrity issues, or to know how to handle it in any of their courses in order to prevent there being issues in the first place with how they do assessments, how they create assignments to make it AI-proof if that's what they desire. So we know that it's going to be a continued process, but we luckily have the support and the knowledge to be able to actively engage with it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to
Starts next week.
thank you, to Chancellor Charlton.
So thank you for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. So I really appreciate Faculty Senate Chair Hill from UNR speaking. We also do have a campus-based CIO that's here with us today, and I've asked him if he wouldn't mind just giving just a couple of quick comments from a campus perspective, and that's Maguth Feidlingham from CSN. So as Ann said, she's looking at this from the highest level of the system and where we are from a state, and to engage in this summit. But I also know that the institutions have engaged at their level. We've done an inventory. Ann and her team, Thomas Dolbert, are doing an inventory of what is happening at the campus so that we can bring that back and be informed. So Maguth, can we ask you to come forward, please? Just for a couple of comments about from the campus perspective.
Thank you. For the record, this is Mukund Whitelingam, CIO, College of Southern Nevada. I know, thank you, Ann, for making up. So I wanted to state by what Regent Ballin just said, it's not scary. I think it's, people have this perception about AI is taking up jobs. It's actually making things easier. CSN has been using AI for almost 7-8 years, even before it started becoming popular in a different ways. From security perspective, identifying a risk. We also started doing about course completion, degree works, and so a lot of the IR details, and we tried to see how we can help students. During COVID times, we used for mental illness. We had quite a bit of usage on that. And I know we talked about the whole AI Summit as our system. We also have a task force from the faculty perspective. They've been looking into it, how are we going to do it. Globally, I know there's a lot of fear about this AI, which is taking over. Like even about the notes taking, right? So you go to YouTube, you do a closed caption, and you go back and read it, all the transcript is already there, right? Even today's meeting, if it's high level, we are broadcasting all the transcript is being displayed. Globally, what's happening is they're changing the modality of teaching and learning. Instead of asking them to write an essay, I don't want to get into academic side of the class, but I'm just wanted to say that the way the teaching is very different, especially in Singapore and Malaysia. If you start talking about, they're asking students, faculties are asking students to go use their essays writing and information using AI, but come back and explain in a different way. So they found out that in the past, it's about 20 to 23% of involvement in a classroom. Now they have 98 to 100% involvement of students in caption. I think I mentioned this several times in the past. Next 6 years, they're expecting about 97 million jobs on AI. That's a 21% GDP in America alone. I think I mentioned several times. So I think we're just pushing this, again, with academic integrity and make sure there's a lot of security involvement and we have to be protecting it. I think we're doing this. It's funny, I just saw a quote this morning. There's nothing artificial about artificial intelligence. It's made by people, used by people, and needs to be governed by people. So we should be more proactive, and we have a great team, and we are managing it about it. So I think every applications today, everything you buy, there is AI built into it in a different perspective, right? But sometimes it all depends on how we govern individually and we manage it. That's where the security protocol, especially, I'm sure every institution does have this. We have a very strong task force, AI task force managed by faculties also. Hope that's helped.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, young man, you stay right there, Mr. President. Thank you for that. That's interesting. Now, just based on what you said, and you brought up the word security, I like that always when I hear that. So how would we, or have you, and let's say I can see the other handsome young man sitting there, Mr. Vasquez, the police chief, how would you sit with him or get an idea together that we could predict, to the extent that we can predict things really, the security breaches, threats, blah, 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 with artificial intelligence? Because I know, like I said earlier, it's all on if, then, else. If this is going to happen, then we'll do that, else we'll do that. And it's that simple, keep it simple, stupid thing, that old KISS theory. So how would we, or could we, since Ms. Malkovich is there also, but she's at a higher level of AI and computers. So I'm coming down, drilling down and saying, how would we use, or could we do that with our police departments? When I say could we, that means you, but you do the work, I'll just talk. You guys do the work. So is that possible?
Yes, for the record, this is Mukund Vatlingam, CIO of College of Southern Nevada. So there is actually a proposal on security when we had last year. I know we are waiting on the budget approval and for the security protocol. So all the new cameras, it's been there in the city of Las Vegas pretty much. It's all AI generative cameras. It can identify threats, shootings. Even if somebody's bringing guns, you can identify there's a weapon in the back. There's a proposal in there, so we went with the 5th generation of AI. We tested it, and we wanted to make sure that there's a proposal, actually, he's very aware about it. We have the door access, cameras, panic buttons, and timing, HVAC, everything is controlled in one manner. So it has actually highly secured setup can be done. So we've been talking quite a bit about it. So in fact, we've been talking even before previous director of the UPD as well. So there's a lot of proposals to move forward to integrate that into that. So shutting down the campus automatically based on including from the body temperature as well. So that can be controlled. So it's been available, most of the So there are some cameras, they're actually testing it because the city of Las Vegas, CIO is a good friend of mine. We've been testing based on the driving action. Like if somebody gets into the car, the way they take up the car, you can identify if the person is drunk or not. So they're working on that to help these systems. So these are the things we can work on it, including searches like emergency searches, any break-ins. Even if a registration, the cars it's not registered, if you're driving on campus, it automatically takes the DMV record and immediately sends the photo messages.
Thank you. That was really interesting, and I'm so glad to hear that you're working with a PD out there because this is important. Thank you so much, young man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Regent Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from Regents? Hearing and seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today and for the campus take on that. I'm hearing from several Regents that we need to take a break, and so at this time, I'm also hearing that lunch is ready. So I think what we're going to do is go to lunch and take about a half-hour break, if that's okay. I see Arnold back there, like, it was almost time, but yeah. So we're just gonna take that break, and then we'll come right back to item number 14. So we'll come back at noon. Thank you. Okay, we are going to get started once again, and we'll pick it up with item number 14. University Police Services critical labor shortage designation. And for this, I will turn the floor over to Interim Chief of Police, Southern Command, Arnold Vasquez.
Is it going? All right, we're good. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chair Carvalho. And good afternoon, everyone. Vice Chair Downs, thank you. Regents, Chancellor, and Presidents, good afternoon. Thank you for your time this afternoon. For the record, my name is Arnold Vasquez, Interim Director for University Police Services. What I'm here to present and request for board approval is to redesignate the University Police Officer 1, Police Officer 2, and Public Safety Dispatcher positions as critical labor shortage positions pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 286.523, retroactively to September 8th, 2024. This section allows the employment of retired employees to fill a position for which a critical labor shortage exists. The statute allows for this designation to be in place for 2 years, after which each position must be requested for an extension of up to 2 more years. This designation was originally approved for these positions on September 8th of 2022. That designation has since expired on September 8th of 2024. As previously presented to the board, law enforcement agencies throughout the county are experiencing historic and unprecedented recruitment and retention impacts, and we are no exception to that. To provide context for this request, I would like to share some background and highlight the current challenges we face in recruitment and retention within our department. Excuse me. Since 2022, 42.8% of our workforce has separated from service. This equates to 48 total separations out of a workforce of 112 during that period, including 25 sworn officers and 4 dispatchers. Staffing has since stabilized on the administrative and support staff front, as we have all filled all but 2 positions. However, despite year-round recruitment efforts, there still remains 17 sworn vacancies, with 10 of those remaining vacant for at least 3 years. Recruitment remains a significant challenge due to the highly competitive labor market for law enforcement, and it's compounded by reduced employee benefits. Although university police starting salaries are comparable with other law enforcement agencies in the Valley, we are the only agency in the region that requires the employee to cover 100% of their PERS retirement contribution, which currently stands at 25.75%. in which we are expecting to see an increase of 4.25% this upcoming fiscal year, bringing that total to 30%. Any pending COLA or cost of living adjustment would help offset this increase. However, that remains uncertain at this point. And just to put some other things in context, Las Vegas Metro Police Department, Henderson Police Department, North Las Vegas, to name a few, have that benefit, as I mentioned, in terms of the employer-paid retirement. But also North Las Vegas Police Department, I believe it's been over the last year, has begun to offer a $40,000 hiring bonus, $40,000 hiring bonus. That's what I said. So with that in mind, why is a critical labor shortage designation necessary for us? It's essential for addressing our staffing challenges because it allows us to rehire experienced PERS, retirees without penalty, providing critical flexibility in recruitment. Since the expiration of the previous designation on September 8th of 2024, we have been unable to leverage this recruitment tool. Reinstating this designation retroactive to September 8th, 2024 would also allow us the ability to retain current staff employed under the previously approved critical labor shortage designation, as well as move forward a current pool of applicants we currently have in that applicant pool. As it stands, as of yesterday, we had 16 applicants in that pool, and we are ready to move forward with 4 of those at this point. Some of the efforts that we've done to address recruitment challenges, we're not simply relying on this particular tool to help us attract applicants. We are proactively working to address these challenges, and one of them was one of the strategies we employed in late 2023 and early 2024 is we partnered with a talent locator firm. Although we were able to cast a wider net through that firm, many of the recruits that we ended up hiring were netted from existing recruitment pools and job postings locally. The recruitment firm focused more regionally and nationally, which did actually allow us to look at our hiring procedures and help streamline that. But we did not net what we thought we would through that recruitment firm. With that being said, just like anything, we've taken notes from that particular process and have been able to advance our, like I mentioned, our selection process and streamlining that as well. We continually participate in recruitment events and explore new opportunities to expand those recruitment event efforts. Now, some of the examples as it stands now is we have a cadet program, and this has been in place for some time. That actually works very similar for us as a farm system, if you will. So what I've asked my staff to do is to also, instead of just relying on that particular pool, to connect with the criminal justice schools that we have within our institutions. And we do participate and are involved in some of those lectures and training sessions that happen on campus during class time. But what I'm asking them to do is now begin that conversation about where they can go within our department. So hopefully that will feed into that cadet program, help build that out much more deeply, and we can actually kind of keep them in-house and graduate them up the ranks. We are also in the process of launching a new recruitment campaign that focuses on community policing and targeting non-traditional candidates. I think that it's important that we look at not necessarily limiting it to criminal justice programs or people that are pursuing that particular field in law enforcement, but other areas as well. I'm an example. I worked in the casino marketing industry before I became a police officer. And in my line of work, customer service is key. You have to be able to learn how to talk to people. And that's probably the most important tool on our belt. So sometimes when we reach out and we cast that net with customer service-based experienced folks, we tend to land some really good recruits as well. So we're looking at that. We've also shifted recruitment from a collateral assignment to a full-time operation overseen by a lieutenant, HR staff, and support staff. Previously, it was assigned as an area of responsibility under at the time myself, the assistant director, and that was a collateral assignment for me. And so the ability to dedicate full-time resources is critical. It allows us to actually expedite the process, but really keep our finger on the pulse and forecast, the ability to fill attrition. Despite these efforts, our candidate pool remains limited. As you may or may not know, there's stringent hiring requirements, physical agility exams, things of that nature, background checks. As an example, this last academy, I'm really happy to announce that we graduated 4 recruits who are now in the field training program. But we started with 6, and we lost 2. And this academy that is starting on the 3rd of February, we are starting with 6. And the hope is we get all 6. So, but the reality of it is history indicates that's not always the situation. So we try to plan for that, but that is the reality. We also have the lengthy training timelines. These recruits that just graduated, they've been on the books since late July of last year. They're just now getting out into a field with a training officer. They will have an additional 4 months to 5 months before they're actually active as a solo beat officer. Not to mention that the 6 that are starting in early February, we won't see them till the end of this year. Competition with other law enforcement agencies in the Las Vegas Valley, as previously noted, has also played a factor in this, and they've also jumped on board with the critical labor shortage designation. So when we talk about, asking for this designation to continue, it's a tool for us to help leverage in a competitive hiring market. So a lot of those agencies, Henderson PD, Las Vegas Metro, Las Vegas City Court Marshals, they've all jumped on board with the same designation. So it's essentially leveling the playing field, and as I mentioned before, we're still a little bit behind that. But we aren't behind the ball. With board approval, we are able to quickly move forward on filling the positions. As I mentioned, we currently have 16 in that pool. I would like to move forward with 4 of those at least that we have in the queue, but we can't do that without the approval of the board for this designation. And our hope is that with the approval, in that particular group, they're experienced officers that would likely be in the field operating as a solo beat officer within the next 45 to 60 days. And that includes completing the background and onboarding or an orientation training piece. In conclusion, I want to express my extreme gratitude for your thoughtful consideration of this request. Your support for that continuation of the critical labor shortage designation will have a meaningful impact on our ability to serve our community effectively and maintain a well-supported and capable team. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. First, I'll go to Regent Breger.
Thank you, Susan Breger, for the record, and thank you so much for what all of your officers do on a daily basis. So how do you compete then? I didn't know about that PERS piece. How are you able to get them to come to you versus that? And then secondly, while they're in training, they're paid, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, because I
Yes.
know I'm a proud grandma of 2 Metro officers, so
Good.
I really just respect all law enforcement, always have. But so tell us how you're able to do that.
Well, so that's the trick. Arnold Vasquez for the record. That's the trick. I think right now the best thing that we have going for University Police is that we are more of a family than you may encounter at other agencies. Now, I'm not saying that in a negative way because I've had great experiences with our law enforcement partners in the Valley here, particularly Metro, Henderson, Nevada, North Las Vegas Police Department. They're really good folks there. But we have a tighter knit group of people, and that is one of our main selling points is that, we are not just a number or badge number. People know us by name. We know each other by name. And I think that feels good for people. There's a level of satisfaction there. So we really promote that. The other thing is that we have the ability to showcase or sell the fact that you can continue your education. A lot of agencies offer that, but we do have grant and aid programs within the institution in the system. So if there is somebody who wants to continue with their education, that is an added bonus for them that some of the other agencies don't have. And that includes also their immediate dependents. So that's where we do get a lot of interest.
Okay, so as we move through, and I know this is a monetary situation, but is there a way that as time goes on, maybe, we share, and I really feel strong about this, we share that cost and there's a way to eventually, to where they're not paying all of that, even part of it would help. That's a big chunk of what they do. And so I guess maybe I'll do it as a new business item to where that way we can have it come back on the agenda sooner than later, I hope, to just discuss how we could get there. I mean, even over a 5-year period.
Sure.
So I'd like to do that in new business.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I know staff would be very appreciative to hear that.
Next, I'll go to Regent Del Carlo and then Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And following up on Regent Brager's comment on the insurance, are we able to do something with that? I thought it was part of the PERS. Is it the PERS thing, or it's something that's set by the state? So do we even have an opportunity to go after that? And I see the Chancellor's chomping, so she knows the answer. Thank you.
For it. Patty Charlton, for the record, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. So yes, you're correct. Both insurance and PERS retirement are a part of the benefit packages set by the state. But I will tell you that so PEBP is the insurance, and then PERS is obviously set by the state. The differential between PERS is a higher level for police and fire anyway. It is significantly, in fact, it's the largest percentage increase that we are anticipating coming into the next legislative session. This has been a concern as we have had police officers, and Highway Patrol as well as University Police are the only entities that I'm aware of that are different within the state. So it's something that we do need to have further conversation. So I think the idea of having it as a new business item, and we can bring back those details to the board for your information so that we can enter in conversation. I can't imagine that it would be something that we could have any progress made during the 25 session, but it would be something definitely to bring back and to continue that conversation. Because basically what's happening is we're putting people through the academy, and correct me if I'm wrong, and we are getting them post-certified, in which they can very easily then go and are highly competitive and can transition and transfer to a municipality or another entity. And they already have their post-certification. So it is a concern. It reduces our ability to be competitive. And as Chief Vasquez said, their compensation is also much higher at the other entities.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Boylan and then Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I make a motion to approve, I'd like to say, I'd like to ask one question. Chief Vasquez, thanks for everything you do, but why have you said to grandfather it kind of into September 2024? What's that about?
Thank you for that question. Arnold Vasquez for the record. Yes, so as I mentioned, the original designation was approved on September 8th, 2022. It is only active for a 2-year period. If you read the statute does have some level of interpretation. Our interpretation and understanding at that time was that anyone that was hired under that designation would remain under that designation for a 2-year period. However, what PERS informed us of was that it's actually the designation authorizing the agency to hire people under that designation. So if I can make it a little bit more clear, if the designation expired at the end of this month, January 31st, 2025, and I hired somebody today under that designation, I would have them for 2 weeks employed under that designation. So I think that there's a little bit of unclarity on that, in my opinion. But I'm not a legislator or an attorney or anything like that. But it is a little bit unclear. We currently have staff employed under this designation, and without that, we would not be able to retain that staff member.
Okay, so I think we need to have a conversation. 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 I think we need to have a conversation.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, can I make the motion now?
Sorry, there's
Madam
a,
Chair?
yes, I apologize,
Okay.
Regent Boylan.
No worries.
I do have one other regent who'd like to,
Sure.
to make a comment first, if you would mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Regent
No,
Kokachir.
not at all. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to walk back with you now. Now, you say they're paying 100% of their PERS benefits?
That's
Is that what
correct.
you said?
Yes.
I don't understand how that's even possible. Any state and local government pays 50%. And it is additional when it comes to police fire, and it's a higher rate. But I mean, again, that has to be determined by the NSHE system, that's the local government. So I think we have the ability to say, and again, how many employees we talking?
For our, I'm sorry.
The whole statewide.
Statewide, I'm not 100% certain on that, but I know it's certainly not at the levels of, what you'd experience at some of these larger agencies like Las Vegas Metro.
Oh, no, or even
Right.
even Nevada State Police, 150. But again, I would think very similar to City of Sparks or someplace up north. But again, they pay, that agency pays their retirees. So I'm struggling with new guy on the block but how this can happen. Because anybody that's working for Clark County, City of Las Vegas, is getting at least half of theirs paid.
Chancellor Charlton.
Yes. So thank you. So Chair Carvalho, on behalf of the system, and I'm going to ask Chris Fatone also to weigh in. So Chancellor Charlton for the record, but we do have fringe benefits that are provided for our police. So there is the employee, employer paid, and then there's the employer. So there's a reduction of the salary to offset, but we do get funding for their PERS. It's just that when they are at other agencies, the entire amount of the PERS is paid. It's a different structure. So I don't know if Chris Fatone wants to just clarify that. We do get funding for their retirement, but it is not addressing 100% of what their need is. So, Vice Chancellor?
Just to turn on one more time. All right, Madam Chair, if I may. Okay, then, so they are technically getting half their benefit, their PERS paid.
Chris Fatone, for the record. I think the other distinction is that the city and other municipalities, they're technically treated as being on the employer-paid PERS alternative, so that they are technically contributing half through a salary reduction. It's just that all of their employees are in the employer-paid equivalent program. So all the employees there are no employees that are making a contribution directly out of their earnings. It's all employer-paid, but technically it's treated as half paid by the employee through a salary reduction.
Right.
And
I understand that that's available to any local government employee as well if you want to completely pay it, but then you have the ability of taking half that money back at the point if you retire early or don't complete your 5 years or don't become vested. I understand that, but but technically then you are getting a piece of it paid. Yeah, so that's what blew me away. I'm saying, whoa, that can't happen. All right, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Regent. If I can add one thing to that piece quickly, my intent wasn't to necessarily focus on that piece of it for today, but it is something that as a chief, I'm looking at ways to make us much more competitive in the market and retain those folks. I don't want us to be a training ground. So, in order to help paint a full picture, I wanted to bring that up, but that wasn't my intent to start this. I think that might be something for another day.
And I agree, and I definitely support, and I know how well the critical shortage, it works everywhere, especially in the rural. We're all dependent on that. So I'm very supportive of it, and I'm very supportive of the discrepancy there. It's not fair when the state pays 100%, local jurisdictions pay 100%, and yet you're requiring an employee to pay half. There is no parity there. So I'm supportive of working forward on that, but I just needed to clarify that. That would be illegal for us to make them pay 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Arascata and then one from Regent Goodman. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Vasquez, is this issue also through statewide or in the north in regards to the shortage?
Arnold Vasquez for the record. The labor shortage itself, is that the question? Yes. So to my understanding, I don't know that they are at a critical state in the Northern Command. I have spoken to Chief James on this, but I don't know if the Chancellor has anything she'd like to add on that.
Yeah, so thank you, Regent Arascata, for the record, Patty Charlton. So we do have conversations with Chief James, Chief Vasquez, and myself. This designation would be for all of NSHE, so if Chief James had a similar need, it would be something that they could take advantage of as well. I don't believe that he has used this, but we do have this designation, and then we have a second designation that was approved by the board in the fall for, I believe it was in the fall or spring, for supervisors and others. And so this would be something available, and I think it will only become more and more competitive in this area for utilization. But we do talk about that as a group, the two chiefs and myself.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Regent Goodman?
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve the adoption of the written findings that support designating a critical labor shortage for UPD University Police Officer 1, University Police Officer 2, and public safety dispatcher positions based on the criteria set forth in NRS 286.5235. Approval to designate UPD University Police Officer 1, University Police Officers 2, and public safety dispatcher positions as critical need as defined in NRS 286.523.
Second. Thank you. So I do have a motion from Regent Goodman and a second from Regent Brown. Any other discussion? Seeing none? Yes, please, Regent Goodman, or Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am. You forgot, I earlier said that before I make a motion, and you said, let's wait till these other questions are answered. I don't mind. Well, Regent Goodman has said a lot of good stuff there, better than I could have said it. But I did have something to say about this. I think we need to always keep in mind that whenever there's problems, who's the people we go to? The police. And we never seem to have enough of them. So I'm really in support of this. And I thank Regent Goodman for that wonderfully eloquent way of saying that. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. So at this time, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Chief Vasquez.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
At this time, we'll go back to item number 8, which is Nevada open meeting law. And for this, I will turn the floor over to Nevada Chief Deputy Attorney General Rosalie Bordelev. Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. I think, is it this laptop? Or it's up there? Okay. I didn't know if there was a way to view the note slides, but that's fine. Well, then, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, the clicker's here, yeah. I'm Rosalie Bordelev, Chief Deputy Attorney General of the Boards and Open Government Division at the Nevada Attorney General's Office. We house the open meeting law enforcement unit, so that is why I'm often the one here talking about open meeting law. Today's training is going to be a general overview of the law. And I'm definitely open to questions as we go. I'll try, I know sometimes I go a little fast, so I'll try and take some breaks and request questions from everyone as I go. I'm generally going to cover what the law is, how it applies, compliance, and how violations are dealt with by our office, as well as the courts. And a little bit on disclosure and abstentions, though I believe you have an ethics training right after this, so I won't spend a lot of time on that because that does fall under the ethics law. I just always throw a little bit in. So the Nevada open meeting law declares, it's housed in NRS chapter 241, and it declares that all Meetings of public bodies and all actions of public bodies need to be conducted openly, and their deliberations conducted openly. This is the stated intent by the legislature. It guides the interpretation by our office as well as by the courts. So any exceptions to the law are strictly construed in favor of openness. So to start with, of when the OML applies. The first is the open meeting law applies to public bodies in Nevada. So as the Board of Regents, you guys know you're a public body. However, the definition of the public body, which is contained in Chapter 241, includes subcommittees. It can also include the boards of certain corporations, depending on how they are formed. So a lot of it goes into how the public body is formed. And the reason I mention it is I know you guys form a lot of subcommittees, sometimes some nonprofits and other things, and that can fall into this public body definition. If you're ever unsure, consult your legal counsel. That's something they frequently are looking into in terms of those creation elements. But the open meeting law does only apply to public bodies. And there are several definitions strewn about the NRS for various public bodies. There are certain types of public bodies as well as certain functions of them that can be exempted from the law. However, those are usually in specific statute, not in Chapter 241, but contained in the chapters specific to those bodies. So if you're ever on a body that may have one of those, your legal counsel should know about it. So then not every gathering of a public body is a meeting under the law. To have a meeting, you need a quorum of members together with deliberation or action. So Nevada's a strict quorum state under the OML, that's a simple majority or another proportion established by law. So many public bodies in their creation documents, whether that be executive order, a statute, whatever it is that created them, may establish what is a quorum. And if there is a specific quorum standard contained in that legal authority, then it is, that would control. But where there is no established quorum standard, the general one in the OML applies, which is a simple majority of members. And then there must be either deliberation or action. Deliberate is defined in the OML. It means to collectively to examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for or against an action. Action, as you know, especially with elected bodies, it's a majority vote. It can be a little bit broader of a definition for appointed bodies. I'll mention appointed body, the differences between elected and appointed throughout this training, because while you are an elected body, those apply to you when you're acting as a whole, but some of your subcommittees that may have other members on them or other bodies that you participate as a member of this body could fall under that appointed body standard, which sometimes has a little bit looser rules. But the reason I kind of point at deliberation is because there frequently can be functions that you may attend, whether they be a social function, a training, a professional function, where a quorum of you may be there. That does not in and of itself make a meeting. However, what you discuss could make it a meeting. And if it's not agendized and treated as a meeting, that's where you could have a problem. The deliberation is the main thing. The caution I usually give is if all of you are at a function, there's frequently various NSHE or other university functions that I'm guessing a quorum of you may end up being at. If those occur, avoid discussing matters within the jurisdiction and control of your body if there's a quorum of you together. The other thing I need to touch on is serial communications, those last bullet points on there. A constructive quorum can exist when you have less than a quorum speaking together. If a series of conversations, whether they be in person, electronic, via phone, whatever it is, if a series of conversations eventually reaches a quorum, that could create a constructive quorum, which would be a meeting under the law. And if it didn't occur during an open meeting, could violate the law. The best way I kind of can explain that one is by example. So you have a 7-member body who holds a meeting. After the meeting, as members are making their way to the parking lot, planning to head home, members A, B, and C, 3 members, not a quorum, talk about an issue that was raised during public comment that they've requested be on a future meeting. It's an issue of importance. They talk about their opinions, what they plan to do about it. Then a week later, before that future meeting, member A runs into member D at a social function. And the two of them start talking about the same issue. And member A says, well, members B and C had this to say. This is what they thought. Well, now you have 4 members, which is a quorum, who have collectively exchanged facts, opinions regarding an issue within the jurisdiction and control. And that would fall under the definition of a meeting and be a problem. So I try and kind of hamp on that to make sure you guys are aware of the issue, because it's a way to accidentally run into problems. And
Sure.
it looks like we have a question. Yes.
Well, I have a question here from Regent Brown, it looks like.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. Is it 4 is always a quorum, or 4 in your only scenario?
This scenario was a 7-member body.
Okay.
So 4 was a simple
just wanted
majority.
to-
Yeah.
I was like, because we have 13.
Yes.
I know
So
people
for
aren't happy about
you,
that.
then
but
you
we have
reach 7.
13.
It's 7, yeah.
Okay,
So
I
it's
just wanna-
it's your it's what would be a quorum. And this hypothetical had 7 members, so 4 was a quorum. Larger bodies, at times it can be a little bit easier because it requires more of you to reach that quorum. Yeah.
Rosalie, we have kind of a follow-up question also from Regent Breaker.
So my question is, and I've already asked, legal knows I've asked this, I still do not, I don't like to use the understand because I do understand it. So Chancellor Chair, there's 5 of us on the committee. But the AG, correct? The AG said, was it the AG? Help me out here. That 2 would be a quorum, and this hurts my head. Because if we want to read, and it's a committee of the board, if we want to read the applications, I'm the only one that gets, myself or like Heather or Carol, and Regents, are the only ones that can read the applications when there's 5 on a committee. Why is one, more than one would be a quorum? It still makes me crazy.
Because and I think Rosalie will kind of
I know you guys-
illustrate that when there's subcommittees, there is a special
So that's a
rule.
special, and I'm not
Yeah.
discounting that.
So if you wouldn't mind kind of touching on that scenario.
I don't want to advise on a specific one during the training, but I will say when you have a
How would we
subcommittee,
learn?
the body is the subcommittee. So the lesser, your quorum is now a smaller number because the body is the subcommittee. Now, when you're deliberating on something, it's within the jurisdiction and control of the subcommittee. So it's within the subcommittee's business. You don't want to reach a quorum of the subcommittee. So it varies based on the subcommittee's rules on what is a quorum.
And I'm going to interject. If there's 5 on the subcommittee, what's a quorum to what the open meeting law says? And these guys argue with me all the time on it, but it hurts my head because I don't see how 2 would be a quorum out of 5. I mean, I understand quorums. I'll call you some other time, but they've given me the answer like probably 10 times, but it hurts my head because I don't see how 3 would be a quorum, 2 would not be a quorum.
Just really quick, Jimmy Martinez for the record. The issue that she's referencing is not a quorum issue.
Okay.
It's actually an issue of whether you created a subcommittee.
Separate subcommittee.
That is subject to the open meeting law.
But it's, okay, I'm never going to get it, but I'll abide
So
by it.
I guess, and I'll put this, and this is an important one to hit because there are a lot of public bodies and members who may mistakenly create a subcommittee. So a subcommittee isn't necessarily just created by official action saying we are going to create this subcommittee, we are designating this member and this member during a public meeting. Ideally, that's how all your subcommittees get created, is that you have specifically via action at a meeting said this. But we have found in an opinion in the past where there was 2 members of I want to say it was a town board, started acting as a subcommittee. They started meeting together.
Well, that makes sense to me, though.
Meeting together, and I want to say it was on fences. It was something of the sort. They were meeting together. They were making recommendations to the larger town board regarding what it should do, and the town board started treating them as a subcommittee. and accepting those recommendations. And so then we found that that was a subcommittee, even though it was
Okay.
never formally created. So
And
that
I
could be some
I
of
don't
the
want to
wording.
take you off your task, but I'm never going to get it. I'm just going to admit that. That 2 out of 5 would be a quorum, but I will abide by the rules, so.
Well, but before we move on, I do think that Regent Del Carlo also has a question for you really quick.
Okay, this is not my question, but this was texted to me by someone's watching. So it says, what does the word collective imply here? You said that really early in your thing.
Yes, so I think in talking about serial communications, the collective deliberation, it means you have to have more than one. And actually, I usually touch on this more in the email one, which is on this slide too. So the email communications where they can reach this collective deliberation as well. You'll notice probably when you get correspondence from staff where they send an email out to everybody, it's BCC'd to everyone, so you can't click reply all and talk to everyone. That's done intentionally. We often recommend it because, again, that there's that mistake in wanting to share your opinions with everybody and clicking reply all, and you can have these same serial communications via email. The collective is if one member of this body were to send an email to all other members expressing their opinions on an issue within your jurisdiction and control, saying, this is what I think of this, we need to put this on an agenda, we should all vote this way, whatever it is. That email in and of itself, while we caution against those because they can create problems, the one email in and of itself would not violate the OML because that email is not a collective discussion. So others haven't shared input. However, if somebody then clicks reply all and starts responding and everybody's hearing that, you probably created that collective discussion. It is that it needs to be collective. And we have a few opinions on the issue that have come up where one member starts to talk about something during a meeting that maybe wasn't quite properly noticed or something else, but they're the only member that talked about it and nobody else said anything. Often we can say, well, they didn't as a body discuss this. The meeting deliberation requires collective discussion. It's that exchange of facts. One person isn't deliberating on behalf of the body. So if that helps explain the, I guess, collective.
I'll let you know when I get another text. And I had one other question. And you've touched, I think, on this, but does one member speaking on a topic qualify as deliberation?
Usually not when one member talks about the topic. It often, and we've had some opinions, I think, that touch on the, I'll get into notice requirements when talking about character, but we've had some opinions where somebody's character might be brought up by one member, but no other member says a word about it. Well, they didn't collectively discuss character. And I recommend against that happening because, I say when we adjudicate open meeting laws, and that's a slide towards the end of how we address things, but we're looking at the line of violation, no violation. And we are going to toe that line exactly if we're adjudicating a complaint. And it's whether it's a violation or not a violation. If I'm advising a body, I'm going to keep them on the no violation side as far as I can because I don't want them to get the complaint. And so in the trainings, the same is true. I'm trying to kind of explain it well because you really don't want to be walking right on the line because if you go over even a little bit, you've got a violation. So I, like I said, would always recommend against talking about something that if somebody else says a word, you've got a violation, that's problematic. But usually if one person says something, that in and of itself isn't deliberation. So then I'll go on a little, the first bullet point there, gathering at a social function or a training is not a meeting as long as there's no deliberation or action. So we've talked about that deliberation. Professional gatherings, trainings are the same, though we often recommend trainings occur like this one today during a public meeting because that allows you to kind of have the freedom to ask whatever questions you want. And if those questions touch on something in your jurisdiction control, it's okay because you've agendized this thing. You're in public, you're part of a public meeting. If a training is truly a training where information's being presented to you, questions may be asked of the presenter, but they don't get to that deliberation, it does not have to occur during a public meeting. But like I said, we often recommend that they do because it gives you a lot more flexibility and to not worry about accidental violations. Also, as you're getting questions in from the public, it's very helpful for it's usually public bodies that come request training from our office, but it's very helpful for the public to get this training, to understand the law, because we also get a lot of complaints to our office based on misunderstandings of the law. Because, I mean, it's a statute, it's not a lot of the public attending meetings aren't lawyers understanding every bit of it. And then the main exception, and I think the only real exception to the law that's contained in Chapter 241, though, like I said, there are exceptions to functions of bodies, certain bodies as a whole, various things throughout NRS. The attorney-client exception is contained in Chapter 241, and that is an exception to the definition of a meeting. And that is, you may meet with your counsel to discuss potential or existing litigation, receive advice, and you may even deliberate during those attorney-client sessions outside of a public meeting. It's a complete exception, so we try not to use the term closed session because that has a different definition under the open meeting law that I can talk about later, but the attorney-client session doesn't need to be agendized. It could occur over the phone. It doesn't need to be recorded. It is completely outside of the definition of a meeting. And it does allow for deliberation. It does not allow for action. So where that line kind of is, your attorneys could potentially even pull you on, we actually have an opinion where we found that that would fall under deliberation but not action, saying, is this a settlement you would accept? Now, you cannot give authority to enter into a settlement without taking that action in public. It can be delegated. I'll touch on that later. So that could be delegated. It's slightly different. But if you as a quorum of a body are meeting together because you're a party to some litigation and your counsel is saying, here we're advising you, we're in settlement negotiations, here's some potentials, what would you potentially accept? You can give that guidance to your attorney. However, they then, once they have this settlement agreement, need to bring it back and say, nobody can sign it that doesn't have official authority. That attorney-client session can't give that authority. Like I said, I'll touch on the delegations. If you have a delegation that has happened during a public meeting, that authority can go to somebody else outside of a meeting, but the delegation itself has to occur during a public meeting. But that one's a big one, and it's sometimes misunderstood because a lot of times it'll be right before or after a meeting that a body might get together with its counsel because that's when they're all present. That's when they're all there. That's when it's easy to do it and get counsel in together, and we'll get a lot of complaints. But if it is regarding legal advice, it's to protect the attorney-client privilege, and that can occur outside of a meeting. So once you know that you're a public body, you are going to have a meeting, what do you need to do to comply? The biggest thing would be open it to the public, and you need an agenda and notice. It needs to include the time, place, location of the meeting, or information on a remote technology system if there's no physical location. There is a pretty long list of requirements contained in 241.020. Your staff has templates where they put those requirements in, so I'm not going to get into detail on every little one. What I do try and make sure public body members are really aware of is the posting deadlines. The agenda needs to be posted by 9 a.m. of the third working day before the meeting, and that is a hard deadline. Agenda items cannot be added after that deadline. And often to get all the agenda posting completed, staff needs at least a day in advance to make sure that it's uploaded to websites on time, the Nevada Notice website, physically posted in the right location. So we ask that public body members usually be cognizant of these deadlines and check with their staff if somebody else is going to do the posting as to when information agenda items are needed so that they are there. Because after that 9 a.m. deadline, you cannot add an item or substantively change an item. You can remove an item because items can be removed even during the meeting. That won't ever violate the open meeting law, but you can't add anything after that 9 a.m. deadline. You also need to send that notice to persons who've requested notice of meetings. Public bodies need to keep a standing list, though it does lapse in 6 months. And notice that has to be sent, but that's kind of in a lot of those little requirements that your staff usually is keeping tabs on all of. Oh, I pressed the wrong button and went backwards. There we go. Some additional requirements.
Rosalie,
Yes.
just a minute.
Questions?
Regent Gokachia has a question for you again.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you have this meeting,
Mhm.
and then someone challenges, they say it was improperly agendized, there was
Yes.
something improper. How do you cure that?
Well, if they've said this and you believe that that may be the case prior to the meeting,
No, typically you are challenged after the meeting.
you're challenged after the meeting. I'll get to some of that. You
Okay,
can
all
take
right.
corrective action. It's on some later slides, but I don't mind. If within 30 days you take corrective action, whether that is redoing the action, if you want it to stand, whatever the corrective action needs to be, but within 30 days, if you've taken corrective action, it's prospective only, but it will lead to us essentially not doing anything on the violation. If it looks like a public body was within that 30 days taken it, that cures it. The corrective action is prospective only. So what that means is you need to truly redo the action. And it is valid as of when you take the corrective action. It's not retroactive. But you also can't just rubber stamp what you did. So if you completely failed to agendize the meeting, you deliberated and took action on something, you have to act as if that prior thing didn't occur and redo the discussion so that the discussion's in public. You can't just say, oh, we're rubber stamping. Now, if there was a thorough discussion and it's hard to do, but it was recorded, sometimes maybe allowing that recording to be supporting material, having a new public comment. There are ways that you might be able to incorporate some of the prior, but you need to make sure that it's available to the public, et cetera.
Thank you.
There are a chunk of additional requirements listed here. I'll go through kind of quick because I will try and keep to an hour in today. But public bodies need to make reasonable efforts to assist and accommodate persons with physical disabilities desiring to attend their meetings. There is additional notice required for consideration of a person's character, misconduct, or competence, or to take administrative action against a person. That notice can be as long as 2 weeks, depending on how it's sent. So it's recommended that if you are going to do that kind of thing, consult your counsel, make sure that you're adequately noticing. It is a waivable notice. So if you have that person, you want to hold it sooner and the person is in agreement with you that they want it held sooner, you can go ahead and get the waiver. I always recommend you get the waiver in writing. So if they challenge it later, you can give us that waiver. But there isn't a requirement in the law that it be in writing. And I've had that waiver just be put on the record before during, your recording audio, the person comes in and says, okay, I'm waiving the notice. That would be enough too, just that you can prove that it happened. In addition, minutes must be kept. I have the statute up there, 241.035. It contains some specific requirements regarding your minutes. And they need to be approved at the next meeting or within 45 days, whichever is later. So for bodies that meet frequently, that means you need to be pretty on top of your minutes and get those approved pretty quickly. For some bodies that don't meet often at all, that next meeting is usually going to be after the 45 days, but you need to make sure that minutes get approved at that time. Supporting material is an issue that I think has caused some confusion lately. I try and touch on issues that I get a lot of complaints about, and that supporting material is one. It is required to be available to the public at the time it's provided to members of the body. That could be at the time of posting of the agenda, that could be later. We get a lot of complaints, or at least we have recently, regarding supporting material not being posted along with the agenda. It is not necessarily required to be posted with the agenda. It is defined as material that's been given to at least a quorum of members of the body regarding, or that a reasonable person may consider regarding an item on a posted agenda. So if it's been provided to members of the body long before an agenda was posted, it becomes supporting material when the agenda was posted. It needs to be available to the public at that time. If it's not provided to members till during the meeting, it needs to be available to the public in attendance at the meeting. If there's no physical location, then you have online posting requirements. There are actually no online posting requirements for statewide bodies. There are some for some municipalities, but they are 24 hours after the meeting. And generally, there aren't a lot of online posting requirements for supporting material. That being said, I highly recommend, if you have the capability, post supporting material online. It cuts down on having to print it, cuts down on requests for supporting material, staff time, all of it. But if you are going to, the main thing for members to be wary of in that one is if you were to give out a document of some sort that reaches a quorum of members, it's an article, it's something relevant to your body. You really want everybody to see it and you give it out. Make sure your staff's aware of it too, because the situation where you're gonna have a problem is a member gives it to a quorum, it's an article, they send it out, they think it's interesting, they say this, we should be concerned about this. Another member says, you're right, we should. Let's ask for this to be put on an agenda. This is all members trying to do their job. It's great. And then, but if staff doesn't have it and doesn't include it in supporting material, then you have a problem. So it's usually helpful to just make sure they're aware. And emergency meetings, those used to be incredibly rare. Then we had a pandemic and they happened a lot. But an emergency meeting may only be called where the need to act upon a matter is truly unforeseen, and circumstances dictate immediate action is required. So when an emergency meeting is called, you need to comply with as much of the OML as you can. Open it to the public, record it, plan to make minutes. Usually what you can't do is post 3 days in advance because it's an emergency. And that's usually but post with as much time as you can. And the big one there is you also can only act upon the items that pertain to the emergency. So you can't say, well, we're gathering everybody together tomorrow for an emergency meeting. Let's go ahead and throw a couple other things on that we needed to get done. If they don't pertain to the emergency, they need to be noticed. If you can notice those items over 3 days, they need to be another meeting. That being said, you can say you have an already scheduled meeting and the day before that meeting, something comes up that is an emergency. You can add it as an emergency item, effectively. It would fall under that same emergency exception to the time. Before I get into public comment, which is an area we get lots and lots of complaints, are there any other questions on what I've done so far? Okay. So public comment is obviously, it's a very important area of the law and is a big part of why it exists. It's allowing for that public input. There are two ways that you can meet the minimum requirement, but I do want to preface that with saying you can always have extra public comment, and that's really never a problem. We often recommend it, and it doesn't, you need to agendize at least the minimum public comment periods and hold those. But if mid-meeting you decide you want to add some more because something came up and there's public here that you want to hear, let them speak. That's great. And you're not going to have a violation for having extra public comment. Those two minimum requirements. The most common option is having a general public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, or that one at the beginning can be limited to items on the agenda. And then having another one prior to adjournment that is general on anything within your jurisdiction and control. That's the most common format. Again, covers that minimum. And you can have extra if you want, but it'll meet the minimum requirements. The other option, though, which is completely permissible, specifically listed in the law, is to have public comment instead of that period at the beginning. You have it on each action item after discussion by the body, but before a vote. And each action item as you go, and then a general one again prior to adjournment. You have to have that general one. There was an amendment to the law in one of the last two sessions that requires, if you have a multi-day meeting, which I know you guys do a lot, you need to have at least 2 periods each day. You need to allow a general period on each day of that. That was a change in the law. And I think we may have a question.
Yes, Madam Chair.
He was raising his hand.
I appreciate you seeing that. Go ahead, Regent Boylan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bottlelove, AG, so nice to see you again. I had 2 questions about open meeting. Now, if a regent, let's say myself, were to sit in my seat and make a public comment, I've been told by one of our lawyers that I would not be covered legally if I said something. If I was sitting there, I must go and stand at the podium. That makes no sense to me. Would they say that to me if I was handicapped and I couldn't get up and go there? It was an issue. What's it got to do with my butt sitting in one place or standing up that I would not be covered legally for what I say during that meeting? Could you explain that? And then I have another.
I mean, on the handicap issue, I'll kind of sideline because that one, if there's an accommodation that can change a lot of things if you're doing something based off a specific accommodation request, but each one of those is factually unique and kind of has to be tailored to whatever the accommodation is. Other than that, members can make public comment. In terms of where people are sitting for public comment, usually that is left to the chair or bylaws or other policies regarding running of the meeting, where exactly you physically may be. As far as the OML is concerned, public comment, but I just want to clarify that I know you guys have extensive bylaws in other areas that I'm not versed on. As far as the open meeting law is concerned, I don't know that it necessarily matters where a person is sitting, so long as it is clear if it's during a public comment period that what is being said is public comment versus part of the meeting. Members are permitted to make public comments along with anybody else.
All right, but quick question there. It's not in our bylaws. I've looked at it thoroughly, but I've been told that by a lawyer. And the next one is, I've been asked by a lawyer to go and stand there and speak. Why? I've been elected by the people and I am regent during the meeting. After that, I'm on my own. I can take care of myself. So where do these lawyers of ours get these ideas? Because they answer to the board, we don't answer to them. But they have this distinct idea that we must listen to. No, go and stand there at the podium. Who the fudge is a lawyer to say that to an elected official? Because it's nowhere in the NRS and it's nowhere in our bylaws. I have this issue with them all the time. So you said it's not in the NRS, and I'm telling you it's not in the bylaws. So it is, they are wrong, very wrong, right?
I'm not going to sit here and give specific advice on specific, because I'm here as a training. I will say, it's often up to a chair how to run a meeting. There could be attempts to avoid any allegation that the public comment of a member is being treated as the public comment of non-members, and they want to treat all public commenters the same. There's a lot of discretion is given to the chair of the meeting on how to run the meeting. That is, there's a lot of case law actually supporting that discretion. So I'm not here to say that any specific statement during a meeting is impermissible or permissible without being able to kind of do a full analysis. And that's why we often, in those situations, would say defer to legal counsel.
No, I was not asking for legal advice. Since it's a training, I'm pretending I'm in class and I'm asking my instructor a question. I was just asking for an answer, and I think you made yourself
The lawyer's
clear.
favorite answer is it depends.
It depends. I know that. I love that. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's great seeing you again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got a queue of regents asking to speak. So next I'll go to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And it's on this minimum requirements, the two options. So we do have multiple day meetings in our quarterly. So it's a Thursday, Friday normally. So we start after the pledge and all that with public comment. And at the end of the day, we do public comment. It's all the same meeting. And then again, the next morning, we start with public comment and end the day with public comment. So are we going above and beyond with those two extra public comments, or could we just start Thursday morning, day one, public comment, and Friday at the end of the day, public comments.
So the law was changed, I want to say 2021, that added a requirement. So now you, with the multi-day meetings, you are required to have it each day. Have
Okay.
both each day.
I appreciate that, because I always
Yeah,
wonder.
you are now required. It changed a few years ago. I think
okay.
since you've been a regent, it changed.
Okay.
And so the previous, we had advised previous to that change in the law, that you could do the first one on the beginning of the first day and do your final one at the end of the last day. But like I said, there was a change to the law for multi-day meetings that now it needs to be.
Okay, so if it was a multi-day meeting was 3 days, you would do the same thing at the beginning, at the end of the day, beginning and end of the day? Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I have a question. Is there a certain time limit that's required for public comment? So, when people come up, typically we give them 3 minutes. Can that be, like when we see that there's a lot, can that be limited to 1 minute? Is there any law that precludes that?
Currently, no. There is no, it's a reasonableness standard that you have to allow reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. There can be reason, and time is the most common. There is a law that the agenda needs to list restrictions on public comment. I don't believe we have any specific decisions saying whether or not, some agendas will say the chair may place a time limit, and then they alter that time limit depending on how many are there because for a general. So, and there is no specific, our opinions as well as case law aren't specific to a certain time saying it always has to be this amount of time. It's a reasonableness standard. It depends what is being said, how many people you have, kind of what is going on, whether a 1 minute, I have never seen this, but if somebody said you have 10 seconds, every person has 10 seconds, that probably wouldn't be reasonable. But I can't
But
say
30
as an
seconds
outset
would.
what exactly would be reasonable in terms of it. I see 1 minute time limits. I usually only see those in situations where there's a lot of people. And so the total public comment period is still very long. It might not be reasonable to say where you say, okay, we have 10 people here, we're giving you 1 minute apiece. Well, that's probably not going to be reasonable.
I understand. We've had meetings where we've had 4 hours of public comment, and it would be great to know what the tools are for us, moving forward. It's just
I've also
what we can
seen
do.
total limits on public comment before too. Again, it would need to be reasonable. That says we're going to take public comment. I don't love them because it's really hard to see what's going to be reasonable, but I have seen total limits saying capping the whole public comment period. Then you have to be really careful to make sure that it's first come, first serve. There's nothing in any way making it so that somebody can make an argument that it in some way you were only allowing one viewpoint or something else,
Right.
a restriction on who got to speak.
And if I may, Chair, also, does that need to be agendized? So let's say that it's a large amount of people and we have public comment in the beginning. Two parts of this question. Do we have to agendize to say that the chair has the ability to limit your speaking time? Does that need to be agendized? And then secondly, if we see that there's a lot of people, or maybe can we change it at the beginning of the meeting where you have to give your public comment after the item? Or before the item?
I have seen times where there have been, generally the OML says that restrictions on public comment must be listed in the agenda. It isn't real specific as to exactly how. And we don't have a lot of opinions on the slight technicalities, so I don't want to make those now because it'll really depend on kind of the circumstances if we were to get a complaint. I have seen situations where general public comment was taken at the beginning, but they were said specifically, if you're commenting on this specific item, please reserve it for the item. We're going to take another public comment period then. And usually that works out okay. I would be careful on it if you agendized it as a first public comment period and somebody comes up and says, I can't stay till the later one. I want to talk about it now. You should probably let that person talk about it then because you didn't agendize it later. But if people choose to wait because you're saying, okay, I'd rather hear about it at the time. it'd be better to hear about it while we're on the issue. And we would prefer it if you waited. We'll give you time then. A lot of people may choose to wait, and that's perfectly okay. But like you said, if you agendized it earlier and somebody wants to speak earlier, I would probably let them.
Thank you. And just to clarify, of course, I think we all value public comment. It's very
Mhm.
important. But at the same time, sometimes it's a necessary tool for us to be able to know how far we can go with it. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Gokachia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Right along the same lines as Regent Goodman. We have a 2-minute time, the chair sets a 2-minute time limit for public comment. And I've seen it, not in this body, but in a lot of bodies. And somebody comes up in public comment and they go 5, 6, 7 minutes. And, I've seen it happen. And then the next person comes up and goes to testify and they get cut off at 2 minutes. Could that be construed as a violation and make you open up your public comment? We've all seen it happen.
Again, it depends.
Beyond their time limit.
You can have reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, which can often include time limits. The application of your restrictions needs to be viewpoint neutral. So the fact that one person may have been allowed over and then nobody else was, it would really depend. Does it look like you have a pattern of allowing one viewpoint to speak longer and cutting off another? That's what we're going to really look at usually is there a viewpoint based? And there's also been some recent opinions of ours on the topic following some more recent, actually U.S. Supreme Court case law that has found, at least under free speech purposes, that the identity of a person can be tied to that viewpoint. So if it's if it's a person that clearly the chair has something against that person, and it doesn't really matter what they're talking about, that person's always going to get cut off, that can be tied as a viewpoint restriction.
If I may, then quick follow-up. So then, let's say it did, and typically it's not the person, but rather the issue or the side of the issue that gets the most, maybe a little more time.
Mm-hmm.
But could you then come back and say, okay, you've got to come back and open up public comment again? A do-over of
That might be a way to, I guess, cure it during the meeting. If you cure something during the meeting, that's within that.
Or if it was
right.
challenged after the fact, would you have to come back and open public
I
comment?
mean, that would be, if it was challenged after the fact and you believe that maybe there was a violation, then
Or
you
rather,
redo the item and you take public comment, or we do.
You found it was a
I
violation.
mean, if we do, again, there's that 30-day cure period. So if you can redo it without the 30 days, then, and it's complained to us, we may find a violation. There have definitely been times where the attorney who is reviewing has sat during public comment and timed each person on various viewpoints and had to say, yes, it looked like this viewpoint was cut off on a regular basis and this wasn't. But like I said, it's very fact specific in those situations.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I want to go back to what you were answering Regent Goodman's questions. And one of the examples you said is that we can ask folks to wait for a specific agenda item.
Mm-hmm.
My question to that is, does that open the possibility for person A to speak in the morning, to speak again in front of agenda item 42 and then agenda item 62? Could they technically speak at all three of those? Because those are three separate public comments where if we were to keep it just in the beginning, they would be allotted to the one time limit.
So the difference would be if you're saying we have a general at the beginning and then you end up adding one to say, if you want to talk about this item, please talk about it later. You could say when you do that, but please don't talk about that item, twice. We're not going to let you talk about that item twice. That wouldn't prevent them from talking about other stuff at the first one, then that item, then at the end. And that can sometimes be the problem with having a period after each action item, but before the vote, instead of that general, is somebody could come talk about each action item. Whereas if you have one general at the beginning, you can say you have 3 minutes to talk about all the action items you want to talk about. And different bodies do it differently. Some also say, we're going to give you 3 minutes at that beginning time per item you want to talk about. If that's a discretionary thing, it would depend. But that is true. Opening up more periods may lead to more total.
Thank you. I assumed it was yes, but I think it's just good situational
And I believe the one
awareness.
that lets you, that requires you to do, and I'd have to look back at it because it's newer, but the one that requires you to have 2 periods every day of your multi-day meeting, I believe you might be able to say the same person can't talk at each one. I don't remember if that part passed into it. Do you remember? There was a draft of it that included that restriction that you could make this, that you couldn't, that you had to give each, because not everybody could attend every day and be able to come the 3rd day to make that comment. So they had to be able to do it whichever day they were there, but you could make them only do 1 day. But I don't remember if it passed that way, so I'm gonna qualify that. I'd have to reread it.
Copy.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And this made me think of another, last year we were at UNR and we had a ton of public comment. And you were talking to Regent Gogachi about the timing for a person, if they couldn't stay. And we had an elected official there that wanted to give public comment, but students are quick. They got in that line fast. And our elected official who's in our legislature couldn't stay. And I got a text from him because I know him. He was so disappointed. He had other meetings. So is the chair able to just ever say that? I mean, everybody's time is important. I get that. But
I mean, if it's one person, again, you're probably not going to rise to the level of a viewpoint-based restriction, but you run that risk if you're prioritizing anybody during public comment. That being said, if there's somebody, you can always throw them on the agenda if there's somebody that you do want to. There's nothing that requires the actual agenda items be viewpoint neutral. You are a body, so you could, if you know ahead of time that somebody wants to speak, you could throw them on the agenda at a different time and have them come in and speak. And there's nothing saying that all your speakers have to be viewpoint neutral. It's your public comment. You have to let them speak in a viewpoint neutral fashion.
okay. I know that he did later send in a written public comment that we got, but some people, I'm sure he wanted to say it in public on the record with the audience, I know. But, I mean, we were over an hour and he had to go. So, okay. Thank
I don't have any others who are wishing to speak at this time, so you can continue.
Let's see if there's on here, generally removal, you may have encountered this before. It's not, I don't see it a lot, but the open meeting law doesn't prevent the removal of a person who willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent its orderly conduct is made impractical. And I have that in quotes on the slide because I asked chairs to really read that really well, because it's at the chair's discretion whether they want to remove a person. I often advise them to give a warning. The law doesn't require it, but that is the strict standard. And chairs, I asked to really look at that if they need to remove a person. It does occur, and usually it's because that person has made multiple interruptions, not during public comment periods, and so they get removed. And that often is a chair's main tool if somebody is being disruptive and they don't, is you can ask them to behave in other ways, and if they don't, removal is usually your only tool. And I'll note, you guys, because you're elected as a larger body, you always have a physical location, but if you do have remote meetings, and I'll talk a little bit about theirs because some of your subcommittees might be able to do that, you need to offer at least telephonic. And actually, currently, the way the law is written, you have to have at least telephonic public comment if you have members participating via remote technology system, though that may change this session to only where there's no physical location. So closed sessions, I mentioned before, the attorney-client session, I don't like to call them closed sessions because closed sessions have a specific term in the law, which is they may be held to consider the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental health of a person. They can also be held to grade examinations. They cannot be held for the appointment of a member of the public body or to consider the chief of the body or agency. And any action has to occur during the public meeting. So those closed sessions are a meeting. They just are held outside of the public, but they still need to be recorded. There need to be minutes, those sorts of things. So that's why they're different from a non-meeting or other exceptions. If you're going to hold one, I'd probably consult with your counsel to make sure you're doing it properly or when to have it. But they do happen from time to time, especially A lot of what I deal with is in the professional licensing, when you're dealing with discipline sometimes, or when you're dealing with licensing applications. Some parts of that often occur in closed and in private, but they are part of the meeting, so it carries some requirements. When it comes to virtual attendance, members of public bodies are permitted to attend virtually, so long as I have an old version of this slide. So long as there's a physical location, that is for elected bodies. You can at times, if you have a subcommittee or other that has appointed members, you may be able to, and there's lots of bodies created by statute that are all appointed, not elected. They are permitted to have an entirely virtual meeting without a location for the public. But if there isn't a physical location for the public, there must be virtual means for the public. And there's a few other requirements for how those are provided. If you do have a physical location, members can be electronic. You don't have to provide virtual means for like video means or others for public attendance, but the public needs to be able to hear and observe to the same level as members. So today's a great example. You have members who are on screen. The public can see the same screens that the other members can see. That's the goal there. Pitfall, if you have an entirely virtual meeting or at least largely virtual, we often ask that you disable the chat function or use it or request that it be used exclusively for technical difficulties and other things, because if members, the serial communications we talked a lot about, if multiple members start using a chat function to deliberate, yes, it isn't a per se violation because you're in a public meeting, but you would have to have it adequately recorded. The public has to be able to view it. There's a whole lot of requirements that would go with it, and it's probably easier to just not use it. So violations, and I'll go through this fairly quick, but the Attorney General's office has authority to investigate and prosecute violations of the OML. There is also a private right of action to somebody whose rights have been affected by a violation. They could file in court. We talked about corrective action. While it may not entirely eliminate, it can mitigate the severity. It can ensure that you can, if you're beyond the 30 days, we would still even say take the corrective action. It'll be noted in any opinion we do. It may not delete the violation, but you can also act on that new action. You can know that you did it right later and not worry that it's going to get overturned. It's prospective only, but you can still do it. So we recommend it either way. If you do it within 30 days, then you're more likely to get a no violation letter from us because that could cure it. If somebody's going to file in court, or if we are going to file in court to try and void something, it is a 60-day statute of limitations. It is short. We can investigate on a longer statute. It's 120 days if we get the complaint, unless it was hidden, such as an allegation of a secret meeting or something like that. And then we have a year. That's for when we need to receive the complaint. Opinions often are issued later. But after that 60 days, you can at least count on the action stance. It may have violated, but it can't be voided at that point. Disclosure and abstention. Luckily, I can go pretty quickly through that because you're going to hear more about it in your next presentation. But largely, it is mandatory for any interest created by a gift or loan, a substantial pecuniary interest. You can see all that's listed there. The biggest note that I try and give is if you're going to disclose and abstain, you can always ask your legal counsel as to whether or not you need to. They can often help provide language for the disclosure as well. You need to make that disclosure prior to discussion of the item. If it's something where it's mandatory for you to disclose and abstain, make that before you start discussing, because on the abstention requirement, you can't advocate for or against. And so it's really best for you to sit out. The quorum reduction, that one's real important, especially if you have something where a lot of you might be. Sometimes there's a special meeting called for an issue and I'll have a member who needs to abstain. And so they say, why do I even go to the meeting? I don't need to go to the meeting because I can't participate. That's fine in most circumstances. However, if they're going to have an issue reaching quorum, Then if the member if you want to take advantage of the quorum reduction, which there is, if you abstain, you're treated as if you are not a member of the body, if you're abstaining under the ethics law. So the quorum amount is reduced and they can have an easier time. But you have to show up at the meeting, make your disclosure, and abstain in order to take advantage of that quorum reduction. So that's just the one to kind of keep in mind, to check with. If you know there's something you're going to abstain. Larger bodies, that's probably not an issue because most abstentions are personal in nature. And so it's going to be one member, maybe two members, and you can still reach a quorum. But it's important to note it if you're going to, as opposed to just not showing up in case your body tells you, no, we need you to come and disclose and abstain, so that we have that on the record and then we can still act. Updates, new changes. I think I addressed most of those already as we went through. The quorum definition changed a little bit, but not largely. It really was just for appointed bodies. That if there's vacancies, they don't count towards the quorum requirement. That's not the case for elected bodies because most elected bodies have the ability to fill a vacancy in between elections. But the appointed bodies, they sometimes are without members for longer periods of time. The meeting definition did change in how it looks. So to anybody who's familiar with the law prior to the 2023 session, it looks different. It has the same meaning, but it's clarified to really say that you need that deliberation or action for a meeting, regardless of what you're at, training, social function, anywhere. It needs deliberation or action. And then the true exception is the attorney-client conference. There was a definition added to administrative action against a person, which triggers the notice requirement. And the notice that is required, the numbering changed. So to the extent that you have any past stuff or past trainings, past anything, note that there was a bit of a numbering change on that because it was split out from notice for real property actions. And the notice was decreased. It's the same for personal service. Instead of 5 business days, it's 7 calendar days, but it's about the same. Certified mail used to be 21 working days. It is now 14 calendar days. So those are a little easier. However, if you're complying with the old notice requirements, you'll still comply with the new ones. So that one's okay. And the quorum reduction, certain elected bodies before weren't able to take advantage of that. They now can. That's that public comment during multi-day meetings. I noted that one. And I'm running out of time, so I'm trying to just kind of hit, but I think I talked about most of these before. Plus, I believe this is available to all of you, the slides, so you'll have those. And those links on there, the first link will lead you to a version of this training that is a video you can watch on demand, so can the public, anybody can. It also has a version of, I don't know this exact PowerPoint, but one that is up to date as of the 2023 session. And that last link is our open meeting law manual. It is a little bit out of date, but it can be still a very useful resource. And any final questions? I have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. It looks like Regent Boylan
Yes,
has a
ma'am.
question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bordelove, again, without mentioning names, this time I'm going to throw 3 lawyers under the bus. Because the third one, and I'm talking about new business. Could you go over that? Because I don't think you really went over it. Because in there it says, we are not supposed to discuss anything, but we can give background, etc., etc. But that's enough. You're saying too much. There is no such thing in there as saying too much. It says you cannot discuss or take action. And I think you need, and I'm being rude now here, you need to give this presentation to our lawyers because they don't seem to understand the difference between the words discussion and statements. And a discussion is usually between 2 people, not just one person unless you're mad. So either they think I'm mad when I'm making the statements in new business, or they don't understand the meaning of the word discussion and action. Could you please explain that?
Well,
It's happened too often.
The word discuss is used in the definition of deliberation, which further muddies when you have deliberation versus discussion. And
Yes.
while new business isn't something that's defined in the law or talked about, what they're getting to is every item that is deliberated on by the body, which almost any discussion, they're stopping the discussion before it reaches the deliberation, because if they stop you after, there's already a violation. And so they're trying to keep you further on that side. New business.
If you don't mind me.
Most likely means things
I
that
butt
are
in
not
then?
on the agenda. Mhm.
Yeah, but the new business is on the agenda, but we're not discussing. I haven't discussed with anyone, and I would say, please, no one else talk about this, because I'm making the statements. I don't want it to become a discussion. I could read out 4 or 5 definitions of discussion, from the different dictionaries and all, but we don't have time, like you said, so I won't do that. So could you make that more clear, that if someone is just speaking by themselves, they're not breaking the new business laws or regulations, or just says, it says in there, you can tell the background, you can, lay the ground for it. But the minute I start talking, just more than one sentence, I'm told, oh, you can't discuss this, you're going, wait a minute. I find that really difficult. So as a teacher, you're telling me I'm your student. And please mention it again. Say that what you just said about discussion. What is a discussion? Isn't that between 2 people? A teacher?
I'm not going to speak to any specific instances or other, because I haven't been there at them and haven't seen them.
No.
All I can say is, your new business item is there as an opportunity, and that is through, I think, your bylaws and other areas outside of the law, but it's or not outside of, but in addition to the open meeting law, because it doesn't address new business specifically, but it's addressing items that are not on the agenda. And you can always ask for future agenda items. That isn't a violation of the law, bringing up an item that isn't on the agenda to say, I want to put this on a future agenda. That's obviously something that's great. That can happen outside of an open meeting as well, to say, please put this on an agenda. As far as the OML is concerned, I know your bylaws, I think, have specific ways that items get requested for agendas, and the OML doesn't address that type of parliamentary procedure. So I'm not going to speak to any, it's just you don't want to get to any, once you have reached any of that point of collective discussion of a topic that's not on the agenda, that could already be a violation. So I can say, I know when I advise bodies, I'm trying to keep them carefully on the no violation side so we don't get a complaint. I can't speak to exactly what policies this body has for purposes of a new business item, because like I said, that isn't something that's addressed in the open meeting law itself. Parliamentary procedure is something that's often addressed in bylaws or other policies that bodies create on their own.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now, how do we get in touch with you if we have a question? Because every time I try to go to the AG's office, it's the most difficult way to get a hold of anybody to talk to, or to get on their website and find a number to talk to a human being. We talked about artificial intelligence and all that stuff. Now, I like you and me talking, not going through all this,
Well, I don't think have AI used in any of our things,
Oh,
but if
okay.
you do
But how do
call
we get in touch with
our
you?
general office number, whether it's Carson or Las Vegas,
no.
they should be able to
They don't
forward
answer.
you to a DAG who is on call for open meeting law. Same as with you, if you email our general AG info, and this is to the public as well as members, anyone else, they should direct you to a DAG who, for each day, there's a DAG designated to respond. They should respond within about 24 hours. 2 calls, sometimes it's a little longer, it depends how many we get in a day, but we have DAGs assigned each day. I am still semi on leave, but you can email me questions. My response time might be a little bit longer, but your staff and others can give you my email address.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I just want to say thank you for coming today and presenting to us. It's always nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is item number 9, Nevada Ethics in Government Law. So to present to us now is Nevada Commission on Ethics Outreach and Education Officer, Sam Harvey. Hello.
Perfect. Is the audio coming through okay for everybody? Wonderful. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me a couple of moments to get set up. As the chair mentioned, my name is Sam Harvey, and I'm the Outreach and Education Officer with the Nevada Commission on Ethics. So today we are going to spend about an hour going over the
Sam, can you just move your microphone a little bit closer? Thank you.
Absolutely. Maybe. Sure. Do we have a little bit more length in the cable? Absolutely. All right, let's try that. Wonderful, wonderful. Awesome. So we'll start again. We'll spend about an hour going over the entirety of 281A. So I'll ask very kindly if we could hold questions to the end. We used to not take questions at the commission well before my time because commission staff were very nervous about taking ethics questions. We don't give legal advice. That's the job of the commission. But we take questions. We know it's a really great part of the educational process, as I'm sure many of you are well versed in best practices in pedagogy, being in your myriad of positions coming through the university system. So we will do that, I promise. Let's just try to hold them to the end to the best of our ability. All right, so what we're going to review today is the ethics law in Nevada. This is all found in NRS 281A. Don't need to tell you all what NRS means. There are many things within our colloquial understanding and use of the word ethics that seem ethical and not ethical, but today we're here to talk about what is in the ethics law specifically. So there may be things like open meeting law, for example, that comes into issues of transparency and integrity and trust that the public has in our government, but that is not under the purview of our commission, so won't be part of my presentation today, but you just covered it, so that's perfect. Okay. So what are we going to do? We're going to talk about why ethics matters, a few barriers to compliance we see some folks stumble into, what we do in the commission, as well as who and what is covered by our law. Then we'll dive into the actual details of the ethics law, notably the buckets of improper benefits, disclosure and abstention, and cooling off, which are the restrictions on how you leave public service and what you may or may not do after the fact. And finally, we'll wrap up with some resources and contact information to reach out to us after the fact. So ethics sounds like a great idea. We love words like integrity and transparency, but why do we actually have an ethics commission? The short answer is Richard Nixon. Nevada, along with many other states, went over 100 years without ethics commissions or any ethics laws on the books. This year is actually the 50th anniversary of that year of the commission existing and ethics laws in our state. So ethics commissions and statutes popped up all over the country post-Watergate, and for good reason. There's a pattern that exists where public servants want to build the trust that the public have in us, especially following a scandal. And there is, just a point of fact, a handful of states that still don't have ethics commissions, and some that go over and above and beyond and have them in addition to their state commissions. Some locals and cities have them, and that is permitted in Nevada. That's just not something any of the cities or localities currently have chosen to do. Okay, so in response to Watergate, the ethics law is written. It sets the intention to uphold ethical integrity with this statement. It's really helpful to keep this in mind as we get into the nitty-gritty of the law, that a public office is a public trust and shall be held for the sole benefit of the people. So not for the people working in government or the people that are friends with people who work in government, right? But for the sole benefit of the people. So let's talk a little bit about why this matters. Unethical conduct not only ensues scandal, but damages the public's trust in that individual, that agency, and our government as a whole. Most people in public service are in their roles to serve the public, and because they're well expertised to do so. It's, however, a lot easier to dissolve the trust the public has in us and in our government than it is to later foster and rebuild that trust. So while the commission can open cases itself, but we largely rely on people like you and members of the general public to file complaints. Without that process, unethical conduct becomes part of the status quo. So we talked about, there's typically two agents that we see being the subject of ethics complaints, and there's the people who see their role in government as an opportunity to benefit themselves, and then there's folks who stumble into it along the way and don't know how they got there. Why does that happen? Sometimes it can be lack of awareness, of our laws and best practices, and one of the reasons, many reasons why we do trainings like this is because we want to help empower all of our public servants to know what laws are beholden to them. Additionally, not knowing who to ask for help, what that process, that path to compliance might be a barrier for some folks. We've seen a lot of barriers people have expressed when they're contracting with private companies in their role in public service, because the private sector has very different normative practices that directly contradict with our ethics law. Things like giving gifts, taking you out to fancy dinners to discuss contract, are not just standard practice, but strongly encouraged within the companies that we work with. And so that can be really difficult to navigate if you're not aware of the laws that you need to follow or how to handle that situation when it's offered to you. Societal pressures as well, whether it's pressures from supervisors, whether it's pressures from outside or external forces. We know that today it's a lot harder to keep food in the fridge, make ends meet for ourselves and our families than it ever has been before. So maybe harder to say no to that gift or that fancy dinner if that wasn't something you would be able to afford otherwise, right? And so we know that it can be a challenge, but we're here to empower you with the information that you need and the best practices of, more often than not, the benefit is not worth the risk. All right, so we'll briefly take a look at what the commission is empowered to do to promote ethics and integrity. So there's three main roles of the commission: education and outreach, giving advice, and processing complaints. And these kind of straddle a prevention and enforcement stratosphere within the commission. So in recent years, the commission has focused on doing more to prevent ethics violations and serve as a resource for all public servants by prioritizing outreach and education and this arm of the commission. My position as outreach and education officer was actually created in the last legislative session in 2023, and I began in March of this year. So in addition to outreach and education, the commission can give advice on how to best comply with the ethics law through the form of responding to advisory opinion requests. It's important to note that this process is specific to your own conduct. So if you have a question about past, present, or future conduct of your own, as it specifically relates to the ethics law as written in our statute, please do submit an advisory request to us. Everyone here serving on our board falls into that category of person who can submit a request to the commission. So please, we are always encouraging our public officers and employees to do so whenever they need guidance. And it is only about your own conduct, and the process takes about 45 days. So we'll talk about ways and what paths to compliance exist when you've got a meeting next week, the agenda's just been released, and you need advice. And then on the enforcement side of things, if you're considering filing a complaint, we know it can seem fairly intimidating, but it is really just an online form, like all of the others that I'm sure you filled out in your lifetime, and we do all day long these days. You don't need to be the expert in the law, know all of the legal jargon necessarily, or even have every fact to hand. We have, give us the information. We have an investigatory team to help you through that process, talk you through what next steps will be, and to help with that entirely. Okay, so if you're asking for advice or filing a complaint, who makes those decisions? The 8 commissioners serving at the time are that's who makes the decision. Not our staff, not anybody in between, but that's who decides. The Legislative Commission and our governor each appoint half of the commissioners, and each of our commissioners serve no more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms. There's also protections established in our statute to uphold the integrity of the commission. They prohibit commissioners from holding another public office, for example, working in politics or lobbying. The statute also encourages the commission to represent a diversity of perspectives by prohibiting commissioners, more than 4 commissioners, so half of the commission being from the same political party or residing in the same county, for example. And then finally, at least 2 commissioners have to be licensed attorneys. They're doing a lot of interpretation of the law, and at least 4 must be former public officers and employees, since they're, making decisions and having an insight onto what it is like to be a public officer and employee can bring a lot of experience to the commission. Okay, so what actually gives us the authority to crack down on unethical misconduct? All of our statutes that we'll discuss today can be found in NRS 281A. We do have an administrative code. It is interesting if you'd like to read it, but if you want to know where to find the laws you need to follow, they're in NRS 281A. The NAC really just entails how our staff and commission goes about doing our jobs. And then as a disclaimer, NRS 281A is not an exhaustive list of all of the laws that you have to follow as a public servant. It is really just what is specific to what the commission has purview over. So if we didn't mention it today, you can't say, well, the ethics guy didn't talk about it, so it's not so important, right? All right. There we go. Okay, so for better or for worse, we're not a commission on good government broadly defined. If your local government or agency or your body has policies or ordinances governing ethics or public decorum, that's wonderful, but the Ethics Commission can't enforce them for you. If it's not within 281A, we can't enforce it. So I created this diagram here to give a little bit of a visual representation to our jurisdiction. All the items in the river here inform what the commission has the statutory authority to investigate, advise on, or otherwise enforce. This is known as our jurisdiction. We very frequently receive complaints about things like public records disputes, open meeting law that we all just reviewed, things like discrimination, employee mistreatment, other issues that are no less important, no less impacting our understanding of ethics as a culture, as a society, as a government, but aren't under the purview of our commission. So we also can only investigate alleged misconduct from the last 2 years. So it's really important for complaints to be filed in a timely manner. That answers the who is covered, but that answers the what is covered, but who is covered? We talked about everyone serving on our board being under the jurisdiction of the commission, but more broadly, what is a public officer and employee? Public officers and employees are defined in our statute, and they're either appointed or elected to their position. And then public employees, therefore, are everyone who works under that public officer. So, think everyone who's collecting taxpayer dollars and serves under the direction of a public officer, but not your unpaid intern, helping in the university library file books, for example. All right, so we reviewed why we have a commission, why ethics is important and what we do. We're going to dive into the law itself and start with fun legal jargon. Okay, so this is a legal detail that's really integral to our ethics law. It's called commitment in a private capacity, and we refer to it some 15 or so times within our statute. What this really means is if the interests of anyone to which you have a private commitment might conflict with your interests in your role as a public servant. Within the commission, we simply refer to this as your magical list of relationships. It's a little bit easier to say, a little bit easier to digest in our minds that way too. So commitment in private capacity, who does that include? We start off on our list with your spouse or domestic partner, as well as anyone else living in your household. And then we move to anyone within the 3rd degree of consanguinity or affinity. More legal terms, I like pictures. Consanguinity and affinities are a legal term for anyone closely related to you. You don't have to like your family or your in-laws, but any relative within 3 degrees of you or your spouse are on your magical list as you're kind of making that mental note in your head of who's on your list. So if you think of yourself in that position, at position 1, your parents, your children, and then it moves out from there. Anyone to the left of this dotted line is on your magical list, and similarly, anyone to the left of that dotted line, if your spouse was in that position, if you're lucky enough to have one, is also on your list as well. So who else? Your employer is on your magical list, but not your employees, interestingly enough, per the statute. Next, we have any substantial and continuing business relationships. So the contractors you negotiate with, as well as, if you have a business partner and you two run a food truck together, side hustles also count as substantial and continuing business relationships. So they would make it onto your magical list. And then finally, we often get frustration with this one. They say, we brought you in, we want you to tell us the law. And then you're giving us substantially similar. What does that mean? Well, anyone that's substantially similar to the rest of the people that we just talked about, the commission can consider them on your magical list. Let's give you some concrete examples of what the commission has decided in the past to give you an idea of what this really looks like. We had an interesting advisory case recently that determined the requester did have a private commitment to their ex-spouse. The facts were different than a case we had asking the same question a number of years ago. So the more recent case, the ex-spouses, they still lived together, they split bills, their teenage child still lived with them, for example. They saw each other every day. So the commission wanted to consider them on their magical list because that was a very significant private commitment. However, in contrast to the prior opinion, they asked a similar question, whether or not their ex-spouse, they needed to do something related to a conflict of interest. And the commission determined they did not have a private commitment to their ex-spouse, but the facts drastically differed. They no longer lived in the same state. They had long been empty nesters. There was no child support going back and forth, for example. They didn't talk to each other on a regular basis at all. So very different facts, similar question. So you can see why something like this exists and why we want to, have this written into the statute to make sure we can be able to broadly define what is substantially similar. So a couple of other examples that might help when you're thinking through your magical list. A member of a nonprofit board of directors is deemed to have a substantially similar relationship to that nonprofit as they were to another similar continuing business relationship, for example. And a lot of people say, well, I'm not getting paid, They take my time, they take my money, I'm busy fundraising for them and all these things. The commission has deemed that this is substantially similar, and therefore if you serve on the board of a nonprofit or similar body, that would also be part of your magical list to take into consideration. And then lastly, a volunteer firefighter, so didn't get paid, was deemed to have a substantially similar relationship to the fire department as they would to an employer who actually paid them or if they were employed by the fire department. So as you're thinking through your list, I want you to take away a couple things that aren't represented by one of the little icons on this slide. Most notably, you don't lose your humanity just because you work in public service, right? Having these relationships doesn't automatically mean you violated any ethics laws, doesn't mean you're going to ethics jail. There is also always a path to compliance within the ethics law. So we'll go over what to do when someone's interests conflict with your role at work. But no matter the circumstances, there's always best practices. There's always a way to demonstrate you are attempting to comply with the ethics law, and we'll talk about that a little bit. Okay. So we're now going to dive into the law. There's three main areas, and these buckets represent the totality of our ethics law. We'll review them in order, and the bulk of what we typically discuss, because it is the bulk of our statute, is improper benefits. We'll also discuss disclosure and abstention, and then finally cooling off, which is how you leave public service. So we're going to watch a brief video. I want you to think about two things as you're watching the video: how the public would perceive Linda and the PTA, and then be ready to answer the question, should the commission take this case?
Hi.
Hey there, new treasurer.
Oh, I just wanted to say thanks for supporting me.
You're gonna be great.
Hey, are those the bottles of wine that were donated for the auction? You need me to help you bring those in?
Oh, no, I'm taking those home. Those are really old.
Are those gift cards and candles for the auction too?
Oh, yeah, they got dirt on them. And also, that candle smells bad. Hey, do you want a bottle of wine and a bad-smelling candle? Here you go. You're on the board now.
No.
We're gonna make a great team. Bye.
So, Joanne, listen, I'm not so sure PTA members should be taking donated stuff for themselves.
You are absolutely right.
I am so glad you understand.
It's just, I put a lot of time into the PTA. I mean, it's almost a full-time job, except that it's not because I don't get paid. And sometimes, I guess in a moment of weakness, I might, order a muffin on the PTA credit card. I guess I feel like I deserve it.
Aw. Oh, don't cry, Joanne. I'm sorry I said anything. Hey, one muffin ain't nothing.
But it is, Linda. One muffin is suffin. Do you think I'm a bad person, Lin-Lin?
No, Jojo. Are you kidding me?
Should we split it, or, we don't want to use this, right?
You know what? Let's put it on the PTA card. We earned it.
If you say so. By the way, here are the invoices for everything. I need my new treasurer to approve all the purchases and enter them into the spreadsheets. You think you could do that?
Yeah, sure. I'll start spreading the sheets. Huh, these science kits cost $40 each? Let me see how much these things cost on the website. Science Wow products. Oh, Joanne's buying them retail. That's why they're so expensive. Why would she do that? Science Wow is a division of JoJo Bear Publishing. Wait a minute. JoJo Bear.
I call him Bear, and he calls me Jojo.
Oh my goodness! Joanne and her husband own the company that makes the science kits. This is bad. This is JoJo very bad.
Okay, so what do we think? Any problems that you're seeing with the conduct you've observed in the video? So most often everyone's just like, well, yeah, everything was an issue, right? So by raise of hands, let's just take a quick poll. Who do you think, should we take this case? Should the Ethics Commission take this case? Good one. Chair says yes. What do you think? Good few. All right, so I'm going to unveil our formula. The commission has a formula that we like to use to decide whether or not a benefit was improper. We ask ourselves the question if the subject of a complaint, 1, use the government position, to 2, receive a benefit, gift, or a loan for themselves or someone else on that magical list that you're slowly forming in your heads. Then if both of those conditions are met, it's fodder for an ethics violation. So let's see if anyone changed their minds. Let's do a raise of hands again. Who thinks the commission should take the case from the video? Still think we should take it? Yeah. Thank you for my participators. So I tricked you a little bit. PTA is not a government agency. There's no statute that says, there shall be a PTA, therefore there shall be a public officer running the PTA. And so no one, unless it's, different in other jurisdictions, to my knowledge, in Nevada, our PTA members are not public officers. They're not elected or appointed to their position. They're not established in the statute. So therefore the people working under them or in their leadership are not also public officers. I just tricked you there. It's okay. Happens all the time. But let's just say, for argument's sake, because there's some good examples to use here for educational purposes, let's pretend they're a government agency. If there was a PTA ethics commission or, someone who presided over their conduct, submit that complaint right away. There's a lot of issues going on here. So let's talk about them and pretend the PTA workers here are government agencies. So embezzling is bad. I've heard that before. The wine and the candles and the gift cards that got some dirt on them. It's not only an ethics violation, also a criminal offense. Because they use their positions in the PTA to get free stuff for themselves, and that was meant for the good of the schools they were raising funds for, right? If something's a criminal offense, in addition to processing the ethics complaint, we will also, contact the appropriate authorities as well. Next, if we look at the self-dealing with the Science Wow kits, we heard at the end, this is bad, this is JoJo very bad. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but this is expressly prohibited under the ethics law. Joanne clearly chose to purchase the kits from her company since it benefited her, despite not being the best option maybe for the PTA. She's buying them retail, maybe could have gotten them at a better price. So you can't be on both sides of a negotiation. Right. And then I'll give your arms a rest soon, but for the last time, let's raise your hand. Was that muffin something? What do we think? Is that the muffin an issue? Yeah, the use of the credit card for the muffin. Got a lot of that seemed maybe a problem. So the first 2 examples are pretty clear violations, right? But for the muffin, along with many ethics questions, the answer, as our attorneys love to say, is it depends, right? We can't provide commission staff aren't there to provide legal advice, and it is up to the majority decision of commissioners to make a final decision on what does and does not violate our ethics law. But for the muffin, if there's a PTA policy, for example, that says PTA leaders can expense the costs associated with PTA business meetings, this may not be an issue if they've met that condition. So this may be similar to anyone who traveled for the state. If anyone came out of town for your meeting today, you are able to expense the reasonable costs associated. You're able to be reimbursed for your muffin or given the amount at the appropriate GSA rate associated with breakfast, whether or not you choose to buy a muffin, right? And so it really all does depend on the facts in each case-by-case basis.
Good kill gauge.
So let's talk through a little bit more detail about what our improper benefits law actually entails. Differing to that from other states, there's no magical number in Nevada that gives you a clear-cut definition of, this, a gift or a benefit valued over X amount means that you're in trouble, because the Nevada law says that no gifts, services, favors, entanglements, if you think of anything that could benefit you, broadly defined, anything that could tend to improperly influence a reasonable person to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of their duties could be considered an improper benefit. It's super clear to everyone. We all know exactly what to do now. So, okay, well, let's talk about this a little bit more detail. There's a really helpful thing to note here. You might consider yourself a really impartial person. Benefits may not impact your decision-making. That's not the way that the law is interpreted, and that's not the way that the law is written. So it's not whether or not you would be influenced, but it's whether or not a reasonable person in your position might be influenced by that gift, broadly defined. So it's helpful to know when you're determining whether or not to accept a gift. So let's talk through an example. Let's say you and your friend, you've known them since high school, and every time they come into town, maybe 6 to 10 times a year, you guys go out to lunch. Sometimes you buy, sometimes they buy. Is that an improper gift? What do we think? That cause for an issue? Likely not, right? As long as they're not directly related to your role in public service, they're not coming before the board on any matters or related to anything else you do in your role serving the public. Likely not an issue. But if someone who's coming before you and the board is deciding to offer you, a fancy trip to Manhattan, and they're going to take you out for a lobster dinner, put you in a really nice presidential suite, and it just so happens that next week the matter at which you're discussing, they are significantly financially affected by, that's going to be much more of an issue under the ethics law than you and your friend going out to dinner a few times a year, right? So these are obviously really, this is a very broad spectrum. We have a couple of extremes where it seems to be really easy to interpret. So let's talk about a case that we had somewhere in the middle. A number of years ago, Century Theaters up in Reno was looking to, send a gift to City of Reno officials and to appreciate them for their efforts. And they said, you can have a year. You can go to the movies as many times as you want within the next year as an appreciation, thank you gift. And, they did the right thing. They asked the commission before accepting the gift, can we take this gift? And the commission analyzed the facts and said, okay, well, although it's unlikely, if you went to the movies every day, this gift could be in the amount of thousands of dollars. Like, this was some years ago. It wasn't as expensive to go to the movies back then, but it could have been quite a valuable gift, right? And we looked at the facts, and it seemed that unbeknownst to us initially, when they asked our question, Century Theaters was looking at putting in a new movie theater in a very specific location, and that, the city planners were involved in making that decision, right? So we said, oh, yeah, no, please don't accept that gift. That would be a violation, right? And so it's a real-life example of what a gift might look like and what the commission does to assess whether or not it's improper. We look at the value of the gift. Most people are more likely to be influenced by something of higher value. And the nexus between the person receiving and giving that gift, how much is that going to be? How much can you be involved in that decision-making of that person? And then just a disclaimer here, I think the deadline just passed, but most of the people in the room have to make financial disclosures to the Secretary of State's, for example. There is a specific number associated with that. So don't say that the Ethics Commission came in here, said there's no number. Make your appropriate financial disclosures as well as follow any other laws that you have to follow that are outside of NRS 281A as well. There we go. Okay, so we'll go over a number of other components of the improper benefits statute. I like to use an example for each to make them a little bit more concrete. They really do serve just as an example of one of the things that could fall into that category. So using your public position to get some sort of economic opportunity, broadly defined. An example of this could be you can't angle for a new job when you're chatting after board meetings, for example. Unwarranted privileges, preferences, exemptions, we see this one come up pretty frequently in a myriad of different ways. One example of this could be you can't waive student fees for your family member, for example, using your influence in your position. Negotiating a contract with yourself. Self-dealing is just like the science wow kits from the video. If you are on both sides of a contract, it's your responsibility to negotiate that contract for the best interest and use of taxpayer funds. If you're benefiting from the other side of the contract, the ethics law says, we don't trust your judgment, just don't. Okay. No salary compensation from a private source. This is the ethics law for don't take a bribe. So for example, you can't get bribes to approve the university president's employment contract one over another. You can't benefit financially in that way. Regarding influence over subordinate, so you can't, for example, pressure subordinates to waive student fees for your niece. You can't do that special treatment either. So it's similar to that in terms of unwarranted preferences, but you can't use your influence as someone you supervise to do so as well. Honorariums, we get lots of questions about this because a little bit more gray area of our law because there's some things you can accept, some things you can't. So let's talk about it. I don't know about you, but I don't get paid for public appearances or just to show up people. I'm not Beyonce. But if you do get offered an honorarium to speak at a conference and you're speaking, using your expertise based off of your public position, you can't get paid for doing your job. You're there to disseminate the advice that you have based off of your role as a public servant, but they can cover the reasonable costs associated with you being there. Or similarly, if you're traveling for work, they can cover the reasonable costs associated with that as well. So, you can eat the Caesar wrap. If there's a conference registration, they can cover your conference registration, but start asking questions. Start talking to your agency attorney if they're doing things like offering you to fly first class, taking you out to a lobster dinner, giving you the presidential suite in the conference hotel, right? It might be an unwarranted benefit. But we won't knock your side hustles. So you can likely still receive an honorarium for teaching a class on intermediate pottery without much ethics concern, as long as I don't think your role has much to do with pottery. So you're likely still fine in that matter. All right, and then the last one on this slide is contracting with government. So if anyone has the time to run a business outside of their role in public service, you can't contract with government in Nevada in addition. This is similar to the self-dealing rule in the sense that you can't negotiate a contract, but even if you never negotiate contracts, you're never the person drafting or approving, you're never involved in contracts in any way, shape, or form, you're still not allowed to contract with other government agencies because you serve the public in another capacity. Okay, so additionally, we talk about government resources. This comes up a lot for all of our public servants, the use of things like time that you're being paid for, use of the government property, of government equipment, think your computer that you might have been given from your position, people drive state vehicles, for example, or facilities, whether or not you're using a space or that you maybe would typically have to pay for or rent out, right? You can't use any of these government resources to benefit yourself significantly or anyone else on your magical list. So, pretty clear-cut example of this. Let's say you've got the person and they're a clerk in your office and they're in their cubicle and it's really busy holiday season. They've been running an Etsy shop. And, they've got the hot glue gun plugged in. They're starting to print things on the printer. They're responding to customization requests on the company laptop, right? It's pretty egregious use of their time and equipment within their government agency for their own personal benefit. Another example that tends to be really helpful for elected officers and is the commission established a best practice to make sure that, basically, for anyone who's running for office and for public service who is beholden to the ethics law, is to maintain separate official and campaign social media presences in order to make it really crystal clear that communications from official accounts are not related or promoting your candidacy in any way. So we've seen a couple cases of this. We just wrapped up election season, so we may not need to dive into it, but happy to point you all to a couple of the examples that you see represented on the slide here, where folks have, promoted. You maybe used their official account to promote their campaign, not had separate accounts, even if they were doing their best to disentangle what posts were from their public position and what posts were promoting their campaign. We also had an example of a county management system, which is off to the right there, that notified folks when things were going on in their neighborhood, what was going on, of a meeting that ended up promoting a political campaign that, wasn't designed, that wasn't the designation of the meeting, nor would those types of meetings or campaign events be typically promoted on that app either. So it's great best practice to follow to prevent any violations next time you run in for office. Okay, so again, we don't lose our humanity because we work in public service. So the ethics law does allow you to use government resources in very specific examples and written into our limited use exception. So there has to be a policy, or it has to be as a result of an emergency. It can't interfere with the performance of your public duties. The cost has to be fairly nominal, and it can't create an appearance of impropriety. So let's go through a couple of examples. Let's say your kid broke their ankle, they were playing volleyball in class at school, you spend 20 or 30 minutes arranging their emergency care. Well, let's walk through each example and see whether or not it meets our limited use. This is as a result of an emergency, even if your agency or your body doesn't have a specific policy allowing it. We were training a rural hospital that was managed by local government, and they said, if the ER doctor does this and they step away and they take that call, they're letting someone code on the table, it's going to be a problem. But if that's not you, more often than not, that 20, 30-minute call isn't going to interfere with the ability of you to do your job. And again, the cost is fairly nominal, so that third condition is met. Even if you're using the phone given to you through your state service, the cost is fairly nominal. And then finally, create appearance of impropriety. I often interpret this as, if someone can write a headline about it and everyone wants to read that headline, don't do it. That can be a helpful way to determine this as well. Okay, so it's really helpful to reiterate that if there's no policy allowing an action to happen, even if the leaders of an agency aren't especially interested in whether or not you use a limited amount of time or property, that it could still be interpreted as an ethics violation. So let's say, for example, you get a text message and it's maybe one of those scam messages that says, hey, you're late paying your mortgage. There's going to be some penalties. You're going to accrue additional interest, X and X and Y, right? And it's a little bit nerve-wracking, right? Well, public service announcement, right? Like, don't click the link. You know where your mortgage portal is. Don't be beholden to a scam, but you jump on and you use your company computer. You spend 5 minutes. You make sure your mortgage went out like it always has done. And you then go about the rest of your business, right? This isn't a result of an emergency, even though it feels like one. But more often than not, if you have company equipment or work in a public agency, there should be a policy that exists that say you're not going to use the company computer to do things like sell drugs online, watch pornography, conduct illicit behavior, right? So if that policy exists, you're more often than not able to use that limited time to conduct your personal business. And again, does it meet the second condition? Likely not going to drastically interfere with the performance of your duties. If I got that message now and I said, I'm going to take a few minutes and I'm going to do this, likely not above board, right? But if you're sitting at your desk and you're answering emails, likely not drastically interfering with how you're doing your job. Again, the cost is fairly nominal, even if the state is paying for your Wi-Fi at the time, they're paying for it anyways. If you can't think of any costs, probably not an issue. And then, trustee spends 5 minutes checking private billing messages while on state time. Those headlines, I don't see them very frequently, right? So just a couple of examples. There's people behind every role in public service. And so that you have to meet all 4 of these conditions if you are using any sort of government resource. So have that in mind. Okay. So slightly less tangible, but government resources is public and non-public information. So you can't use non-public information to benefit yourself or anyone else on your magical list. And you can't also suppress any government reports to benefit yourself or others. So let's say the annual audit report for your board of trustees is due to be released on the 1st of X month. You can't release part or all of that report early to a close friend if it benefits you or them to do so. Similarly, you can't reap the benefit for you or someone on your magical list by suppressing information in that report or delaying its public release. All right. So we're going to move on to disclosure and abstention. We don't endorse politicians here at the commission, dead or alive, but this quote from President Wilson highlights the importance of transparency. So just take a moment to read it, and I'll read it just into the record. Government ought to be outside and not inside. Everyone knows that corruption thrives in secret places and avoids public places, and we believe that it is a fair presumption that secrecy means impropriety. Okay, so we're going to dive into disclosure and abstention. And I always like to make the qualifier. Folks get into trouble when they see these as the same thing. Talk about them pretty much together all of the time. It's very rare that we talk about them separately. But disclosure specifically is before any public officer or employee acts, approves, or votes on a matter that they have a conflict of interest, they must make an appropriate disclosure. What is a conflict of interest? If they received a gift or a loan related to that matter, if they have a significant financial, that's what pecuniary means, just a fancy word for a financial interest. If anyone on their magical list is reasonably affected by that matter, or it's related to their former lobbying. That triggers a conflict of interest, and an appropriate disclosure is required. How do you make an appropriate disclosure? Statute's very specific on this. There we go. It must be both sufficient to inform the public of the potential effect of that action or abstention based off of that person or interest. And it also must be made at the time the matter is considered. So we had an attorney up here stand here and say, don't forget, make your disclosure before discussion on that matter starts. It's really important. We had someone get in a little bit of trouble. We gave them a letter of caution when they, realized that halfway through an agenda item in a public meeting, they're like, oh, by the way, have a disclosure, right? It's helpful to review those agenda items, think about what conflicts you might have ahead of time. So the bread is there because I often like to say we can all fairly agree that those two pieces of bread do not a peanut butter jelly sandwich make, right? We have to, that disclosure has to be detailed enough to inform the public of the matter. You can't just say, I have a conflict. Bye, right? You have to give them enough detail to say what's going on, why do you have a conflict, why is this important, and it has to be made every single time that matter is considered. So if a similar matter that you have a disclosure on comes up multiple times in the same meeting, it does need to be made every time that matter comes up. So we will jump into abstention, but before I do, I'd like to reiterate these are separate issues. So before you even consider whether or not you can or should abstain on any item, you have to be sure to make the appropriate disclosure first. Without a quality disclosure, abstention, you do not qualify for it, okay? All right, so public officers should not vote on or advocate for the passage or failure of any matter if their decisions could be reasonably affected by the conflicts of interest we've been talking about, right? If anyone, and it is independent judgment of a reasonable person in their position, similar to when we talked about gifts. It's not their judgment specifically that we're calling into question, but it's the judgment of a reasonable person in their position. So if they have a financial interest in the matter, if someone on their magical list is related, or they accepted or might accept a gift or a loan on that matter, they might need to abstain. So ethics law is written with the understanding that you can't have an abstention rule that is so strict, government can't operate, grinding boards and commissions to a halt with everyone abstaining on every agenda items, quorums being dropped down to nothing, right? With equality disclosure, it is presumed that a public officer can participate and continue to do their job. Abstention is only required in those clear cases when you or a person on your magical list is materially affected and therefore should not be allowed to vote, act, or otherwise participate on that matter. There is not specifics in the ethics law as to what act on, advocate for, or against looks like, so that is up for you to interpret. I've seen some folks say that the best practice, they're like, well, I'm just gonna leave the room. I don't want anyone even looking at my face and seeing if my eyebrows go up and down. If I don't want that to be seen as advocating for and against the matter. It's really up to your discretion, but there are some instances in which some members of boards and commissions are the sole person with expertise on a matter. And so sometimes you can participate in the sense that you can provide that expertise without advocating for or against a matter. So it's really good conversations to be having with your agency attorney. If it's something that tends to come up regularly, ask the commission about it, and we can give you best practices to move forward with during your public service. And then finally, you can participate if you are no more affected by a matter than anyone else in your position. So let's say, for example, you guys are looking at whether or not to raise fees, student fees associated, and one of your family members attends the many universities that this board presides over, right? If that is impacting, you'll make the appropriate disclosure and say, by the way, this such and such person, they're on my magical list. And they would be materially affected if we change the way these fees are distributed. But they are no more affected than everyone else who is subject to those fees, and therefore I will continue to participate on this matter. That appropriate disclosure is required. And this is on a case-by-case and item-by-item basis. So if a matter about your niece comes up in one instance and it required an abstention, it may not next time. So it's important that the air conditioning just, it's important that that matter, it's considered in detail every single time that the appropriate disclosure is made, and that decision around abstention is made each time because it's unique by circumstance. Okay, so a couple of examples. Let's say, for example, the Board of Trustees is approving awards and your spouse is nominated for the Academic Advisor Award. What do we think? What would y'all do? What do the steps look like? So we're abstaining, so we're going to make the appropriate disclosure. And when the awards come up, say, by the way, this person, they are my spouse, I therefore have a private commitment to them. And so I'm going to abstain on this matter and not approve the awards in this way, right? And the quorum will then be appropriately reduced. Okay, so we talked about the changing fees example. That's the example. If your niece is paying fees, student fees, and you're deciding whether or not to change them, the specific detail is you have to make that disclosure. And you're giving the reason that they are no more affected than any other student. And therefore, I'm no more affected by anyone who's related to any other student, right? And therefore, I will participate in this matter as long as I've made the appropriate disclosure each time that matter is considered. Okay, let's say for the third example, the regent is employed by Company A, and Company A has applied to extend their contract with the Board of Regents. So your employer is on your magical list of relationships. You would have to make that disclosure. What do we think about abstention? Are we abstaining? Are we considering abstaining? It's not a trick question. They're on your magical list, right? There's a conflict of interest inherently there. You're going to make a disclosure. You're going to make that appropriate quality disclosure, both peanut butter and jelly, every time. And because you can be directly benefited by, your employer is directly benefited by whether or not that contract exists. You would say, I'm going to make the decision to abstain in this matter because, X company I have a private commitment to them, and therefore I'm not going to participate in this discussion to advocate for and against, and that will be noted on the record, and quorum would then be appropriately reduced. Okay. All right. So we're going to wrap up the rest of the content, and then we will make sure we have some time for questions. I'm going to read through this a little bit.
From what? From the grind. I mean, who needs it? I've accomplished everything I've set out to do. What's that? Oh, bought myself a little retirement gift. Gold watch. Ooh. It's not really gold.
Oh. All right, so I won't embarrass you. I'm not going to make anyone raise their hands and say who's leaving, who's done with this job. But when you transition out of public service, it's important to know what you can and can't do. Upon reviewing the ethics law and cooling off stipulations, you can read it, and you can read it again, and kind of still be scratching your head. It ultimately boils down to the fact that for 1 year, there are places you can't work for, and there are certain things you can't do, no matter who you work for. And this is true no matter how you leave public service. Say you were discharged, let's say you decided to leave, you wanted to resign, or you retired. No matter what that looks like, that's the cooling off provisions still apply. So for the first one, it answers the question of who you can't work for. You can't work for vendors of the agency. So anyone your agency has negotiated contracts with, you can't work for them if these specific conditions are met. Contract has to be a hefty one, no tiny contracts. So if it was for more than $25,000, that you might not be able to work for them. That also has to be a fairly recent contract. If you can't work for them, it has to be within the last 12 months before you left. And then you have to have been able to influence or affect who was awarded the contract, participated in some way. So, I think the director is always going to be able to influence any contract, even if they weren't involved in the day-to-day of negotiating a contract that they delegated, right? But, the administrative assistant could have never impacted the decisions around that contract or how it was drafted, and so they wouldn't be beholden to that rule, for example. And relief can be granted if you make a request ahead of time. There's specific conditions that the commission will evaluate to determine whether or not, relief is warranted. But there has to be a very clear benefit to the public, so it's not just, well, I want to. But it also has to preserve the ethical integrity of all parties and can't violate other areas of the ethics law. The commission does have to deny requests for relief that are not made ahead of time. So before you apply for a job or even put feelers to let others know you're looking for one, if you're looking at working with a vendor, ask us and give us the facts so we can give you that advice ahead of time. Some folks will even say, don't even update your LinkedIn with your intentions, don't update that resume just yet, ask the commission first, okay? Next, this is really just for state agencies. So some of the folks we've talked to recently in training, your gaming compliance boards, for example, cannabis compliance boards, those large state agencies that are regulatory bodies, they can't then go work for the folks that they regulate. Can't go work in a casino when you were just busy regulating the casinos, right? Okay, and then the next one, you can't get relief from this one. Public officers and employees can't counsel or lobby their former agency for 1 year on any matters that were before them in that public agency, and relief can't be granted on that. So if you're considering retirement, you're preparing to transition out into the private sector, take a look at our cooling off section of our manual and consider requesting that advisory opinion if you need it, if you're not sure how to comply with the laws there. Okay. So to resolve a complaint, the commission can determine three things, If there was a violation, number one, whether or not it was willful or not, and what the appropriate remedy is. Willful is a really interesting language in our statute. There's a whole list of 7 or 8 things that the commission determines whether or not it was quote unquote willful. What it really means is how serious it was. So if it was found that there was to be no violation or the commission didn't want to continue with the case, the commission can issue a letter of caution or instruction, just a warning letter, says something to the effect of, we didn't find a violation in this matter, go about your business, but it seems like there's a couple areas of the law would be helpful for you to know about. So we're going to point to those and help you so that you continue your public service in a steadfast manner. If a non-willful or less serious violation occurs, we can do things like mandate training, mandate that you apologize, do formal admonishments, so we can wag our fingers at you in a governmenty way. We can require you pay back financial benefit. So if you received a benefit from your action, think all of the improper benefits we talked about, we can make you pay that back and we can actually double it. So any of the really large fines that you've seen coming out of the commission are often from this stipulation. We can also put conditions on for future behavior, saying, don't violate the ethics law for X amount of time, otherwise you'll be in further trouble. And we can also issue a letter of caution, so it tiers down that way. If it's a more serious violation, first, second, and third offense, we can do $5 to $10 or $25,000 fines in addition to any financial benefit you may have received. And then for, specific public officers, we can petition to remove them from office, for example. Okay, so we're not just here to scare you. I don't get involved in any of the cases. I'm just outreach and education. So if you're ever contacted for me, you see resources from me, we're just here to empower you with the information you need to follow the laws. So some best practices for you: maintain that magical list, whether it's around the holidays and you're deciding who to buy presents for. Everyone you want to buy presents for, that might be very different lists, right? Make that list, refresh it. Our lives ebb and change and flow. Our relationships do the same. So maintain that list so you know who to be aware of. Familiarize yourself with your local and agency policies. This can tap into limited use really regularly, right? If you don't know what your policy is, it's really hard to follow it and know whether or not your use of government resources, for example, is a violation of your policy. Be proactive. So read those agendas ahead of time so that you know not just how you're going to vote on a matter, but also whether or not you have any conflicts of interest that need to be disclosed. You'll then have the appropriate time to consult your counsel and make those decisions about disclosure and abstention. If you're not sure, we've established it's better to disclose than not to disclose. Make those disclosures. We love sitting through them in a public meeting. It's so much fun, but take the time, make that disclosure, and avoid any appearance of impropriety there. You can always choose to disclose even if the ethics law doesn't require you to do so. So if you're unsure whether or not your friend who you knew from high school, but maybe you see more regularly than your niece, right, fits into your magical list, you can make that disclosure whether or not the ethics law is clear cut on if you have to make it. Consult with legal counsel who can search prior opinions. All of our opinions are on our database on our website. And so you can see how the commissioners have decided on similar issues in the past, and your counsel can help you search if you have a question for similar cases related to yours as well. Request an advisory opinion, especially for folks serving on boards and commissions. If you have potential conflicts that come up regularly, this is a really great one for an advisory opinion. It sets a best practice for how to do that in the future. All right, asking for help is hard. We know it's a lot easier for me to sit here and say, just request an advisory opinion, follow the advice. Super easy. Well, it takes 45 days, right? The Commission Council collects the facts, you give us all the information. So if it's Thursday night and your board meeting is tomorrow, not going to be a remedy for you, right? We know that it's hard to ask for help, but that's one thing that might make it tricky. We also know that folks can be perceived as unethical for asking. People are scared to ask questions in public meetings. People are scared to ask questions in trainings. We know that you want to have a good understanding of the law so that you know how to follow it, and that's why you're asking the question. So ask away. Confidentiality. So with regards to our advisory opinion process, it's completely confidential. You can ask the questions of the commission specifically about your conduct as it relates to the ethics law, and we will provide you an opinion within that 40-day after that 45-day window. You can choose to waive confidentiality of that opinion. Say you're getting harassed by public comment and you want to be able to point to that opinion for everyone to say, look, I followed the advice of the commission. This is why I'm making this disclosure in such and such a way, but I don't have to abstain in this example. And that the commission said so. You can choose to waive confidentiality. You don't have to. And all of the facts, all of your information, the evidence, the questions that you submit are always confidential. You can just choose to waive that opinion if you'd like. We also have whistleblower protections written into our statute. So if you're filing a complaint and the person who you're filing that complaint against works in the same agency as you, you can choose to ask the commission to not disclose your identity and make that public information. Similarly, if you can demonstrate that you may be at threat of bodily harm or someone in your household, maybe you can request that as well. Next, asking your agency attorney first protects you. So we have what's called a safe harbor provision within our statute that says if you ask your attorney within your agency, so not a private attorney that you hire, right, but your agency attorney, that guy, for advice, and he gives you ethics advice that the commission actually decides against as a result of the complaint. It happens. Sorry. You can't be held to the more serious violations or the more serious penalties. So those fines, you're not going to be removed from office. The commission can't do that because you asked for advice. Hopefully you documented that advice and can demonstrate that you followed such advice to the letter, which we would always recommend doing. But that is a great protection that exists as well. So you might get more calls now. Similarly, if you ask the commission for advice, whether you can do so about past, present, or future conduct, we're not going to turn around and say, oh, gotcha, your question shows us that you violated the law, you gave us the facts, and now we know how to get you in trouble. We're not going to open up a case against you. It's a completely confidential process, so no one knows you asked this question, and we're not going to open up a case because you told us information. We know you're asking the question to know how to proceed in the future, and we'll give you the best advice to do so. If someone else files a complaint, we will follow that process accordingly, but we're not opening up a complaint on ourselves for that reason. And then finally, it benefits others. When you ask good questions, our opinions database and also just on our main opinions page has loads of really great opinions that talk about really specific areas of our law that serve as great examples for when you're looking for an answer to your question. There's now opinions that exist because someone asked the question of what to do, right? So ask for advice. If we say that, oh, you asked a really good question and we want other folks in your similar position to know the answer, but you don't want to waive anonymity, that's totally fine. We'll publish what's called an abstract opinion. And that's why you'll see opinions on our website that say, public officer at public agency. It's like very anonymized, but the advice is still there, which can be really helpful. So talking about our resources, all of our resources, please do subscribe to our newsletter. Follow us on socials if that's something that you pay attention to. Our newsletter, we only send it out, I think 3 or 4 times a year, but we'll send you updated cases, updated resources. We're not bombarding you with emails, I promise. But it's just always great to bookmark ethics.nv.gov. You can find our former opinions. We recently revised our ethics manual so that hopefully it is accessible for anyone to read, not just our attorneys, and ask us for advisory opinions when you need them. We also have a self-paced online training. So if you want to spend a couple of hours as a refresher, you can do so and in your own time. Pour through the ethics law to your heart's content. At this point, we'll take any questions. This is my contact information, and that's where you can find us.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Absolutely.
I do have a question from Regent Arascata.
Sam, thank you. Very, very thorough. Extremely well done. On page 25 of your presentation, in regards to disclosures and abstentions, can we elected officials abstain from a vote because it's a difficult vote? Say you don't want to offend the entity making a presentation, or you don't want to offend the rest of the board or the public. Can you abstain from the vote because it's difficult?
So whether or not you choose to abstain, if you make an abstention, right, more often than not, that's the most severe action you could have taken from the perspective of the ethics law, right? It's not making an abstention when it was necessary that violates the law. So can someone file an ethics complaint against you for making an abstention when you shouldn't have? Maybe not, right? Is that best practice? Is that breaking another law? Maybe that isn't in our NRS 281A. Quite possibly, that I'm not going to speak to because I don't have the expertise on those areas of the law. But yeah, great question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
I just thank you, Chair Carvalho. Just as a follow-on to that, but aren't we elected to make votes? And unless the law says we have to abstain for, like, there's a conflict, or some of us have had to abstain, but I mean, I agree with Regent Arascata for asking that question, and that has happened on this board. And I've seen people get up and leave the room because they didn't want to vote. And I think it's morally wrong personally. Maybe there's nothing in the law, but I think it's wrong. I mean, we're sent here to vote. And it's the public body, it's on the record. And if you don't have the backbone to do it, you don't belong here. So that's just my opinion. So do you have, I mean, you said that if you should have abstained and didn't, you can get in trouble for that. But aren't you obligated to vote regardless if you don't have a moral obligation not to?
So it sounds like sounds very frustrating, right? You don't want a significant
It's
number
extremely
of, absolutely.
So I have seen this happen.
Yeah.
And I mean, when I saw people leave the room because they didn't want to be on the record for their vote, I thought they were cowards. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, right, like everyone is in their role as a public servant to do the duties outlined in that role. Not doing your job is not something that the Ethics Commission has purview over, right? That's up to the voters for elected officials, and up to supervisors for folks who are seen to be not doing their job. But yeah, if you are required to make an abstention under the ethics law and you do not abstain, that's an ethics issue. But the opposite of that is not an ethics issue.
Thank
Frustrating, other consequences potentially, right?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I've got Regent Fernandez and then Regent Boylan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Carlos Fernandez, for the record. So I did have a specific question regarding the disclosure and abstention regarding former lobbying. Could you go into a little bit more detail to what that means?
Yeah, so this is one of the areas of the law I'm not an expert in, but what we talked about is that if it's related to your former lobbying practices, it is something that you would have to disclose. So if you had previously conducted lobbying on that issue, then it would be it would trigger a similar conflict of interest than everything else on that list. So I'd point you to the lobbying section of our ethics manual and let us know if you have a specific question, reach out to us, and we'll be happy to give you advice on that one specifically.
I'm going to go to Regent Boylan and then Regent Goodman.
Thank you, ma'am. Going back to what Regent Del Carlo said, now you're the Ethics Commission, right? It's all about being ethical. Yeah. So I agree with her. I don't think it's ethical when people walk out of the room and don't do their duty that they were voted for. Isn't that something that can be looked into? If I say, well, Regent Del Carlo walked up when because she's blah, 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 and that is so unethical. So who do I go to? The ethics board. You know, when I want to have a hamburger, I go to a hamburger joint.
Sure. And
So if you don't cover that,
this is a very common understanding
Yes,
that
yes,
happens. We get many a complaint that falls outside of our jurisdiction because our understanding is that, you know, our elected officials and our public servants, broadly defined, should conduct themselves ethically. And when they don't, right, like we want to be able to do something about it. Unfortunately, the statute is limited in what is under our jurisdiction. And if it is not written into the statute as something the commission specifically can adjudicate on, we will have to say, unfortunately, you know, this jurisdiction was not found in this matter and dismiss your case, as is many, many, many cases that come before us in the commission. Yeah, it can be very frustrating. We're not a commission solely, you know, protecting good government.
so as you just said, nothing can be done. It's not unethical. It's people do that. It's bada bang, go do it again, or there's nothing to it. Nobody can do anything about
I can't
that.
speak to the breadth of what could and couldn't be done, but I'm sure creative solutions could be implemented, you know, to hold accountability, but that's not for the Ethics Commission to comment on. Thank you.
Oh, it's that accountability. Thank you, man. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a quick question. If I, as a public official, am I allowed to lobby in my normal job? So I'm a public official, but I often lobby as someone who advocates for gambling addiction in the state. Is that something that I'm allowed to do as an actual lobbyist? Because I'm curious.
Yeah. I'll have to follow up with you on that one. I think, and it does sound like something that you regularly engage with, not just necessarily a one-off, you know, it happened once. So I think it might be a very good opinion to request from the commission. Yeah, very good question. You know, we talk about any ways in which people, right, on our magical list might intersect with the way that we do our job and having to do things like disclose when that happens. But whether or not you serving, you know, and also being employed privately is not necessarily a conflict in and of itself. It's just if issues from your employer come before the board, that would inherently trigger a disclosure being required. But yeah, whether or not you can conduct, you know, business as a lobbyist is a separate issue. Yeah, it would be a great question to discuss and bring up within the commission. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. I don't see any other discussion from Regents, so thank you again for your presentation today.
Absolutely.
It was very informative and leaves us with a lot more questions, I think.
Wonderful.
But much more to think about when we do our business as Regents. So thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you everyone for taking the time to sit through yet another training. We appreciate it, and you know, carving out time during public boards is difficult. So thank you very much for your time, and like I said, almost everything can be found on ethics.nb.gov. Request those advisory opinions, give us all the facts. We'll be sure to help you out best we can. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 10, public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None from Reno.
Thank you. Any public comment here in Las Vegas? Seeing none, SES, is there any public comment on the phone? Thank you very much. So at this time, we will recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. We'll now reconvene the meeting. Carrie, can you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho,
Here?
Vice Chair Downs,
Here.
Regent Ariscata, Regent Batista,
Oh, he beat me.
Regent Boylan,
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Regent Breger,
Here.
Regent Brooks,
Here.
Regent Brown,
Here.
Regent Del Carlo,
Here.
Regent Fernandez,
Present.
Regent Goycochea, Regent Goodman.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 11, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 979-4269-6278 and enter passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
Oh, you took the better water
There's none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
Yes, there's public comment here.
Gary.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. I'm Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. This morning, you will be reviewing the Nevada System of Higher Education Strategic Plan. There is one notable omission from the plan. About 80% of NSHE's budget is allocated to human capital, yet there is no mention of it in the strategic plan. Literally every other metric defined in the plan is dependent upon the performance of our faculty, staff, and administrators. A complete strategic plan should include goals for the development, success, and welfare of the system's human capital. I urge you to consider inclusion of such metrics in your strategic vision for higher education in Nevada. Secondly, while we continue to be grateful that this body approved the 2 historic cost of living adjustments for faculty in FY24 and FY25, inflation continues to erode buying power. Compound that with the planned 1.75% increase in the retirement contributions, and faculty will experience a return to a familiar situation, declining take-home pay. NFA is lobbying the legislature for minimums of 5% COLA in FY26 to cover inflation and the retirement contribution, and 3% in FY27 to keep pace with inflation and prevent further erosion in compensation. We hope you will advocate for the same. Thank you.
I think your mic is not on.
Kent Irvin, ERVIN for the Nevada Faculty Alliance. Good morning, Chair Carvalho, Regents, Chancellors, Presidents, and Faculty Senate Chairs. Regarding agenda items 15 to 17, the student fee balances. In 2017, this board set a clear principle. Student fees should be used to support the programs they are designated for, and they should benefit the students who pay them. Policies were put into place to limit balances and for better reporting. That's how the eye-popping $80 million UNLV fee balance was flagged in December, and we are back today to approve remediations, which makes sense to me. However, UNLV's carryover of 57% of annual revenue for all the counts combined is actually the second lowest among the 7 institutions, ranging from 11% at UNR to 73% at TMCC. Other institutions likely have balances over 100% for individual accounts. For special course fees, sufficient balances are needed for the next semester's activities before the fees are actually collected. As a former department chair, I know how slowly course fees accumulate, but they go out quickly for equipment maintenance, software upgrades, or unexpected repairs. However, that doesn't apply to campus-wide per credit fees, which allow spending on budgeted projected revenue. Some policy changes are needed for a systemic solution, possibly including, 1, require annual reporting of individual accounts with balances over 100%. 2, if the balance is over 100% for 2 consecutive years, impose an automatic fee reduction. 3, if a course fee account has no spending for 3 years, transfer the funds to the general improvement account. That will prod departments and others to spend their money appropriately. But for all of these, allow reasonable exceptions with proper documentation and approvals. So please request a future agenda item to fix this. Thank you.
There's no further public comment here.
Thank you. Public comment here in Las Vegas.
Dr. Bill Robinson, past chair of the UNLV Senate, 45-year employee of the NSHE. Quickly, just a couple things, and I'm going to probably send you a stupid email that you can just ignore. I talked about the plan last time, and I understand that we're going to fix some of the problems with the plan that you have. It doesn't reference grad students. It doesn't talk about the impact that the research that the R1s and DRI do on the community and on workforce development. Those things need to be in there. There's no metrics that represents the quality of what we do. We should not be Southern New Hampshire. We should be really generating students that the people in our community are proud of because of the quality of what our institutions do, and there's no reference to that. And as they said up north, there's no reference to resources that are needed to do all the kinds of resources that are needed to do what's in that plan, and all that should be in there. You have lots of planning experts in your system. The board should take advantage of the fact that you've got all these faculty out there who have great expertise and use them. I'm going to do my usual spiel, which is we don't have what I would consider to be a real security plan. We don't have money allocated towards security. We're not doing the security things that we need to do, and it's 13 months after we learned how ineffective some of our security measures are. I'm also going to say that the budget, you're still, in my opinion, not getting a real representation of what's going on. Every time there's a budget problem, they blame the COLA, and it's way more complicated than that, and we should stop blaming the COLA. And then lastly, I'm going to say when we do the Regents training, you should give me 15 minutes on the agenda to talk about shared governance, faculty senates, student government leadership, how higher education works. You bring in folks who were students in higher education, and that's useful information for them. But once you start out being a regent, you don't understand. It's us, it's the faculty senates that represent the faculty. It's the student governments, and we have roles in the code that need to be understood by the regents. Thank you.
Good morning. Teresa Marie for the record. I am the graduate and professional student body president at UNLV. Thank you, Dr. Robinson, for bringing up graduate students and professional students. So I have definitely spoke about the strategic plan. And again, I'm thankful that people are listening. I do struggle with the fact that grad students aren't always brought up until somebody is bringing us up. A lot of times there are things that are drafted and written and submitted that graduate students aren't included on until I come into a room and have to be that voice. I'm fine doing it, but that doesn't mean somebody after me isn't going to have the same power, the same voice that I do. There are students who feel there is a power-based struggle. I'm sure you guys have heard about it. There are people that are working on organizing about it. So please listen to our students and we can avoid situations before they escalate to that point. Just consider us when you start writing plans. That's all I'm asking. I only have 3 months left as a graduate student. I'm looking forward to graduating, but that does not mean I won't be back as a thorn in your side as an alumni. Thank you.
Good morning, Chancellor Charlton, Chair Cavallo, and distinguished regents.
My name is Deborah Arteaga. That's DeborahArteaga. And I would like to let the greater community know that on January 23rd, 2025, the Public Employee Benefits Program will meet. On the agenda is the elimination of the HMO and converting the lower deductible PPO to a standard PPO. These issues touch many people throughout the entire NSHE system. This will be our last chance to voice our concerns because these decisions will be made on January 23rd. We need to support our colleagues, even if we do not have one of those healthcare programs, because the results will be devastating to our employees with family, our employees with chronic health conditions. So I welcome the entire UNLV community, in fact, the whole system, to voice your concerns. You can either go to the Public Employees Benefits Program website, PEBP, and you can make public comment on January 23rd. If you want to email me and get further information, my email address is deborah.arteaga@unlv.edu. Thank you.
Thank you. SES, is there any public comment on the phone? Thank you. I'll move on to item number 12, NSHE 2025 to 2031 Strategic Plan. And for this, I will turn it over to Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Daniel Archer.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Nevada System of Higher Education. Appreciate the time to be with you all today. I really want to start out by kind of talking about what we've done and where we've been, because there's been a lot of transitions with this. There's been a lot of handoffs. There's been a lot of different people involved, because essentially we've been planning a plan for over 1,100 days, because this goes back to 2021. And so there were 13 listening sessions going back to late 2021 and early 22. This, I think, provided really good opportunities for us to connect with faculty, staff, administrators, students, and really provide an opportunity to really learn about what was important to them, provided an opportunity to learn what we were doing well. It provided an opportunity to learn where we could improve. And really what this did, it really planted the seeds and set the foundation for a lot of the work that we're proposing to do. A lot of things we're proposing to do are rooted back in those listening sessions here. So other pieces in the timeline here, there was engagement with an external advisory committee in spring of 22. There were different leaders around the state that helped with some of the early planning in the strategic planning process. And then we did have a leadership change, May of 22. So we did pause strategic planning. We resumed it in August. Chancellor Arteaga is in at that point. And then during fall of 2022 and into spring of 23, a strategic plan framework was constructed. And then ultimately the board approved the framework in February of 23. And that was unanimously approved again in February of 23. Obviously, we paused once again, had another leadership change. We picked this back up last summer. We had the workshop at the UNR Cooperative Extension Center here in Clark County. Those of you all will remember, we talked about metrics, we talked about initiatives. A lot of the feedback received that day is also in the plan, so I want to emphasize that. So we left that meeting with sort of a charge to put all the pieces together and to develop a plan by December, which meant that we had to do a lot of work in a relatively short period of time. We did have 2 listening sessions in October, late October. Again, it provided opportunities to kind of lay out the plan, answer questions, get additional feedback. If you Google NSHE strategic plan, you can see some of the notes from that that are listed there. So again, those were held in October. So in terms of the plan itself here, it all goes back into the framework that the board approved. Everything is really rooted and anchored and what the board approved in 2023 and is supported by data and evidence here. We took what the board approved and we applied it, sort of a building construct here. And so you'll see there's 5 pillars, and all 5 pillars kind of fall under one roof that ties everything together through a system lens. So you have increased access to higher education, improve student success, close performance gaps, meet workforce needs in Nevada, and increase solutions-focused research here. So we're using that ensure system coordination, accountability, and transparency. It's really kind of the overarching, all-encompassing principle that permeates throughout each pillar and throughout the plan as a whole. And when you kind of unpack the construct that we have here, each pillar is structured with measurable outcomes and actionable steps. So it's all about meaningful action and lasting impact. Again, meaningful action and lasting impact. And we're using systemness as the vehicle to get us there. So what I'm going to do is walk through pillars 1 and 2. And I know this is a lot to absorb, and we can pause for questions at that point in time, so I'm sure you'll have some. But I do want to have the opportunity to walk through pillars 1 and 2, and then we can definitely go through questions you have at that point in time. So moving forward here, the first pillar gets into access. And this is obviously important for a number of reasons. It's important, I think, first and foremost, though, from a data perspective. When you look at our college going rate, we're talking about the percentage of 18 to 24-year-olds that are enrolled in some form of post-secondary education. You look at that number nationwide, that number is 41%. So in other words, individuals between the ages of 18 and 24 nationwide, 41% of those individuals are enrolled in some form of post-secondary education. By contrast, when you look at that through a Nevada lens, that number is 31%. So we are 10 percentage points lower than the national rate, which ranks us 47th in the country. So you have that. I think the other piece that's worth noting is looking at this through an adult student lens. When you look at adult student enrollment, we're talking about those who are enrolled at our NSHE institutions that are 25 and older. And you look at that population specifically, again, talking about those who are 25 and older that are enrolled at NSHE institutions, that population has declined by 23% over the last 9 years. So when we look at access, I think one of the first things that comes to mind is what can we do to simplify the process? And one of the things that would help support this would be to have a system-wide admission application. Again, I want to take you back to the workshop that we had over the summer, and that was one of the things when we asked about what should be some initiatives that we should focus on. That was one of the first things that came up, and it came up multiple times here. So again, that builds off feedback that we received from you all. So essentially, if a student wants to apply to the 3 institutions here in Southern Nevada, they have to go to 3 different websites, they have to go through 3 different processes, they have to input a lot of the same information over and over, which is very redundant. And so a system application would simplify this, obviously. It would work kind of like a Google Pay or an Apple Pay where you input your information in that one time, it's saved, and then you're able to submit it to multiple institutions thereafter. Obviously, it's not as redundant, saves time, eases frustration, all those kinds of things there. I think it's worth noting also that this would be a challenging project, but I think we're much better positioned to do this versus a lot of other systems, because the reality is, as you all know, we're all governed by one board, which is very unique compared to other states. We're all using the same base computer information system. You look at a lot of other states that have already done this, as Texas is an example. They did this 6 or 7 years ago, and they have a very complex system in that they have University of Texas has their own governing board. Texas A&M has their own governing board. Texas Tech has their own governing board. University of Houston has their own governing board. University of North Texas has their own governing board. Their community colleges have their own individual governing boards. So they have layer upon layer upon layer of governing boards. On top of that, they're not using the same computer information system. They found a way to do this several years ago. So again, this is a big project, but at the same time, I think we're much better positioned from a logistical standpoint to execute this. I think another piece that's worthy of discussion within this conversation is exploring a system-wide automatic admission process. And so how this works is students who meet admission criteria are automatically admitted. They don't even have to apply, and which it seems like kind of a crazy idea, but it's executed through data sharing agreements. So you have a higher education institution partner with a K-12 district, and you're able to share data, and you're able to see things like ACT scores and GPAs and grades. And then that puts the higher education institution in a position where they're able to pre-identify those students who meet the admission criteria, and they're able to send them an admission letter. And again, they didn't even apply, saying, congratulations, you've been admitted, click here to complete the process, or click here to save your spot. So This is something that I know UNR is doing right now. I know that NSHE is starting to kind of pilot it and do it on a limited basis. So there's some pockets in Nevada. But what you're seeing right now, you're seeing a number of systems do this on a statewide level. Idaho is one example that started to do it, or they did it 9 or 10 years ago. Closer to home, Utah is one that's starting to do it as well. So again, this is a big project, but I think it's worthy of consideration, considering where some of our numbers are at right now. Dual credit is the second piece within the access space here. We talk about dual credit here. We've seen very significant growth here over the last several years here. We want to continue growing that particular population. The students who participate in dual credit are far more likely to enroll after high school graduation. They're far more likely to perform well early on. They're far more likely to graduate. They're far more likely to graduate in a shorter time period, which means access, affordability, success, completion. It kind of checks all those boxes. We, again, want to continue to grow those populations. And while our institutions have done some good work here, we are one of the only systems in the country that does not have a kind of dual credit policy here. When you look west of the Mississippi, specifically, it's pretty much us in California that don't really have any standards or shared expectations relating to dual credit here. So again, when we asked you all this summer at the workshop, what's something we can do to be more coordinated? One of the first things that came up was we need to have some continuity. We need to have some policy work done in the dual credit space. So we have applied that feedback. We've created a group called Align and Shine Nevada. We've got K-12 and higher education. All of our NSHE institutions are represented. We've met 3 times. We've had some very productive meetings. We're going to create the state's first proposed dual credit policy. A big focus is going to be on concurrent enrollment. And we're talking about high school instructors teaching college courses. High school instructors teaching college courses. Obviously, these are on high school sites. So establishing policy just to make sure that we're on the same page and that we have common expectations when it comes to the training, the support, the oversight. Some good work is going on in this space right now. It's just a matter of making sure that we're all on the same page and we have that continuity going forward. And I anticipate that we will be able to hopefully bring a policy to you all by June. That's kind of our goal here. I think it would probably be September at the latest. So I think you'll see some action there in the near future. The other piece here that I want to talk about is FAFSA completion. So we're talking about the federal financial aid application. This high school students who complete a FAFSA are 84% more likely to enroll in post-secondary education. Again, 84% more likely here. We're talking about the FAFSA. When you look at our FAFSA completion rate, we're talking about the percentage of high school graduates that complete a FAFSA. We ranked 47th, so we want to improve that number. So we've created a FAFSA completion committee. Again, we have K-12 folks on there. We have higher education representatives on there to kind of build a marketing campaign around FAFSA completion. And within that, we also want to recognize those high schools that have high FAFSA completion rates and also exhibit significant increases from one year to the next. And so that way they're sort of rewarded. And we want to be able to recognize those high schools at an NSHE meeting, and ideally it would be one with NDE, because it's my understanding, I think several years ago before COVID, we had kind of an annual meeting where we had one day where we would have NSHE and NDE meet, and we would talk about areas of cross-pollination. So it would be great to bring that back, and we feel like this would be an opportune time to recognize those high schools here. So some work is going on in the FAFSA completion space. Credit for prior learning here. This is a really significant piece here. This is something that we're already kind of working on within the workforce committee and kind of setting some of the early foundational work here. We talk about credit for prior learning. We're talking about awarding credit for learning that is demonstrated outside the traditional learning environment. So there's really sort of 2 buckets here. You have more of the traditional bucket, which are things like advanced placement, which is otherwise known as AP. It's kind of an honors high school class. You usually take it your senior year. You take an exam at the end of the year. If you earn a requisite score, then you get college credit. CLEP exams are another one that kind of fits in this traditional bucket. That's something that our test centers at our colleges, universities offer. If a student goes in there, takes the test, they earn a requisite score, they're able to get college credit. Military training equates to college credit. So again, these are things that we're doing right now that are in that traditional bucket. On the other side, though, you have sort of a non-traditional bucket where you award credit for people who have completed recognized corporate training programs or government training programs. You have You award credit for individuals who have professional licensure, individuals who have professional certifications like a computer certificate, individuals who submit a portfolio. Maybe you have somebody who worked in graphic design or advertising for a number of years, and they have a portfolio of work demonstrating the campaigns that they've worked on. Obviously, there's knowledge and skills that are exhibited there. So when you look at that sort of non-traditional bucket there, there's very little activity in the system. I know TMCC started to do some good work here, but as a system overall, we're really lacking in this area. And we feel like this is a missed opportunity. We feel like this is a great opportunity to re-engage and reconnect with our adult students here. We've seen that population, again, I'll remind you, it's declined by 23% over the last 9 years. Meanwhile, it's worth noting that there are 321,000 adults in Nevada with some college, no degree, that are not currently enrolled. Again, that number is 321,000. The other piece I want to talk about is this issue we're dealing with an enrollment cliff that some of you all, I'm sure, are familiar with. Probably most everyone is. The birth rate has declined. That's catching up with higher education. We are going to have smaller pools of high school graduates from which to recruit. That's a reality that everyone's dealing with. The good news for Nevada is not hitting us in the immediate future like it is California and the upper Midwest and Northeast. They're really getting rocked by this right now. But it is going to hit us. When we get into the 30s, it sounds crazy to just talk about the 30s, but when we get into the 30s, it is going to hit us at that point in time. I think we want to have a stronger commitment to credit for prior learning. Number one, because it's the right thing to do, but also from a pragmatic standpoint, we're going to be relying on adult students a lot more in the future. I think it's really smart for us to kind of reposition ourselves now and kind of be proactive rather than reactive. So I think that's the other piece in doing this work here. And I also want to point out that this is something that came up during the listening sessions. Anytime you see the little icon there where the person's talking and the other person's listening there was really explicit feedback provided about the need to have more robust opportunities for credit for prior learning. So again, building on that feedback. And then online course sharing. This is something that is relatively new. This is something that, just to kind of define it, is probably the problem is probably the best way to start. Talk about online course sharing, there's kind of two sides to this. On the student side, you have classes that are full and they're not able to enroll in the class, or you have a class they want to enroll in the fall, they want to take it in the fall, but it's only offered in the spring. You have those type of issues that come up, and that sometimes will shut a student out of enrolling in a particular course. And then on the institution side, there'll be cases where they want to enroll, they don't want to enroll. They offer a class, and there's only 5 students in the class. They continue to offer it, but they do so at a financial loss because there's only 5 people. So online course sharing is one potential strategy to kind of address this issue. Because essentially how it works is an institution will put one course or multiple courses in kind of a shared network with other institutions. And so how it works in practice is if I am a student and I'm looking on my course schedule and I see that a class is full, I'm going to take History 101, I see that it's full, then I keep scrolling down and then I would see additional options maybe on other campuses, I'd be able to enroll in it right then and there. And then I'd be able to transfer the course back. So this is something that increases options for students and expands reach for our institutions. Again, this is something that did come up in the board workshop, kind of a need for us to collaborate and share resources. I think that fits nicely within this. And again, I want to point out this did come up in listening sessions. In terms of institutions, the community colleges are very interested in this. They've actually come to us requesting this. The universities are not as interested in it, that's fine. So what we really want to do is explore creating a voluntary course sharing network and have a pilot program. We want to explore creating that pilot program. And obviously we want to be very mindful about this because there's a lot of moving parts and pieces. It's not just enrolling in a class. You have records, you have financial aid. So we want to be really thoughtful about putting this together and doing it the right way. But we want to create a pilot program in this space. In all likelihood that focuses on community colleges, and obviously it would be open to the universities if that's something they want to look at down the road. So in terms of the metrics here that are associated, again, we're still talking about access here. Just kind of run through these here. So we have total enrollment by level. And I do want to emphasize that that includes, by level means that it means undergraduate and graduate. So we'll be able to disaggregate and look at individuals in master's programs and doctoral programs, professional programs. All those pieces would be there for us to look at the different enrollment categories there by classification. And then we have it disaggregated by a variety of different subpopulations, most of which we already collect. One of those that we do not is the first generation student status. That's not something we collect right now, but we do want to build that infrastructure. First generation student, yeah. And so well, I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Just some other key pieces here, dual credit enrollments and participation rates by race, ethnicity, and school, district, county here. That allows us to address things like, are there any gaps based on race, ethnicity? Are there any gaps based on geographic locations? That kind of thing. And then the statewide FAFSA completion rate, again, we're looking at the percentage of those graduates that completed FAFSA. We want to increase that number. And then the NSHE capture rate, we're talking about the percentage of Nevada high school graduates that enroll in an NSHE institution within a one-year period after graduation. So what percentage of those graduates are we capturing? And then last but not least, we have the first-time enrollment numbers and percentage rates by college readiness status using ACT scores. So we're looking at the percentage of students who are college ready and reading based on ACT, the percentage of students who are college ready in math based on ACT, versus those who are not college ready, just kind of looking at it through that particular lens here. And so again, I'm going to go through one more pillar here, and then we will pause for questions here. So increasing student success here is the second pillar, and we talk about this, one of the most significant things that a system can do in terms of broad reach and big impact is to have robust transfer and articulation policies. And this is important, I think, for a number of reasons, because it minimizes credit loss, it saves students time, it simplifies processes for students, it generates cost savings. It really does so on multiple levels. It's something that impacts our students, our Nevada families. It conserves state resources, it reduces federal expenditures. There's a lot of big opportunities we have working in this space, but this certainly is one of them, one of the bigger ones in terms of reach and impact here. And so we look at transfer work that we've done here over the last several years. The last time we did anything really significant, kind of in the transfer curriculum, kind of general education space, was 2010. And when you kind of break this down, a lot of things have happened over the last 15 years. This was literally January of 2010. So we're talking about 15 years ago now. And so really there's two significant things I think has happened. One of which is online course enrollment is far more prevalent today than it was back in 2010. It certainly was around then, but it's more prevalent today. Students are swirling around. Some of our students are enrolled in as many as 2 and 3 institutions during the same semester because of the flexibility that online course enrollment provides. I think it's also important to look at it through a technological lens, because when you look at smartphone usage as an example, you look at smartphone usage back in January of 2010, it's like 18% of adults had a smartphone versus now virtually everybody does. So students are far more mobile and transient than ever. The other big piece in here is dual credit. We've seen a massive explosion over the last several years of dual credit. And it's grown by 523%. The trajectory that happens often with dual credit is students will do dual credit at one NSHE institution, then they will graduate from high school, and they will often enroll at a different NSHE institution after they graduate from high school. So you have students who are far more mobile than ever, more transient than ever. The days of students parking at one campus and doing all 120 hours are a huge anomaly. That just rarely happens today based on the patterns that students have. And this is not something that's unique to Nevada. When you look at this through a national lens specifically, this has been one of the biggest policy issues of the last 5 to 10 years. Really significant work has been done in the transfer and articulation space. And that's been done so both at the legislative level and at the board level, because it kind of depends on the state. Some states, the legislature has to do this. Some states, a governing board is able to do that. In our case, obviously, a governing board is able to authorize this type of work here. And what you've seen is these states move away from these sort of one-to-one transfer agreements. And they've moved more towards system-wide transfer agreements here. And so when we talk about these one-to-one transfer agreements, essentially we're talking about one community college partnering with one university. That's essentially how this works here. And it really functions like a single toll road. It only connects 2 towns. You're sort of disconnected from the other parts of the system here, which is functional, but it's not really flexible. It's not practical based on the needs that students have. Again, they're far more mobile and transient than ever. So as an example, if I'm a community college and I want to have an elementary education transfer agreement, I have to have one with UNLV. I have to have a separate one with NSU. I have to have a separate one with UNR. And so we have those differences because we haven't taken that next step and really done the alignment piece. And again, so many states and systems have moved away from this, and they've implemented more system-wide transfer agreements here. So instead of having a series of toll roads that only connect 2 towns, you have a multi-institution highway network that connects all institutions. So instead, again, of having a bunch of individual toll roads, you have one system-wide highway where everyone's going the same direction and everyone's connected. So instead of having 15 agreements for a business degree, 15 individual transfer agreements, you have one agreement, and that covers the entire system. And that kind of puts it in play here in a really simple way. So remember, we're talking about having everyone on a highway. Kind of keep that in mind here. The beauty in this is that the courses transfer and apply toward meeting degree requirements, regardless of what exit the student takes here. So again, everyone is going the same direction. Everyone is connected here in this type of framework here. So in terms of kind of where we're at right now, I know in Nevada specifically, again, this is something that came up in the listening sessions going back to 21 and 22. This is something I know that's come up in some legislative channels. I know some of the interim, during the interim session there, I know it came up a couple of times in just some conversations I had, and I know a high-ranking member recently expressed concerns about the lack of alignment with one of our critical degree programs and the fact there really was no alignment across the system. That just came up in the last week or so. So it's definitely, I think, on the minds of some legislative folks. And then at the board level, this is something I know that individual board members have had constituents express concerns to them, and those have been relayed to me, I know at different times. On top of that, again, I go back to the workshop that we had in July. There was a desire to improve transfer, that was noted. A desire to have more curriculum alignment, again, was noted back at the workshop. So taking all that into consideration and also looking at other states and systems and knowing what they've done, we want to create a working group to identify the best practices and strategies and make a recommendation on how we can improve transfer. So this is not changing any policy today. It's just merely creating a group to make a recommendation to improve this, again, for our transfer students. I think one of the biggest things we can do in terms of systemness is having really robust transfer articulation policy. Student success. We talk about student success. The importance of early student success cannot be stressed enough. If students do well early on, they earn a lot of A's and B's, they don't withdraw from courses, they establish positive momentum, the probability of them being successful long-term is significantly increased. By contrast, if they don't do well early on, they have a lot of D's and F's and withdrawal grades, they decrease their probability of long-term success. It's a really simple concept here, but I think the overriding point here, this is a very, very consequential time here. When you drill down to retention data, we're talking about the percentage of first-time, full-time students who retain from one fall to the next, from that first fall to the second fall here. National data shows that first-generation students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are 4 times less likely to be retained. Again, that's based on national data. First-generation students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds are 4 times less likely to be retained. I think this is a really important stat for us because we have a lot of first-generation students. We also have a lot of students who are receiving financial aid based on a financial need here. So again, when we talk about first-generation students in particular, I think it's worth noting that Nevada has the 4th highest representation in the country. We're number 4 in the country in first-generation representation. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Because that means we have opportunities to open up more doors. We have opportunities to change family trajectories. I think everyone recognizes the importance of that. I think it also, though, it really reinforces the importance of student success efforts. And so along those lines, we're going to have institutions submit student success plans. We know some good work is already going on in this area, but we haven't really taken inventory of the practices and strategies that are being utilized here. And so I think another thing that this does, kind of having a system-wide focus on retention and really documenting here, I think it's beneficial because it allows us to identify the shared needs and the common interests that we have here. What are things that we want to do but can't because of financial resources? Obviously, that's something that naturally comes up here. There could be a project where we would be required to work with a vendor to really accomplish that. And there could be opportunities where we could leverage the power of the system and secure a statewide rate versus institutions bidding that work out independently. The last system I was in, we were very hyper-focused on data analytics, but the reality is that only the R1s could afford the technology. And so we were able to get a statewide rate, we were able to get some additional legislative dollars, and we got everybody on board with data analytics. So there are also opportunities to partner with grant funders there. There are certain funders I think would prefer to work with states, obviously, because of the reach, the impact, the scale. Obviously, we're talking about a system with 100,000 students. So if we really work along the lines of shared needs and common interests, I think there's all kinds of things that we can do here. So in terms of student success, we want to continue in that space here and have a student success summit here. Essentially, this would provide an opportunity, I think, for us to bring folks together, to share best practices, things that are really working well in Nevada, to network, to connect. But also, I think it allows us to really look at things through a national lens and look at what are some of the best practices going on elsewhere? What have been some of the best presentations at conferences nationwide? What have been some of the best papers that have been written about student success? And bring those individuals here to present to our people on the ground so we can connect with those people and implement some of those practices here. So I think it kind of serves two purposes there. And then the math launch years here, this is something that we're working with the Dana Center at the University of Texas at Austin, which is really kind of the leading entity on shaping undergraduate math reform. They've worked with a variety of states and systems over the years, and one of the main pieces they work on is something called Math Pathways. And this is based on aligning specific math general education requirements with specific undergraduate majors. So we know that STEM majors and that business majors need calculus. We're not here to change that. But of the majors who don't need a calculus class, what math skills are most important for them to be successful? That's really what we're trying to get at here. And so we're doing some surveying. We're working with math faculty on this. We have a math faculty committee really driving this work here. And really the goal of this at the end of the Math Pathways project is to have alignment. We want to get to a point where elementary education majors have the same general education math requirement across the system, where political science majors have the same general education math requirement across the system. Nursing majors, again, have the same general education math requirement across the system. That's really what we're getting at here and doing this work here. And so again, going to metrics here, a big focus, again, is on the early success component. So with that, what are some of the early checkpoints that are linked to long-term success here? So obviously, we're looking at retention rates, which I talked about. We're looking at the percentage of first-time, full-time students who complete 30 hours during the first year of college. Students who complete 15 hours that first semester or 30 hours the first year, they exhibit higher retention and graduation rates. That's been found in students of color, first-generation students, lesser prepared students, community college students, university students. It's been found really across the board here. So we have that particular metric there, again, the percentage of first-time, full-time students who complete 30 hours during the first year. And then we have the Gateway Math and English course completion the first year, the students who complete a general education math and English course during that first year. That's another term for Gateway. They are far more likely to graduate. That's one of the really big checkpoints there, according to the Community College Research Center. That's something we actually require by policy, but we haven't really highlighted a lot. So I think this just kind of reemphasizes the importance of that. Same thing along the lines of the advisor to student ratio of 350 to 1. We know that academic advising is really key here. The students who meet with advisors more frequently are far more likely to be successful. We also know this is something that's very important for students. There's national surveying that's been done where students have rated academic advising as the #1 student experience area. That's been rated both by community colleges and universities. So we have that 350 to 1 ratio in policy. That's something, though, again, that we haven't really emphasized and revisited a lot. So I think it puts a stronger emphasis on that going forward. We do have the number of iPads completers here. I want to emphasize that includes, again, certificates, associates, bachelor's, master's, professional programs, PhDs. So all of those degree programs are included therein. And I also want to point out that we integrated feedback from the community colleges about the need to focus on part-time students and not just full-time students. So we've got the outcome measure there, the outcome measures that are there here. And really what this does, it looks at all students, it looks at transfer, first-time students, full-time students, part-time students, and then it takes a snapshot. And then it looks at what have they done 8 years later. It looks at what percentage of these students completed a credential, either at the starting institution or at a different institution. What percentage of them are currently enrolled elsewhere or at the starting institution? It looks at it through those two lenses here. This is something, again, that takes into consideration part-time students. I want to emphasize that. And it also recognizes the role that community colleges play in baccalaureate completion. Because the reality is there are students who will do 15 hours or 30 hours or even 45 or even 60 or more hours at a community college, not earn a degree, but ultimately earn a baccalaureate degree. So our community colleges play a very significant role in that, and this particular metric certainly recognizes that there. So with that, I will pause right now. I know we've covered a lot in a relatively short period of time, so.
Thank you. I do know that Regent Boylan has a question.
Yes, let me get this on. All right, you need a degree for that. Madam Chair, I have 3 simple questions, and I've written them down, so I won't take too long and go off on a tangent. So my first one is, why is there, do we know, a 10% difference in the Nevada and national numbers, for the 18 and 24-year-old? You said that in your first pillar. College going rate,
Right.
yes, that's the one. Why, do we know that? Why is there a difference? 10%, quite a bit. You, young man, yes. We don't know that, I guess, by your silence.
Well, I think there's always room for improvement. I think part of the issue realistically is we don't have as many institutions as a lot of other states, so that probably plays into it, but I'm sure there's opportunity for improvement there. I think we probably want to be better than 47th. I think that's for sure.
That was my next point I was going to make, because we always 47th or 57th. I forget my numbers, 10% here and there. What difference does it make? So if you're going to fight the enemy, we have to know about the enemy and know the enemy. So we don't know why we're losing this 10%, which is thousands, right? That's okay. Thank you. Second one, ma'am. The Chancellor, Chancellor, thank you so much. Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Good morning for the record. Patty Charlton, Chancellor. Just to add to that point, we have, as Nevada, have had a struggle in the college-going traditional population. That has been a historic perspective. That's why I think you also will see that our legislature has stepped forward on state-supported aid programs such as the Promise Program. Millennium Scholarship is another, but we have work to do in increasing that college-going rate. We have made progress, but we have more progress as Vice Chancellor Archer and you were pointing out today. But we do have that challenge. We have a different economy in Nevada, and in many cases, it was much easier for someone to get a job right out of high school making significant amount of money. And so that's something that we have been diligent on working on, and I think our institutions and our presidents are doing a great job in that space, but there's more to be done.
Thank you. So I'll say, so let's blame the casinos, because that's one of our answers, but we really don't know what it is, but there's something wrong. Okay, thank you, but we'll blame the casinos. I love blaming the casinos. Number 2, Madam Chair, real fast. I wrote them down. Will we be lowering our standards by accepting non-traditional experience? We're already at the bottom, 47th, 57th in the nation, whatever. Will we be lowering our standards by accepting? We don't want to do this, that we start lowering our standards. We've got more people coming in. Nah, then we have problems later. So will we be lowering our standards?
If we do it the right way, we will not. And I think that probably a big piece in this is working with CALE, which is the Council on Adult and Education Learning. They'll play, I think, a vital role in this as long as we do it the right way. And you're looking at the learning that has actually been demonstrated. We're not just going to say, oh, well, you told me that you worked in advertising for 5 years, we're going to give you credit. There would be a method by which to evaluate learning and to make sure that they have exhibited knowledge and skills before any credit would be awarded. So I think if it's done the right way, it can be a real big turning point in terms of getting more students, having more success. The students who are able to earn credit that way do complete at significantly higher rates.
I see. That's awesome. That's good. But we're still in the future. We will be doing that. I like that. Last one. I know the other regions are chomping at the bits, but let me ask this. What percentage of dual credit students eventually graduate from college? Do we have that?
I don't have that in this
Okay.
slide deck, but we can get that for you.
You are too kind.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. Appreciate it. Good presentation. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair Carvalho, if I could just follow up on the second question that Regent Boylan had related to non-traditional learning. I will tell you that the community colleges, and I can speak from at least my own experience at CSN, they have a medic to RN program or practical nursing where you actually, and I would say this is a great example of using the experience that people are attaining, for example, in their education in the military. Our veterans benefits from certain programs. We also see that across our institutions. Fire, police is a great example where people are going through an academy that they have articulated what that program and what that learning does. So they're not having to take a class that they already have that kind of experience. And so working with the academic officers and working with the presidents, this is a really good advancement. And this really helps that individual that's coming in that has gotten that expert training and learning, and then we can apply the credits that work towards that.
That's a good point you make, Chancellor. So you're saying that the POST, which is the police training thing, gives them enough experience to become what, get an associate's degree? What would we say? Or have we got that far yet? No?
So, and I don't know if President Kibler would want to speak to that, but I do know from my experience, at least working at CSN, that the post training, they actually work with post directly on the criteria because that training is established by the state, and then they've articulated that within their core structures. So, for example, a recruit goes through 22 weeks of training, and they come out of that with a certain number. I think it's about maybe 27 to 33 credits, but some of that, some individuals may have had already, and so they can also do that. I would also say firefighters is a great example. If they are with a fire department and they are already a paramedic, that actually qualifies for the credits of the paramedic course if they're going to get their firefighter degree, and which now has led up to a bachelor's degree because that is a requirement for progression and promotion within the
Outstanding.
field.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now go to Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. So I just want to bring up a couple of things. One is I really applaud the Student Success Summit and the opportunities there to share what successes that students that are seeing and how the schools are addressing that, whether it be first-year experience programs or something else. I know we've already seen something like that with the reports we get quarterly from the different institutions, but it'd be nice if schools can directly share in a day or two, some of them more in depth in with the programs that they're doing. So I really think that that's a nice piece to this. In regards to the prior learning credit, would it be something more like an Associate of Applied Science? Would this be something that could go for a 4-year degree, or is it more for a 2-year degree? The experience I have had, of course, being at a community college, it's been applied to 2-year degrees, but have you seen cases where prior experience does apply for the 4-year degree?
Yes, this is Daniel Archer for the record. I've worked at community colleges and I worked at a university. I was a registrar at a university, and yes, they're like with the military credit, for an example, there'll be a military transcript and there'll be a recommendation. We recommend upper division principles of management. And so obviously it's dependent upon that institution, and the faculty in that area obviously are the ones that are reviewing that and making the call. But certainly the institution I worked at, there were instances, yes, where we did award credit for prior learning. Now, there's probably a greater tendency, I would say, to do so for the applied technical associate degrees, but there's still some baccalaureate degrees. I know when I worked at a university, we had engineering technology, we had a Bachelor of Science in Computer Information Systems. There were definitely cases, criminal justice, there were definitely multiple cases at the university I worked at where we did award credit for prior learning and baccalaureate programs. So, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm going to go to President Dalby and then to Regent Brager.
Thank you, Chair. Kyle Delpy, Western Nevada College. I had a, being one of the older historians in the room, having been here for 22 years, I had a flashback to January of 2016 when we had a meeting, when I was sitting at this table as acting president for TMCC during a brief stint, and we talked about the application. And I bring that up because 9 years later, we're talking about it, and I appreciate it being on there. And I'm at the front end of this discussion especially where the comments came. If we cannot get them efficiently in the door, we're not going to get them to the finish line. And we've been talking about it, and I wrote a few notes here. The systemness language is awesome. We should be a system. If we continue to make 7 versions of the same wheel in our academic institutions, we're not going to get people in. So on that note, I fully support a common application. When you shop at Amazon, you do not fill out a separate username for what you buy. And here it should be easier. And to throw out a personal story, in 2019, my daughter, who's my youngest, graduated from a high school in Texas north of Dallas. And when I was in 2019 helping her apply for schools, it was so simple. I don't know what it looks like today. I imagine Mr. Archer has looked at it recently, where you applied for everything, you put all your demographic information in, and then you did a drop down based on the institution you wanted to go to. And that in and of itself helps the access component for the community colleges because of the students we serve. If they cannot get in the door easily and they're not familiar with higher education, they will be more successful with that model. That will also help the course sharing that you mentioned, because the worst thing is when we have a student and we say, you can take this class at another school, and they're like, well, then I got to go through the whole application process. That doesn't help our students get in, which ultimately will not help them be successful and get out. And so I appreciate you putting that first and foremost, and look forward to how we can make that happen.
Thank you. Regent Breaker?
Susan Breger for the record. Sorry, this laryngitis is not at a good time. When you mentioned the 350 to 1 for academic advisors, it's one thing to have students come into our system, but from that point on, how long does it take to get to that advisor, and how do we fix that problem? Because that's just not a healthy way to keep students on track for where they want to do and what they want to do.
You bring up a good point. We may want to look at integrating some common surveying, and so that way we're all kind of surveying students on the same language, and we have kind of one common way that we're assessing those. So I would really defer to students and probably some data, and I just don't really have anything in that particular area right now, but I think that opens up some opportunities for us to consider and look at.
Well, another thing that could happen is if a student is not doing well and their name is sent to that advisor, whoever's doing that, if it's alphabetical or how you're doing it, and I don't know how many advisors we have, then we could keep people in. It's like bringing businesses here and not supporting them, and then they fail. So we're doing that with our students. And then secondly, do we have a campaign for those that might want to change their lives and their careers for the 30, 40-year-olds, let's say, because people live so long and maybe they're going to do 3 or 4 different careers. Do we have something that, did you know that, whatever it might be? Like I'm, as I've said before, in real estate, 35 years. It's a certification more than anything else, right. Even though we take 36 hours every 2 years. I don't know of any industry that does that. So it's just kind of interesting of how we kind of discount some of our people that are out there doing jobs.
Yep.
But yet it's not a college degree.
Right.
So you have tens of thousands of people.
Right.
And we do have a state that's unique, so I understand that. But you don't know what you might want to do in your future. And I don't think we look at that and let our population know that there's all types of degrees and businesses that could help you get further in the job you have. Sorry.
Thank you. I've got a queue going. Regent Brown, then Regent Del Carlo, Regent Goodman, and then Regent Fernandez.
Regent Brown for the record. Sorry, I have a whole setup going on here.
I'm sorry, Regent Brown, before we move to you, Regent Breaker was hoping to get a response on her question. I do apologize.
And I'm not here just to listen. That doesn't do any good for our system. So I feel like I asked a question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misinterpreted.
No, don't be sorry. I just
Yeah.
feel like this is not new to me for one thing. Coming up through the K-12 system, what do we do about the advisors? You have no information on it, but you mention it. Don't mention things I don't mean it rude.
Okay.
Don't mention things that you can't give us answers to, because what's the point? So if we have 350 people per advisor, how do you correct that? There's no way someone can do 350 people. If they're coming in to see them, and if they're not seeing them, and they're not doing well in any of our campuses, why are they not? And if you need to get back to me, I'm okay with it, but I'm not here just because I like to sit here, but I like to see progress. And in my third year, I feel like the first two are pretty dismal.
So Regent Breger, if I might, I think that question might be better positioned to the presidents, because on the ground, they have the data as far as, and this board has set a policy of the 350 to 1, but the challenges that they may face, and I will say, not speaking just in defense for community colleges, that headcount population where you've heard that they have a higher part-time student ratio to full-time, that is intensive services and personnel that are needed to be able to make sure that every person has that access to that advisor. And I think that the presidents would be better served to be able to respond to what those challenges
Well, let me say
might be.
this, they don't have to do it today, but I would like to know that. And are they sending people to an academic advisor? And if not, why do we hear about the dismal situations that are going on? And if we need more, I know it's a policy, but they should step forward and say that policy's not good enough. We need 100 to 1. We need whatever it might be to get students in there. I have
Certainly.
students that I've known for years that have said they have not made it through because of the situation. So if we're going to put it in our performance situations, we have to have something that justifies it, or let us know we need a new policy.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And just, I agree with that, because in the absence of a skilled professional to help guide you in your academic journey, you self-advise. And that can be very challenging, especially when we have such a high population that is financial aid eligible. And
Right.
if you take a course that isn't as a part of your degree plan, it is not eligible for financial aid, so thank you.
And I'm not trying to beat anybody up, but I feel like we can't have all the information unless people want to be, I don't want to use the word honest, but come forward, let's say it that way. Because I know students that got on a path for an education, and when it ended, there was no job because it wasn't the right thing to do. And that's a kinesiology is a good example of finishing your 4 years, but you can't get a job because no one told you in the beginning that you need to do ABC. I'm just using one example. I have many more, but I won't do it today because I don't really have a voice for it.
President Kibler, did you want to respond?
Well, I can at least give you a data point specifically. At CSN, we have the NSHE recommendation of 351. At CSN, currently our advising ratio is 564 to 1. We employ 49 academic advisors. We've done the math. We've processed this. We need 30 more, which is $1.8 million. So it's on our legislative funding request. It's a dollars and cents issue for us. I mean, we have those positions filled. It's not a matter of we got a ton of vacancies. I'm sure we always have 2 or 3 vacancies, but we only have 49 positions on the line. That's a dated number in terms of with the growth of the institution. And so that means we are well behind the NSHE standard of 350 to 1, but it's a funding issue for us.
And I understand the funding issues. I'm going to say this, but, and this is not to you, that can't be our excuse anymore. It cannot be our excuse on how we educate what we do. And I know it's difficult, but I have been here for, I'm not going to say how many years, because it's probably more than most people in the room. But I keep hearing the same thing year after year after year, not just here, K through 20, let's call it. And it's time to quit saying that and find a new way, as you're trying to do it. So forgive my frustration, but I've been doing this for 27 years in education. And the story doesn't change because also, I don't want to beat up the legislature because it's a legislative session. But at some point, quit saying education matters if you're not going to do something to fix it. Just don't say that. So sorry, I must be on a roll today.
If I could just respond to one follow-up, and I will say that this was a conversation, and we've got Regent Goodman, Regent Del Carlo, and Regent Brooks that are here today. This was a part of the conversation in the Higher Education Funding Committee, and that was really a part in recognizing specifically and not saying that we have reached R1 status. We need to maintain that R1 status. That is critical for the state of Nevada, but we also need to recognize where our community colleges and the state university have lost ground. And so that is why we asked for, and this board approved, that additional request to implement a new funding formula that will address our student support needs. And that was a $20 million per year to fully fund it. Now, granted, we can also phase that in as well. But I want to just acknowledge and thank the board for taking that, and for the 3 regions that participated in what was very, very difficult conversations. And it's very important for our colleges. I would also call out the small institutions which get lost in that shuffle, and we requested incremental funding to bring them up for what is just inflation for the small institution factor, because there's a capacity issue. And so I'll be sending you an update of where we are with those factors, and I do appreciate the governor's support for that implementation of your new formula.
And I'm not beating anybody up, it's just a real fact. And they struggle because of the way our state for 50 years has said education's important, but I've not seen that. So I just find that to be, it's time to step up to the plate. If we want a better state, then let's do it. And so I'll leave it at that. But I don't want anyone to think I don't appreciate everything that they're doing. And it's against all odds sometimes. And I get it. I get it.
Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. To your point, that number that was set to 1 to 350, sometimes you get a little overwhelmed because you're like, how could one person know 350 students? But our advising professionals, actually, that's a good number to get to. I think for us at UNLV, maybe 3 years ago, we were up above like 450, almost 500. It's just a lot. But one of the things that I would say that we're working on is trying to figure out ways, and you may not like this, but it's the world we live in and it's the world our students live in, is to use chatbots and other things to be able to supplement. We always try to push them to a person, but it's trying to use things like nudges to remind students, hey, you're supposed to talk to your advisor, you're supposed to talk to your advisor. And for us, one of the things that we have done is part of our orientation to get students starting to understand that they need to develop that relationship from day one with their advisor. Because the advising is not just about the kinds of courses that they take, it's lots of other things. It's about what they may be thinking about what they want for the future, or how they're navigating, or if they're going to switch majors, which has serious implications for students, to help them to be able to fully understand what then matches up. So they can go through and say, you have these courses, and now you're going to take this major that needs these courses. Just understand, you may be adding a year to what you're doing. And so, as you know, it's providing the additional supplementation for students to understand some of the choices they make. But I think the other piece of it that I mentioned is about trying to use technology to try to help as much as possible. The students that are coming through, they're used to it. I mean, they're actually good with it. The one last thing I would say is that in addition, coming out of COVID, one of the things that happened is that students didn't have that personal connection. And I think that they didn't as they were coming through K through 12, and we're absorbing those students now as they graduate and then are matriculating to our schools. And so that's one of the things that is on our advising staff, to be able to try to get students to actually come in and have that personal contact. Because in terms of student success, which it's very well placed, the sense of belongingness is one of the key factors in success. And to belong, you kind of need to talk to somebody. So the technology is a good start, but it's only a piece that needs to be added to a bigger picture. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So first, I just want to say thank you for compiling this. I feel like I participated in the retreat that we did in the workshop that we did in July. And I feel like I was heard, and what I had voiced has carried through. And I know a lot of my colleagues that were also there, our work is in this document. So first and foremost, just thank you for outlining. I also think that this is a really interesting way for us to acknowledge what a system looks like and all of the pieces. And I like your example of the highway. Instead of having toll roads between all of our institutions, we're now creating a highway that is something that as a system and as a state, we are approaching and we are saying these things are a priority for this board. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I think this also sets us up for a mission differentiation conversation that we're going to have later this year, because we're saying that these things are important, and then that has to carry into this. So I look at this as a foundation of where we're going to be as a board. And so I just want to say thank you, because for me, this acknowledges the things that we brought up. I will say, just to reiterate, and President Dalpy had mentioned this, through my work on the workforce committee, we discovered so many layers of how things are treated differently at all 7 of our academic institutions. And there's so many barriers to entry. So when we say we are a system, there are a lot of things that we have to address, and this does this, right? With, we're talking about the fact we want to address credit for prior learning. And I really like this online sharing, especially for our rural schools. It is impossible for them to, have every single class available to their students. But imagine if they did have every single class available and it was students from all over. Not only does that make them, more connected to other students in the state, probably share best practices. It gives them another touch point to stay engaged. So I really like this. I did want to bring up, I think apprenticeship is also one of these things that we will talk about. So much of their work, credit for prior learning, and we had a presentation in the workforce committee at the last where 11% of CSN students are union members. They're in apprenticeships. And like that is just, and I know that has to have a ripple effect throughout our whole system. So just acknowledging that this is something, and I will also say that dual enrollment, FAFSA, this allows NSHE to engage more thoroughly with K through 12. It's not just setting up a pipeline for this system, but it's setting up an economic impact for our state.
Absolutely.
And I think that that is an ownership that we have to take. And that's why I'm so happy that we're acknowledging it. We're saying that we want to streamline it. I haven't heard from all the presidents, but I haven't also heard anything, saying that they don't want to engage in this. And so I think that this is just, I don't really have a question. I just really wanted to reiterate that I think this is such a special moment for our ability to say, yes, we are an economic impact for this state, and not just because we're graduating people, but because we're actually engaging and getting them through the pipeline, and we are making concessions where we need to make concessions, and we are being flexible where we need to be flexible, and we are meeting people where they are. I think your point to adult learners will be inconsequential to our future. I give an example, touching on what Regent Boylan said. I have 30 first cousins, and I'm the first person to go to school in my family. Every single person went to the Strip and had a job. And you know what? Now they don't have that same income because the trajectory has changed. But I'm the very first person. And I think that we have to go back to those adult learners and say, you have incredible experience working in upper management. Come back. Why are we giving 2 credits towards their hospitality degree when they have 30 years in the hospitality industry? And we have an opportunity to get them back. And then we're just going to, I think it's 38% of Clark County residents have any type of higher ed credentialing. And just yesterday, Jeremy Aguero from Applied Analysis mentioned that over 50% of the new people moving to the Valley have higher ed degrees. So there is a tilt happening, but why would we leave behind the 321,000 adults in this economy that have any type of higher ed credentialing, we have to engage with them and get them on this level, whether they want a degree or they just want more education that helps them matriculate in their own workplace. Again, it's not a real question. I just really am passionate about this, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I just am excited that we are, approaching this as a system. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And Regent Brown eloquently said a lot of the things I wanted to say, so I won't belabor them. But this is the first time since I've been on this board that I've really seen that we're looking at things from a system approach. And to me, having a system is our greatest strength, and we haven't leveraged that. And I really appreciate you coming in from out of state. You have such a national focus. You've been on the community college side, you've been on the university side. I am so impressed with the pages and pages of research that you have done, because everything we do in this plan has been so meticulously documented. I mean, that is really impressive. I told you this in July. If we could do every one of these things today, I know this is an action item, so we can get going on this. I'm hoping in 4 years, when I'm getting ready to leave this board, we're going to see significant change. And I was going to ask if we could turn it on right now, where do you think, how long do you think you can implement? Is it going to take 1, 2, 3 years to implement? There's a lot of work to be done.
Right. I mean, we've got it drawn out for a 6-year plan. There's about 10 or 11 projects in here collectively.
Okay.
So I think we really take it year by year. I mean, what I would envision is getting to a place where ideally we would maybe identify a couple goals each year. Maybe we have a workshop in the summer and we decide what we want to focus on, and that really sets the stage. We have that goal to focus on, and then we complete it by the end of the year, or maybe it carries over into the next year if it's a bigger project. Some of the work and transfer is really substantive. I created a transfer system from scratch. My last system had 32 different institutions in it. We created a general education. We created statewide associate degrees. It took about 18 months to do the general education, and then the associate degrees were a little quicker, but that whole process really took about 3 years, or may have been like 2.5. But there were more institutions, but it was a huge challenge. I do want to emphasize too, though, I know costs have been brought up. I did that in another system with the transfer. That didn't cost us anything. There were difficult conversations. It was not always fun. It's very contentious work, but financial factors were never a limitation. And that was 32 different institutions, by the way.
Okay, I was going to ask about the cost to implement too. I think, looking at the whole thing, I think you start with that, the application. Because when we put the Nevada Promise together, we had one application for that, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right, Presidents? And it's one application, and are you going to TMCC, or are you going to WNC, are you going to CSN, or are you going to GBC? If we can do it for that, we can do it for the whole system, and other people do it. And the 350-to-1 was a best practice. And just so the newer members of the board know, the 350-to-1 was when we first did strategic planning back in 2017. I mean, Tom Riley came in, and Nate McKinnon was here at the time, and they put the 5 strategic goals. And then when we got a new chancellor, there wasn't enough. There was just not enough. This is completely in-depth and adds, especially the first paper you gave us, all the different ways to measure things, because there wasn't really enough to measure. Right. But some of our institutions, and I don't think they're here today, but they did get to 350-to-1. I don't know where they are today because we've suspended metrics. But anyway, I'm so supportive of this plan.
And this is Daniel Archer, and I appreciate the background on that. I think the National Academic Advising Association, which is called NACADA, which actually is housed at Kansas State University, that's a national organization for this. I believe at one point they came out with some guidance. It may have been 300-to-1. So my guess is we probably looked at that. It wasn't feasible, and we landed at 350, which was an improvement for a lot of our institutions. But I think that's how we landed on that 350 marker back then. But
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Goodman.
Thanks, Daniel. What I like is that this is something that I've been hearing about from our constituencies. And this is something that has really affected our students in the fact that they are trying to become a nurse, and they're taking a course and then they can't transfer, or there's issues. And so I just really like taking a program and then making those 100 and 200 classes similar, so that these students are able to move within our system. So I just like that this is actually going to positively affect our students. I've heard from many parents as well, and I just think it's really great that we finally have something, at least we're working towards making access better for our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Chair. So my question here is reference to the credit for prior learning. I know that I'd asked you, excuse me, a few questions about it before, but I do want to know how CPL is being utilized to address Nevada's high demand occupations, and are there specific industries or roles that these pathways are being prioritized? I think it goes back to a little bit what Regent Brown was mentioning, and even Regent Brager, in trying to ensure that this sort of experience that people have can be, turn it into something that will achieve higher education.
Right. Daniel Archer, appreciate the question there. The majority of our credit for prior learning right now is more in that traditional space, which again is like AP and CLEP and military credit. To the point that was talked about earlier, I know James McCoy at CSN, shout out to James. I know he talked about the certified police officers will get credit because they've graduated from that academy and they're a licensed police officer. And I think that's a common element there. I know that's one of the ones I've heard about, but I think the other ones are in small pockets and are fairly isolated. I don't think we have any of our institutions that are doing a lot of it in multiple areas and things like that. But obviously I would defer to institutions if anyone wants to step in. If I'm missing something, please share.
Actually, yes, if I could hear from some institutions on how you're all addressing this, because I think this is a really great pathway, especially as we're looking to really cater to these different folks.
We have someone here who'd like to speak, Dr. Alexander.
Thank you, Regent Downs. Jeffrey Alexander, for the record, Vice President of Academic Affairs at TMCC. TMCC launched a credit for prior learning program formally in December of 2024. We launched a policy and approved that, and that was a big lift for a big team. And then we had a soft launch for that effort in October 2024. We have a credit for prior learning program that runs the gamut from transfer credit and also credit by examination, but also credit for prior learning in two different ways, whether it's the evaluation of a portfolio of work that someone will bring in from industry or prior professional experience, and also the evaluation of credit for prior learning through workforce certification or workforce training. And both of those efforts, they differ, but we put that on the website with a very simple inquiry form. We have, since the soft launch, really fine-tuned the effort to send that around the campus for approvals and so forth. We've already served over a dozen students in the workforce certification realm. Chiefly that is in the area of paramedic and applied technologies, because the paramedic training, as many know, is a standardized curriculum across the country. So if a person earns the designation of paramedic or takes paramedic training courses, perhaps with a fire agency, that is the same learning that they would experience at a college. And so it is important for us to be able to validate that learning. Most importantly for us, whether it's a portfolio of work, for example, in accounting or computer science, for example, or whether it's in workforce certification, it's key that faculty be the ones to evaluate whether a student has mastered the learning outcomes in that course. The learning outcomes of any course are critical, and if the faculty can evaluate that work and they can see that those learning outcomes have been mastered, then they are the ones to greenlight whether the student is deserving of that credit for prior learning for that course, and then it is transcribed by the registrar. So that is the approach we've taken. We are looking forward to seeing that scale up as we make our way through spring and fall 25, and we're very hopeful for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Regent Fernandez? Or
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on that. Have you all been looking, this is an institutional-wide effort, right? So have you all been looking at different opportunities to partner with businesses, et cetera, to really be able to get, existing programs. So I do appreciate the fact that there is something that is more nationally recognized. I think that that's a really great effort to lead with that. But as we're looking at this strategic plan and expanding beyond the traditional efforts of the past, beyond AP, et cetera, how you're all looking to work with the high demand businesses here.
Daniel, if you don't mind. So
Thank
for the
you.
record, Patty Charlton, I think, and I don't know if Dr. Alexander or perhaps CSN or any of the community colleges want to address it. You know, another standard credentialing that occurs is in the manufacturing space. And so there are nationals standards, I'm going to get all the acronyms wrong, so I might just look to Jeff Alexander, MCS, and other standards that are used for credentialing within the manufacturing space, which is very much a high emerging need and space in Nevada. So Dr. Alexander, do you mind perhaps talking about manufacturing? Because I know you're very involved.
Yes, thank you, Chancellor Charlton. Be happy to. In the manufacturing space, we have a variety of training programs that we offer for some of our partners, such as Tesla and Panasonic and Hamilton, New Millennium, other firms in our region. Very often, those certifications come through the MDP program, for example, manufacturing basic training, and also the START program that we developed specifically for Tesla. What's really important here is that in many cases, when we work with these employers, they are the ones who select the courses out of our catalog because they know best which learning outcomes they want, what skill sets they need. And so they select those courses, and they can do so in a very rapid fashion. We can put that together and design that training for them so that they can bring us their new hires. They can bring us their employees who need to scale up their training for the next level and become quality control technicians, for example, or workforce engineers in their specific areas of the firm. And so for us, that's been very important, is to listen to industry, what do they want, and to try to style the training that we provide specifically for their needs. In other cases, we have computer science training or programming languages like CompTIA, for example. There are various Microsoft certifications, other kinds of workplace certifications that employees have earned. They can bring those to us, and those learning outcomes match very often the learning outcomes in our courses in our catalog. So if somebody earns a CompTIA certification or a Microsoft certification on the job, they can bring that to us. We can recognize that learning and assess it. If faculty will verify that it matches our learning outcomes, they can receive credit for that. And then that will help them get in the door and get some credits under their belt toward the degree or certificate that they seek. This, the CAEL, as the Vice Chancellor mentioned, the Center for Advanced Experiential Learning, and together with the Lumina Foundation, have found that, generally speaking, when a student has come in and been granted credit for prior learning, for every credit that an institution grants, the student may register for as many as 17 additional credits and complete those. And as the Vice Chancellor mentioned, that is also something that they will do at really a better level. They will be more likely to complete, to persist and retain in their program and complete that degree.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. Thank you very much for the presentation. I thought I had a really good PowerPoint game, but yours is fantastic.
Well, thanks. I'll take it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's great. So there were some things that I wanted to bring up, and some of them have already been addressed, but we'll just reiterate some things. First, I want to say, as fantastic as all of this information is, extending this out to 31, it felt like there were some things that might be missing from the overall outline of things that can be done. And one of them is enhancing digital learning. And really developing some type of comprehensive plan to be able to do that, because as we know, higher education is changing, right? It's not come to a campus, go to class. I mean, there are, your typical student who's graduating high school that's looking for a different way to get educated. And then obviously adult learners are looking for a way to be able to maintain a career path and also pick up some courses. So that would be one of them. And an action step in that might be professional development for faculty members so that they can have a better understanding of how to develop online curriculum to support, a student's education. The other thing I thought about was fostering student-centric support programs. And actually, Regent Breger hit on it a little bit when we talk about academic advising and mentorship programs, so that as students are coming in, there's a clear-cut pathway for them, so that they're not spending a large amount of time and a large amount of money on a campus trying to figure out which direction that they should go in. The other idea is, and it was brought up, is really strengthening community relations, right, with industry partnerships. And one way to take a look at that is create community-based learning projects that address local changes. The final thing that I wanted to bring up was really just a commitment to continuous improvement and almost like a checks and balance in terms of what that looks like. And so as President Dalpy had mentioned, he's been around for a little while, and a lot of these conversations have been ongoing, particularly, you know, the way that someone would apply access, what that looks like for a student. And the example he gave of Amazon shopping was great, but that's one of the issues that we've been running into in terms of students trying to get access to an institution. And so one of the things that was brought up was we keep hearing the systemness. And look, from my perspective, what I would say is, while there's a system of higher education, it's not operated necessarily as a system of higher education. It's operated as institutions doing what they have to do to be able to maintain students on their campus and hopefully enhance student experience while they're on that campus. So it feels more like institutions operating on their own than an overall system of really bringing somebody in and ensuring their success, great experience on a campus, and then hopefully providing some type of process for them to contribute in the Nevada economy. The one other thing I wanted to offer was, I wish this would have come back to the board in its current form, the way that you presented it, as an information only, so that the board can provide you some feedback, and especially when it comes to action items, because the outline is fantastic, it really is. But what was missing for me was exactly how you're gonna get there and what the time frame is on some of these projects. And I know you've got to, you know, my grandmother used to say, the way that you eat an elephant is one bite at a time, right? So I get this is, there's some complexities to this, but for me, what I didn't see in the presentation, as fantastic as it is, hey, look, here's how we're gonna move the needle step by step. It's gonna take us a little bit of time, but here's the action items, here's the way that we're gonna hold folks accountable, and here's the way that we're gonna provide transparency to the board so that you can see how these initiatives are moving. But again, thank you. It was a great presentation.
Thank you, Regent Brooks. I do want to say that we're in the middle of the presentation. We're not done with the entire presentation. So I think some of the things that you brought up will probably be addressed throughout this. And I appreciate the opportunity to engage in the middle of it. But yeah, we're only about halfway done at this time with this. So hopefully some of that will be addressed as we go forward. But I will say that I appreciate your comment regarding bringing it forward for information only. I'll say that as somebody who's been very closely involved with this since the beginning of it a few years ago, I've really wanted to see it move forward. And I was hoping to have brought it forward in the December meeting. And at that time, I would have been fine with an information-only approach to it. And unfortunately, that meeting, we ran out of time. But I also feel like at some point, we've just got to start moving and get the direction going. And I hear you, and I agree with you with making sure that we have measurable goals with this. That is certainly what the direction is with this, and we'll continue to improve on it as we go. But I really wanted to put it before this board before the legislative session began, so that we had something to go forward with to say, this is a plan for how we move the needle in Nevada. So I just wanted to share some of those thoughts with you, and I'll go to Chancellor Charlton, and then I'm going to go to President Pollard quickly, and then we can move forward with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Chair, just
Sure.
to address what you've said, Regent Bush, for the record, and I appreciate everything that you said. It's possible that there could be a way to bring something forward to the legislative body that is a little bit tighter in terms of the amount of things that have to be done with a strategic plan. And I understand the urgency to try to get something forward. I'm just was saying as a preference, I would have liked to have seen action items in here. And you're right, we haven't heard the entire presentation, but when we were looking at the pillars, even the first two, which for me are extraordinarily important, the access and student success, even in that, it was a fantastic outline of things that can be done, but not how we're going to get there.
I agree
Thank
with you. Thank you.
For the record, Patty Charlton, I just wanted to add that, our plan or our strategy is to present this plan, get approval from the board on the direction. And then, as you know, beginning at the March meeting, and I really want to thank both President Pollard, and I know that President Acharya is not here, but we will be resuming the metrics presentations. All of those metrics presentations on a quarterly basis will fold in and support this work, but also to bring back on an annual basis to this board that process of here's where we were this time last year, here's what we committed to moving forward, here's what we're seeing in the progress, and then reevaluating, is this still the direction that's right? That's that continuous improvement checkpoint. I know each of our institutions build their strategic plans off of the goals that the board has set, and many of them are deeply engaged in their accreditation process, which really serves as the framework for a lot of what they do. So the plan will never just be one that is sitting on a shelf. It is one that we are going to be bringing back information and educational opportunities and conversations with the board at each of the quarterly meetings as well, so that we can continue to refine and make sure that this is really meeting the direction of the system as a whole, and supporting all of our students, all of our communities, and all of our faculty and staff.
Thank you. President Pollard.
Good morning, Regents, and Happy New Year. I think I haven't spoken to all of you all thus far in the year. I really wanted to first say to Regent Brager and to Regent Fernandez, I'll be happy to provide some updates in my monthly update to you regarding the questions you posed. I don't have that data with me, and I want to be thoughtful in the response. I really appreciate the themes of the comments, and I'll start off by saying I really appreciate the strategic plan as has been presented thus far, and I know we're only halfway through it, but I will say the reason why is that this isn't anything novel. This is work that's being managed across the country in systems and institutions, and I would say that here's an opportunity to have us start to catch up around some of the conversations and the work that's being done. I had a 9th grade English high school teacher who said to me he had 7 master narratives of literature. The one that I always remember is this idea of the real versus the ideal. And he says that every piece of literature, you can look at this kind of tension that a writer has about the ideal versus the real. So what I think this plan does, and some of the questions that you all posed, I just started writing this, the ideal that we want to have in. And I love, many of you kind of comment on the systemness question of what it means to be a system. It would assume that we have an aligned, coordinated system that's designed from a student's first contact with any of our institutions. And there's a consciousness around college and what that actually means. That students will come to us highly prepared, they would be highly motivated, and they'd have robust support systems. But the real is that the structure that we have assumes that students' abilities are there when they aren't, fails to account for all the contacts they have with our institutions. Our system, going to a point that Regent Brager made, is inadequately funded. And we also dismiss the challenges of a K-12 system. We don't talk about the workforce culture, particularly in Southern Nevada. That's the real. Another ideal that we have is that we'll have an intentional focus around access and success and alignment within the system. But the real is that we've been and have been distracted by inconsequential and unserious work from time to time. The ideal is that there's an integration, but we focus a lot on exceptionalism. So I think at the end of the day, what I love about where we're going with this plan is there's an opportunity, I think, to really, one, bring our state and our system into a contemporary and modern conversation around what higher education can and should be doing. But at the same time, it forces us to start looking at some of the things that we have to reconcile about who we really are as a system. There are some gaps. I love Regent Brooks' conversation around technology. The earlier comment that happened in your open session around human capital, professional development, around our employees. How do we begin to keep them engaged and connected? That's a really important conversation, and perhaps that's something that happens more at the institution level. But I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of this conversation here, and there's an opportunity, I think, to really celebrate what our system can become if we get to this baseline level of work before we move into, I think, where the future of higher education is going to demand us to look at. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like us to move on to pillar number 3, which I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Daniel Archer, Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, Nevada System of Higher Education. So close institutional performance gaps here. When we look at data, we know that the Black student graduation rate compared to the overall population is one of our biggest gaps in the system. That being said, though, we also recognize that the demographics in northern and southern Nevada are very different here. So knowing the differences there and recognizing the differences, we'll have institutions define 1 to 2 subpopulations where there is a graduation gap, and they'll tell us what they are doing now and what they're planning to do in the future to close it. And we talk about them defining a subpopulation. Very important to note, this could be a variety of different subpopulations. It could be based on race, ethnicity. It could be based on a veteran status. It could be based on first generation. It could be based on Pell. It could be based on an adult student. So there could be a number of different subpopulations. Obviously, we recognize the uniqueness of the campuses and the student populations that they serve. The other piece in here is the Academic Research and Student Affairs Council, ARSA, continuing to work in concert with the IDEA Council on identifying best practices and strategies that can help close these gaps. Looking at Regent Del Carlo, because I know she's got a connection with Keith Curry at Compton College. She's done some really phenomenal work in raising achievement in Black students, and we talked about bringing President Curry here, so hopefully we'll make that work at some point in the near future. So another big piece in this is sort of a hyper focus on first generation, and our institutions certainly are focused on first generation, but we haven't really collected any data at the state level on this particular population. And so I think it's important to recognize there are differing definitions of first generation, so we want to make sure that we have one definition and we agree upon that, and then we start collecting this, and then we put this on dashboards in the future, because I think this is going to be an important subpopulation for us to focus on as a system. So just kind of building some data infrastructure here, and then just looking at the metrics here for this particular pillar here. You'll basically see that we have metrics that we discussed in that success pillar. It's just really breaking them down by subpopulation, looking at them by race, ethnicity, looking at them by Pell status, those who are receiving Pell grants, looking at it by first generation status. Obviously, we're going to have to build that infrastructure there. But it's just a matter, again, of looking at these success metrics and really breaking them down by these various subpopulations. And then workforce here, obviously a really key piece. And one of the elements in this is the Office of Workforce and Innovation, otherwise known as OWIN, has a list of the top in-demand occupations in Nevada. So we want to basically identify the degrees and certificate programs at a system-wide level that train individuals to work in these respective occupations. And again, I want to emphasize that we're talking about certificates, we're talking about associate's degrees, we're talking about bachelor's, we're talking about master's, we're talking about doctoral, we're talking about professional, we're covering everything. There are going to be some on here, like a nurse practitioner, I'm almost sure will be on this. And so we did this work in 2017, so it's a matter of updating this, because they came out with another list around a year ago, so it's just a matter of updating. It's not anything new necessarily, it's just making sure that we have the most updated list. And I think perhaps one of the biggest elements here, at least in the workforce plan in particular, is this gap analysis here. We want to identify the workforce need areas where there's either not enough or no academic program supporting that particular need area here. And so, again, I want to emphasize this is not going to be limited to undergraduate programs. This could be potentially result in certificates or bachelor's or master's or professional programs or doctoral programs. We're going at this with a very open mind here, and I think this will help with future academic program planning. I think this is something that helps ARSA. I think it helps workforce. I think it potentially helps health and sciences. I think this is something that touches on multiple layers of our organization and our subcommittees. I want to emphasize that the UNR Center for Business and Economic Development is working on this in concert with the Center for Business and Economic Research at UNLV. So our research universities are working together on this. We're utilizing NSHE expertise. Again, feedback from you all, I know we've had at different times, is we need to utilize our own expertise. I think this is a case in point. So shout out to UNR and UNLV for their support on this. And I think the other advantage there, obviously, we have people who know Nevada. We're not using somebody who's based in Washington, D.C. that's going to come in, fly in, and then fly out and then generate a report. We're going to have people who live here that know the regions, that know kind of the nooks and crannies within Nevada. So I think that'll be really advantageous. And I anticipate this will be ready in the spring, potentially March, April timeframe. And so I know we'll probably talk about it in the workforce, but this may be something potentially that the full board would want to see. The last system I was in, we did something like this and it was very well received. And again, I want to emphasize, this was something that did come up in the listening sessions, this idea of doing a workforce gap analysis here. So I'm really excited about the work being done there. Work-based learning here. This kind of touches on some of the things that Regent Brown was talking about. We know when we look specifically at internships, we hone in on internships. The students who participate in internships, they perform better academically. You'll see that's a best practice by the American Association of Colleges and Universities. They have about 15 or so best practices. This is one of them by a really credible national entity. The students who do internships, they have more job offers, they secure jobs at higher rates, all those kinds of things. So there's all kinds of advantages, both academically and in post-graduation, obviously having a hyper focus on post-graduation success here. And so we are not collecting data on this. We want to collect data on this. And we also want to have sort of a wider scope here. It's work-based learning. I think the biggest piece in that is probably internships. But to the point made earlier, it will also include apprenticeships. It will also include individuals who are doing job shadowing. So it's just a matter of really building that data infrastructure in and hopefully seeing increases in work-based learning over the years. And then non-credit learning. This is a really significant piece. Again, going back to the things that have come up in the workforce committee, our degree programs and certificate programs that are for credit are great. They're not going away, but it's also important to acknowledge the reality that there is a need for individuals to continually reskill and upskill and more flexible timeframes that go kind of beyond what a traditional academic semester. You also have individuals that want to take a course that focuses maybe on one skill versus taking an entire course. There's that need that's sort of evolving right now. And that's really these non-credit offerings come into play. They allow you to stand up a course and deliver it more quickly and really meet employer needs and be really nimble here. The issue we have on this right now is that no data is currently being collected on this. And there's some phenomenal work that's going on. And this is the third system I've been in, and I think there's more work here by far than anywhere I've been. So I've been really impressed. But we don't really collect any data on this. So we want to build the infrastructure there. Again, this has come up in workforce. It came up at the workshop that we had last summer. So there's been some feedback to be more active in this space. I think what this does is this puts us in a position to have a more powerful narrative. Right now, we have a lot of anecdotal stories. I think there's some good ones. But if we have data to show impact, reach, number of students, number of courses, I think the narrative is a lot more powerful there with data. So looking forward to doing some work in this particular space here. And again, just getting into the metrics here. You'll see we have a number of students enrolled in programs that prepare students to work in ON in-demand occupations. So really what this does is this allows us to look at the future pipeline in high-demand areas because we're talking about individuals that are enrolled. We're not talking about graduates. So we're talking about individuals that are enrolled. So I think that helps gauge kind of what the future pipeline will look like. And then the second one, we have the number of graduates in programs that prepare students to work in ON in-demand occupations. So I think that allows us to look at recent contributions to those high-demand areas, number of students who participated in work-based learning. We talked about that, including internships, job shadowing, apprenticeships, and so forth. And then the number of enrollments in the non-credit courses, and the number of non-credit courses that are offered. Again, we don't collect data there. We want to build that out. And then last but not least, kind of circling back to one of the bigger topics that we had during the Q&A there is the credit for prior learning here. Obviously, again, there's all kinds of learning that occurs in a traditional environment in a classroom, but there's also all kinds of learning that occurs outside of that. And I think it's important for us to recognize that, acknowledge that. A lot of that occurs in work-based settings here. So it's a matter, again, of collecting this data going forward, and I'm sure having reports with you all on kind of where we're at on this. So last but not least, getting into solutions-focused research here. And important to note that obviously this is going to involve UNLV, UNR, and DRI. They're the institutions that have the research functions here. And so we've got a variety of metrics that are here. We have total research and development expenditures here. So total dollars spent on research from federal grants and private sector grants and other sources. That's probably the most common sort of research metric when you're looking at dashboards, system dashboards, institutional dashboards in the research space. That's probably the most common one you'll see. We also have the National Science Foundation research expenditure rankings to look at our institution's expenditures in relation to others nationwide. We have doctoral awards conferred per undergraduate and graduate. That's kind of a productivity metric that's there. Again, emphasizing graduate students, a number of grant apps and grants received. We have research citations. There's ways to track how many times faculty have been cited in an academic journal or other reputable publication. Then you have patents, which is a really significant metric there in the innovation space and the commercial research space specifically. And then I want to point to number 7 here. We'll have institutions provide kind of a narrative of how 2 projects are being applied to solve practical real-world problems. So this would be better delivered, I think, in a narrative here about, again, how faculty are coming together and solving real-world problems through academic research here. And so I want to wrap up here and really go through the targets here. So these are the goals that we have here that have specific measurements. And so you'll see that we have increased credit, dual credit participation rates. So essentially we're talking about the percentage of Nevada high school graduates who participated in dual credit. So those individuals, what percentage of those had a dual credit experience? And you'll see that based on recent data, that was 26%. We want to raise that to 34%. And the reason we arrived at that marker is that would meet the national average, getting to 34%. As an aspirational goal, we have a goal to get to 35%, which would mean that we are exceeding the national average. And then as a high aspirational goal, you'll see that we have being 50% or higher, which would put us among the top states. There's probably a handful or so that are over 50%. And then this particular slide, we're looking at race ethnicity makeup of NSHE dual credit and the race ethnicity makeup of our Nevada public high schools here. And so you'll see the green is the NSHE dual credit and the blue is the Nevada public high schools here. And you'll see looking at the Hispanic population, it's 44.7 for our Nevada high schools. For our NSHE dual credit, it's 33.2 here. So there's an 11.5 percentage point gap there between those populations or subpopulations. And then you look at the Black population specifically, there's a 6 percentage point gap between Nevada high schools and NSHE dual credit there. So essentially what we want to do is reduce these gaps and make them more proportionate. So that's a goal that we have there. And then the capture rate. This is the percentage of Nevada high school graduates that enroll at an NSHE institution within a 1-year period after high school graduation. So we're talking about what percentage of these high school graduates are we capturing within NSHE? And so recent data showed we were at 33 or 37% rather. We want to get to 43. Which would match the system-wide all-time high. And then as an aspirational goal, we have a goal of getting to 40%, 44%, which would exceed the system-wide high, again, getting to 44%. And then system-wide adult enrollment. Again, those who are 25 and older, which would include any enrollment, graduate, undergraduate, increase that population by 10% by fall of 2031. That's our base goal. And as an aspirational goal, would be to get to 24% by fall of 2031. Again, that would be an all-time high since that metric was reported. And then getting into retention rates here, and we've kind of broken this down by sector. So what we're focusing on right now specifically are 2-year colleges. And so when we look at a system-wide retention rate, that rate was 60%. Nationally, that rate is 63%. So we're 3 percentage points lower there. So as a base goal, we want to meet that national rate. And as an aspirational goal, we want to exceed that national rate and get to 64%. That would be increasing it obviously by 4 percentage points. Very similar dynamic here when we talk about the universities. Again, we are at 78 when we look at our 3 universities. The national rate is 81. It's a matter of raising that by 3 percentage points. And then as an aspirational goal, it would be to exceed, again, that national rate. And then last but not least, increased degrees and certificates awarded. So the goal would be to increase that by 10%. Again, we're talking about all certificates and degrees regardless of level. And then as an aspirational goal, we would have a goal to increase that by 20%, getting to 26,400 by 2030 and 31. And then I also want to point out that there could be room for additional targets here. I think one of the things that we want to do in the near future is revisit our peer institutions, and there could be some targets that come with that that would be a little bit more specific to institutions. So with that, I stand for the second Q&A.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. I think that a lot of great discussion has been had already, but I'll open up the floor once again for Regents, and I'd also like to open it up for questions from presidents or any other comments that presidents may have as well. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you so much. I'm all supportive of this presentation. I really, I have some agreement with some of my other colleagues, but I think we got to get going on this too. I mean, I thought some of the same things that you did, Regent Brooks, but we've been looking at this for 2+ years. I think it's time to at least start and get it going. We have heard not criticism, but things that we haven't included. And I think we should listen to that. And I think it would be very helpful, possibly if we could even put a page on our website, or maybe for our strategic plan, if we pass this today. I'd like to see us put it on there. I'd like to see those of you that came into public comment from our institutions put on your concerns. I want to see that come back to this board, those concerns, so we can incorporate it. I feel like our strategic plan is a living, breathing document. We can get started with this because I'm all about, I think we got to measure. I was very disappointed when our metrics were suspended. I figured even if they may not have been the best, at least it was something. And so I feel like we've lost a year plus of accountability there. So it's really important that we get going on this. I'm hoping by the next time we bring up strategic plan that you're going to have like a template so we know what all the measures are by the different categories from this, if this passes today. But I think that page to get feedback, we've had the listening sessions, and you've come up with this, which I truly believe is wonderful. But when we seek and share governance, we get other ideas and good ideas too, and we need to listen to those. So that are my comments. I'm really pleased with this, and it has my full support. And I can't wait to get started. And I do think you need to add in some costs for this, because you did mention some different things that outside vendors to help with some things. And you know that, but there's cost to those things. And I don't know if it can come out of the system budget or if that's something we're going to have to at some point ask the legislature for, since this is a 6-year implementation. So it needs to all be included. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And
excellent work.
Thank you so much. And one thing I do want to emphasize, we just were awarded a credit mobility grant to help kickstart some of this credit for prior learning work.
Okay.
And I think there'll be all kinds of grant opportunities. We are reached out to routinely about things, and it's a matter of us kind of getting this to the finish line. But I definitely think there'll be opportunity. There's grant funders that are very interested in working with us.
Let me just finish. I didn't know about that grant, and I would really appreciate it too. It starts with communication. Did I know about that? Maybe I forgot then. But it's really important that we know when we get these. There's so many grants out there for the asking. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any comments. I just have a question.
You bet.
And because we're talking about losing students and we have 10% missing here and, difference and all. Do we have any issues or do we have any numbers have you studied or anybody studied, have we lost students not wanting to join us because of what happened in December 2 years ago, a year ago, sorry, and the tragedy there? Has that showed up at all? And I'm sure, there you go, Dr. Whitfield, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Thank you, as always, sir, for hard questions. The really weird thing that happened is that we had the highest returning rate coming back afterwards. Well, we did. We did a little dance and got excited, but then asked ourselves why. And I believe that part of it was we changed a couple of things, but one of the main things that we changed was our orientation. And I think it comes back to Regent Breger's question about the advising piece of it, of that during our orientation, we had a much more intense advising, and not only of individuals, and it's another piece, and I don't know if it's a metric to put in, but it's of their families as well. And so it wasn't just an individual. As we think about first-generation students, there's many dimensions to that, and part of it is that they are, I think like Regent Brown was saying, of we should get you on record and really get you to talk about what that really means in your family to be the first one. And that for what we see is that for a lot of our students, they then start a tradition within their family of going. But to answer your question directly, we had the highest returning, or the largest incoming returning class in that spring that we've ever had.
Thank you so much. That's great to hear. And maybe sometime you can give me what was behind that more in detail than today. But it's nice to hear that.
We're continuing to ask ourselves that question because, and some of it is communication. I think actually it goes back again to Regent Breger's question about the advising piece of it. And I think it connects to the connectivity that we had. We also pushed trying to be more community connected. And again, I think it contributed to a connection that we just, sometimes from disasters you can pivot and be able to maybe create more community. And I think that we were able to do that.
Yes, sir, you can. Thank you so much, President Whitfield. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. President Dalpi.
Thank you, Kyle Dalpy, for the record. I have a comment about dual and then a question. So the dual enrollment, I think one of the things, if there's anybody in this room who needs a doctoral project, this would be good. This would be a good one. High school students taking dual enrollment classes, I think, we're finding anecdotally, have an artifact of success rates entering our systems because they're already familiar with the systems. When they take a class in high school, they've already done the application hurdle. They've already filled out a number of forms as needed to be a high school student. They've already learned how to use Canvas. They've already learned how to use PeopleSoft. So in and of itself, the dual enrollment piece is actually helping bridge that gap between high school and college, which is that piece where we'd be losing people. I went back and looked up my dissertation, which again, history tour today for me, 2008. I studied 1,000 students out of Clark County who were in the Gear Up program. 30% of them were qualified to go on, and 30% of them didn't even make it out of high school, and then very few actually transitioned. And part of that, which was a comment that was brought up before, was the economy was so robust back in 2008 that they went right to work. Very few actually went into higher education, and once they stop out, we don't get them back. And so if we get them in high school, then that helps get them into one of the programs. Even if they stop out from us, then they can come back and continue with us. The question I had, which doesn't have to be answered, but I want to put it on the radar, is looking at the outcomes, the base goals and the aspirational goals. We are in a place at Western Nevada College where we're doing our 7-year accreditation in April, 2 to 4. Please make sure it's on everybody's calendar. It's on mine, because you may get asked to interview, but that is also coupled with our strategic plan timeline, which sunsets in 2025. So we started building our own college strategic plan. And so the timing is good to have a higher level plan, more than just the 5 bubbles that we had before, and I forget what that's called. It's more of a guiding principle, not a plan like this that actually has base goals and aspirational goals. Long way to get to what I'm asking is, when we look at raising enrollment and retention rates at a system-wide level,
what is my responsibility as president of WNC for my institution for those goals? Is it to hit certain numbers? Is it to bring a certain number of students to the table that go into the collective batch that you calculate? How does that work? Because I appreciate the system putting this together. That's the absolute business of a system. But the getting the students in the door, out the door, and through the process is all of what me and my colleagues and I here at the table do. And so that link between what you're saying, base goal, aspirational goal, I think the next step is to articulate that down to each institution so that then we can be successful as a whole. Does that make sense? Is it? Yeah.
President Dalby, I agree with you, and that is something that I know that the Chancellor and her staff are working on. Thank you for that. Okay, so at this time, if there are, oh, yes, President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. I think that this is connected to your point, President Delphi, that I'm curious about as we think about the systemness question. I didn't see it in your data, but I was texting and finding out from our provost that when we look at our incoming classes, about 20% are transfer students. And then when we look at our graduation rate, about 40% of our students who are graduating are transfer students. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic to think about of that they're coming in, and it's what I would give in terms of kudos to, I think both NSU and to our community colleges is that they are preparing them very well so that when they come, they're graduating at a pretty reasonable rate. But I guess my question or comment or whatever is that as we think about systemness, is that a good measure to try to take so that we can say we really are working as a system that these are the evidence and the data pieces for the pipeline of what it actually looks like. And maybe there's specific things to make sure for those students who are transferring that they do get the additional support and help that they need, and they are doing well. So just, I think, a question.
Yeah, this is Daniel Archer. I 100% agree. The last system I was in, we did have some measures that really did explicitly look at, okay, transfer students from community colleges who make it to the university, what's their graduation rate? And they performed very well. They performed just as well as the native students and sometimes even better, depending on the campus. So I definitely think, yeah, looking at it through that lens. I think also just looking at the dual credit piece as well, because I think one of the assertions that we hear a lot is that the students who do dual credit don't do as well. And so we want to be really mindful of that criticism and critique and really start to hone down and look at data and really look at students who do English Composition 1 as an example as a dual credit student, and then they do English Composition 2 as a college student a year later, and are there really significant differences there on that English Comp 2 outcome versus someone who took English Composition 1 and 2 in college as a regular college student. There's a lot of data points I think we can dive into, and Jose Martinez is probably not happy with me right now, but I'm with you on that. I can definitely say that.
Yeah, for the record, Patty Charlton, I think to add to that point regarding the success of our transfer students is also the time to completion and ensuring that courses and credits are not being lost along the way. That's another thing that we don't necessarily have that level of detail, but we want to get that information because one, it's a cost to the student, it's a time to completion, but it's also an impact to the state as well. So we want to make sure that our programs are aligned. We do know that we've run into an issue, and Dr. Archer hit on it, that we have a program that there's not a common course between all of our institutions, and that's in education. And we know that we have to do more because that is a key priority for the state. So that's just one example, but even just, we've talked with Regent Goodman on nursing, for example, and because constituents and students are coming to you as well. So we want to work with the institutions at that level as well.
Thank you. I'll go to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And I would like to make a motion to approve the Nevada System of Higher Education 2025 to 2031 Strategic Plan Framework to address NSHE's goals as defined and its defined targets for 2031.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo and a second from Regent Brown. At this time, I'll take a roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs, Regent Fernandez,
Yes.
Regent Goycochea,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent Ariscada,
Yes.
Regent Batista,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be right back. Thank you. All right, I'd like to get started again. We're running a bit late, so I'd like to move on to item number 22, which is the annual evaluation summary for President Darian Pollard at Nevada State University. And for this, I will go to Interim Chancellor Patty Charlton.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho. And for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. I can still say good morning, Regents. Wasn't quite sure. I just really want to say a thank you for the opportunity to present for your acceptance today the annual evaluation for the 23-24 academic year for President Pollard. As I shared at the December meeting when we had 2 other similar evaluations, this is being presented to you under the auspice of the Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Chapter 2, Section 2.1. This policy you haven't historically seen annual evaluations, but in December of 2022, there was a change to the policy that incorporated that the chancellor shall submit to the board a summary of the annual evaluation to include the status of the institutional strategic plan, and in particular, progress that the institution is making towards achievement of goals and targets, as well as to review with you the president's goals. And so I am very, very honored to get to do this today for President Pollard again for the 23-24 academic year, and also to provide some overview of her goals as we move forward. What is unique about this process is at this very time, we are engaged in a comprehensive periodic evaluation for President Pollard. So we will be back in June of 2025. So first, just to overview the status of institutional performance, Nevada State University's comprehensive strategic plan, Delivering the Promise, the New Normal, was updated in September of 2023 during this evaluation period time and incorporated the changing landscape that occurred as a result of the global pandemic and President Pollard's leadership and her transition into the institution. The institution very effectively documents through its planning and assessment strategies and uses data to illustrate the alignment of their planning and progress towards the metrics of NSHE as well. Under President Pollard's leadership, she has demonstrated that NSU uses the strategic plan, their metrics, and assessment for addressing opportunities for continuous improvement and interventions focusing on supporting student success. An example of that is how the strategic plan and metrics aligned for an intervention process for improvement when the institution noted a decline in retention rates. As a result, NSU implemented the First and Fierce initiative and the Scorpion Start Week, which I had an opportunity to attend part of that, which was amazing. And they're supporting their students to stay enrolled and progress through the completion trajectory. As we all know, NSU is an absolutely richly diverse institution with a robust student population. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programming is robust and reflects the support for students. One example of that is, and what has been shared, is the supporting materials in the development of their Compassion, Equity, and Excellence in Support of the New Majority. And that's a program that aligns also community resource initiatives. NSU also aligns very clearly and articulately to the state of Nevada's goals, and it is closely integrated in all foundational elements, including even the creation of the university. Specific areas of focus for Nevada State has been the educational pathways, and they are strategically expanding that program in development of what the state needs in our educational professionals, such as the speech-language pathology program, which this board approved, and also the educational specialist academic programs. The second example is NSHU's commitment and their robust nursing programs, which continues to expand and is developing even further in their accelerated pathway for EMTs into nursing, which is an example of that connectivity with the state's overall strategic plan as well, and is really so foundational to Nevada State's mission. It's noteworthy for me to add also and to highlight President Pollard's leadership. She is an empathetic leader, and her commitment to her faculty, staff, students, and our community is absolutely unparalleled. And I would say that for someone who's one of your newer presidents, you would think that she's been a local for a very, very long time, as well as she is connected and respected within Southern Nevada and throughout our state. President Pollard also has created some multi-year goals, and so I'm going to go over these, and some of these are going to dovetail into the report that you will also see at the June meeting, because we've been doing this process along the same pathway. So personally, she's got a professional development goal to seek opportunities in professional development, either through the University of Chicago Booth School of Executive Education Programming on mindful leadership, and or the Harvard Graduate School of Education programs, which are top-rated programs across the country in areas of presidential leadership, organizational change, crisis leadership, and the alignment of strategic priorities with financial resources. For the institutional goals for the 24-25 year and really beyond, because some of these, again, are multi-year goals, include the review of an academic renewal strategy, which is grounded in the excellence and equity within the context of excellence in teaching, student support, civic engagement through the commitment to equity, belonging, and inclusion. Executing a strategy and business plan for athletics, which this board approved in December of 2024, so that is well underway. Strengthening and building upon key university functions in support of the strategic goals and metrics in students, curriculum and instruction, organizational culture, growth and capacity building, and community engagement. Next would be the launching, and she has also already moved this forward, so I think we might have to continue to add because you're well ahead, is the launching of the Nevada State Campus Land Corps and securing 2 projects. This has been something that I know all of you were invited to attend in the fall, and they've launched this Nevada State Campus Lands and had an amazing outpour from individuals interested in participating in that process. And then also President Pollard is committed with the institution to redesign and implement comprehensive planning and budget development. And then similar to what we've talked about with other presidents and what we are all focused on is to really develop both short-term and long-term strategies to support the NSHE goals and NSU as we move forward through the legislative process in 2025. And so with that, I request acceptance of the 23-24 annual evaluation for President Pollard, and I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any questions or comments from Regents? Regent Boylan.
Thanks, Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Chair. President Pollard, you and I spoke the other day about that building thing, and I was really impressed. You have to tell me more about it, and I'll do my due diligence. I'm so glad, like Chancellor said, you seem to have been here for a long, long time, even though you're what, 4 years? And you've done some good stuff. We have our differences, but we agree on a lot of things too. And the main thing we agree on is push for education, higher education, push the students. And I don't think you're somebody too easy to, you're not a pushover is what I'm trying to say. But I know you're doing great. I've spoken to many of your students. I saw the enthusiasm when they wanted school to become a university, and you led that. It was awesome. The students praised you. Otherwise, I had my doubts about you first. And then I'm like, no, she's good. So I'm all in favor of you staying with us, and I appreciate that, and I wish you the best of luck. You know I'll be there if you have anything you need, and I can help. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Huh? No, that was my statement. Oh, I'll make a motion, sure, and I'll make a motion. No, you don't do it today. I'll do it. Yeah. I'll make a motion to, what's the motion supposed to be? To
Accept the
approve.
report, please.
That's right, because I'm approving you to be there. I like it. I like the fact, but she threw me off with the set of motion. So yes, I make that motion. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll second
Thank you.
the.
Thank you. Yes,
now we move to
and I'll open up the floor for any other comments. Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. I'd like to make some comments. I even wrote them down. I don't often write things down, but I see you as the conscience of our board and of our system. You are a truly unique, talented person. Every time I go to ACCT, I'm always reminded that we stole you away from your previous college, and you set a very high bar, and you bring your complete university along with you, all of you. I think you're the only president I've ever worked with in the last 8 years. I have never, I'm going to say never, have heard a derogatory comment about you. They don't like this, they don't like that. Never, ever. And you said it just now, Regent Boylan. You can feel it. I believe in management by walking around. It's probably why I go to so many events, because people tell us stuff. They whisper in our ear. They have that 5 seconds with the regent. But I have to say, it's wonderful what I hear. And you're just the jewel of our system. And I'm really happy to, of course, give support for this and just remind you that we want to keep you. So don't go looking for anything else. You've done such great work here, and I want you to stay forever, as long as I stay anyway. So I'm so happy to support this and look forward to your continued achievements there. And it's been so great how your community welcomes you too, and your foundation. I mean, you got it all working, and you don't just, you make it look effortless, but I know you're a hard worker. So I appreciate you and thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Regent Brown.
Regent Brown, for the record. I want to echo so much of what my colleague just said. But I also really want to highlight the fact that you have been nothing but communicative and transparent with this board. The growth that I've seen at your institution mirrors what I hope we see across the NSHE system. And I want to thank you for being a truly wonderful representation of what higher ed means in this state when you're in the community, right? People look and they understand where we're trying to go as a board. And I'll speak for me as a regent, where I hope the system goes as, as the state. And I know it's easy for me to point to you as an example of, my vision for where I think so much of what we're working on can look like. So I appreciate you being a thought leader for so many in the state, and I'm happy to hear the report mirrors what we all see and know, and what we've heard from your staff and students. And so I just want to say thank you for being that leader and letting us all, hear from your also hear from your constituents that echo that. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. I'll just add a few more comments that I think everyone who's spoken before me has really said it very well, but I really do appreciate your passion for higher education and your students, and your compassion for them as well. And it shows in who you are, in your vibe. I mean, it's just all there. So I really do appreciate that. The culture at your institution is one that is a model in our nation, I think. You bring a sense of peace and but a high standard and expectation for everyone around you. So I really am pleased with the Chancellor's evaluation, and I look forward to seeing you as a leader in our system for a very long time, I hope. So thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from Regents? Yes, Regent Fernandez.
So I know a lot of you do have a personal experience with Dr. Pollard as regent, and I just like to echo a lot of these statements, but really coming from as a new regent working with Dr. Pollard and her institution in ensuring that students are involved and ensuring that the institution that has such a great opportunity for growth is they're really thinking about placemaking at the forefront of their decisions, and I think that's really important. So it's really exciting to now be able to serve on the board, be able to serve with all of you, but also look forward to seeing where this institution will be years from now, thanks to your leadership and the legacy that you'll leave behind.
Thank you. So as a reminder, we have a motion on the floor and a second. So at this time, I'll take a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye, I said it. Oh.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. All right, we will move now to item number 15, student fee account balances for UNLV. And for this, I'll turn it over to President Keith Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Members of the board, Chancellor, thank you for the opportunity to present the UNLV Student Fee Balance Report for FY24 and to address some key updates and questions raised during the December 2024 board meeting. This report ensures compliance with the NSHE Handbook, Title IV, Chapter 10, Section 19, and highlights UNLV's commitment to transparency and the responsible management of student fees. Joining me today are Executive Vice President and Provost Chris Heavey, Vice President and CFO Casey Wyman, who will assist in addressing specific questions as we review this item. I also want to make special note that we have deans and other key personnel people in our audience who can provide more detailed insights into their unit programs and the utilization of student fees should you have any additional questions. The summary that you have in front of you supplements the fee account balance report that was presented back in December and addresses specific questions raised during that meeting. It also highlights the steps UNLV continues to take to enhance compliance, transparency, and strategic resource management, as well as ways that we can find to be able to support our students. The last LCB audit highlighted concerns about managing student fees, including a lack of transparency and proper reporting. In response, UNLV made specific changes in FY23, segregating fee funds to ensure clear reporting. This resulted in moving fee balances into appropriate accounts and improved reporting of student fee revenues. This corrective measure, in part, contributed to some of our high balances, adding about $48 million in reported student fee revenue in FY24. In response to the concerns raised during the December board meeting, we gathered information from each of our units regarding their spend down plans for each fee account. In total, almost $50 million of the $80.6 million balance will be spent or committed by the end of this current fiscal year. It's important to note that two of our major programs, the dental school fees and the distance education fee, account for over $15 million of the $44 million categorized under the student fees-other category. Additionally, if we consider the $18 million in general improvement fee balance and the $4.8 million balance in access funds, the combined ending balance across those four different fee amounts represent about $38 million of the $80 million, almost half of that balance. We're aware of and recognize this significant balance and its implications. In response to these balances, UNLV is reassessing several special fees and plans to take the following actions to address high fee carryovers. First, we will be reallocating funds to the tune of $750,000 that will be transferred from the deferred payment plan account to support undergraduate and graduate student scholarships. Second, will be reducing fees. The dental school special program fee and the online education fee will be reduced by 25%, and that'll be effective spring of 2025, and further evaluated after the spring semester to determine if the reduction should just remain in place. The student savings are estimated to be about $1 million for the online education program and $425,000 for the dental school program. And then third, we'll be establishing a policy, an internal policy that will be established to cap fees over the 50% of annual fee revenue unless it's authorized by the president, provost, and CFO. Now, we understand that this policy is more restrictive than the current board policy, but we believe that it's necessary to try to prevent excess fee carryovers in the future. UNLV remains committed to transparency, accountability, and the responsible management of student fees. And as we look forward, our efforts to align fee revenues with strategic priorities and provide meaningful support for our students underscore our dedication to student success. We appreciate the insights and guidance of NSHE and the Board of Regents in this endeavor and value your partnership in ensuring UNLV continues to thrive as a vibrant, equitable, and innovative institution. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have on the documents that we have shared with you.
Thank you, President Whitfield. I will open it up to Regents at this time for questions or comments regarding the student fee report. I'll start with Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I want to just get a little bit of clarification on that point that you just made. You said you were going to cap fees that were reaching 50%, and it has to be approved by President, Provost, CFO. Is that like it has to be approved by all three or just one of the three?
No, we'll be in concert to agree. As you can imagine, I think what's at the heart of your question is that those people will look at them from different perspectives.
Right.
Since the December meeting, we've had lots of conversations and back and forth about what we should do with fees and which fees are necessary and which ones can we think. The institution has changed over the years of where some of those fees came from. But from the provost, I'd argue he comes really from the academic perspective. From the CFO, it's really more from a budget perspective. And for me, it's overall looking at student success and thinking about how this fits into the overall piece of it. But we meet together and talk about these things, and that's where the sign-off will have to be all three.
Okay, and that makes sense. And I want to acknowledge that I feel like we were heard at least. And, I want to say thank you for giving the breakdown here. It's helpful for me to see exactly each line item. But I do still think that there are just some things that need to be addressed because I read the document, right? I read the I think it was 8-page narrative. And one of the themes was the size of the budget. And I'm not a math major, but the great equalizer in all of this is the math of percentages. So it is not the amount that is the amount of your total budget that is comparable to this. It is the percentage of money that was left over, which is 80 million. And if we look at the other institutions compared to their budgets, we're looking at 5 million, maybe 17 million. Even if their budget is half of this size, that would only be 40 million, not 80 million. So I still just want to acknowledge, because I also have been looking back, like the carryovers have been systemic since 2021. Like this is not a new problem. This is something that's been addressed or been brought up, but not addressed. So I'm glad that seem to be tackling it right now. I did have a question about the new labels that were put on. And I'm going to pull it up right here. It's page 9 for the folks following along at home. It's unbudgeted versus budgeted. So yes, we have the breakdown of the other student fees and student fees other, which was a question I had in December. felt like the same thing, just word salad of mixing them around. But now the unbudgeted versus budgeted, now I have a question about that. Because unbudgeted, and I did have to phone a friend for this one because I didn't quite get it. Because unbudgeted to me sounds like you don't have a plan for the budget, for how to spend it. And a lot of operational, as long as you have money in the account, you can spend down from it, which means you don't necessarily have to have a specific plan. And so I am curious, these balance controlled accounts, I think that these balance controlled accounts work well when you get a gift, like at a foundation level. But I don't see how that is a feasible way of operating for student fees because they had to be earmarked when we approved them as a Board of Regents. So if I could get a little bit more clarification on the unbudgeted section, yes, I acknowledge that is not the bulk of the other student fees other, but I do think that it's curious to me and a little worrying that it doesn't feel like there's a plan for this money.
Let me defer to Chris Fatone.
Just Chris Fatone for the record. Just as an introduction on that, or perhaps partially answering your question, just a clarification that the distinction between budgeted and unbudgeted is based on the board's policies that provide for or require accounts that exceed a $250,000 a year expenditure level to be budgeted, and then leave to the campus the option to budget or not budget the accounts under that. So that's what leads to the distinction between budgeted and unbudgeted accounts. The fact that they're not budgeted would obviously not mean that they're not categorized, they're not managed. The accounts are assigned to a unit, they're assigned at a college level, and they're allocated to the program. So there will be account managers, fiscal managers within the unit that would be managing those accounts on a balance controlled basis, to your point, the way gifts may work. So depending on the nature of the expenditures and the timing or the level of revenue that's going into the accounts, they may choose not to budget the account, but it would not necessarily mean at all that someone's not managing those funds or having a plan for them. But I was mostly interested in just clarifying the board's policy and how that relates to the categorization.
And I do understand that it's in the board policy that you are allowed to do it, but it's still over 185%, which is not in board policy. So I don't understand the unbudgeted section, even if that is within board policy. What is the plan to, and I can move on to a couple other examples, right? You did bring up, this goes to the budgeted side, but you brought up how we are in the second year, I don't know where my notes are, of the online program fee. And, there's a stated that there's 6.7 million being spent down in FY25 and how this is the second year of the spend down. But when we brought this up in December, this was not brought up. And so I think we asked about this line item. We asked why it was so big. We asked what the other student fees were equating to. And it does make me worried if there was always a plan to spend $6.7 million. $6.7 million, that is not nothing. And we couldn't, I say we, when I mean nobody in that meeting could give an example of where some of this money was being spent. If this was truly earmarked and we're in the second year of the spend down, I am worried that that wasn't at least an example that could have been given at the time. And I bring that up because the second example that was in this overview doc was the Multicultural Center. And that is the first time that this board is hearing about this. I think our CFO had mentioned that maybe you guys have been talking about it internally, but it just feels like another shiny object that is brought to the board when we ask you about money, because this happened on October 1st with the foundation. All of a sudden, there was this big capital campaign that nobody had heard about. And it was like, well, we've been doing this. And I was like, well, give me a timeline on it. And there couldn't be a timeline shared on it. So I think what I'm saying is that I'm still concerned at these balanced controlled counts. I'm concerned about the large amount. I'm concerned that this is systemic. I'm concerned that a multicultural center is being introduced because, again, if these were truly things that were already in the works in December, I find it really hard that we couldn't get an example of the online program fees or the multicultural center when we asked, what is this budget and why is it so big?
I may ask for a little bit of support from my CFO on this. Let me speak to the distance education fee quickly. In terms of that spend down piece of that, that I want to give you the background on it. I mean, some of that really was, I think it was brought up by one of our regents, that some of that was from pandemic money that kind of just kept hitting and hitting and hitting. And so some of that planning actually has happened more recently. And I think in preparation for the meeting, I'll just say, we weren't thinking about giving that level of detail, but the units actually control that level of detail. And so we had to go back to them to ask for clarification on what that most recent plan actually was. And so there's some of that. Let me speak to the multicultural piece. That is something that we've been just discussing. I mean, for lots of things that we have, we don't bring it to you all until it's actually really ready to be discussed and be approved by you all. And not to get too far into the groundwork, but part of it was even figuring out, so where do you put a multicultural center if you have one? We have been ranked at least in the top 5 universities in the country in terms of our diversity, but yet we don't have a multicultural piece. And so I have asked and said, when are we going to do something? It's just weird that we don't have one. I get asked by people outside, why don't we have a multicultural center? And so that unit has been asking that question. And so as time has gone on, they've been saving money so that they could do something. But the planning for it is, I think it's very close to, but it's not ready for prime time to be able to bring to this board and say, this is the plan, what do you think about it? And once we have that plan, then we go forward to think about actually the money that gets spent in the planning, design, all of those sorts of things. And so some of this is just a timeline issue, but as we go back and ask those individual units what they've been doing, that's when we get that level of granularity.
I'm going to, and I appreciate that, I'm going to give, give more time to my colleagues. I think for me, this was this was way more information than we had in December. But I still think that there is just, I don't know, I still have so many questions about how these fees are actually going to get spent down and where potential cuts are being made versus, looking at things holistically. So I'll probably speak up later in the meeting, but I'll give time to my colleagues.
Okay, well, I've got a list of those wishing to speak. So next is Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. President Whitfield, in the briefing that we have and that you were summarizing, there's something that you refer to as fees will be temporarily reduced until account balances reach reasonable levels. Can you share with us what reasonable levels are?
So I'm trying to think of which part that is.
It would be on, that's okay, I'll help. Just for clarification, it's on page 8 of 21 of the initial brief that we received. It's actually the last paragraph on that page. It's right underneath the 25% dental school reduction and the online education 25% reduction. Yes.
So reasonable levels at first glance is the level that's set by the board, which is supposed to be 100%. What I've offered is that we're going to go a step further than that and actually start looking at these a lot more closely so that we can monitor them, so that we can bring them into better into compliance. But the reasonable level is what the board has already said of being that not over 100%.
I appreciate that, President Whitfield. There's no real numbers there though, right, at this time? In other words, the explanation of what would be reasonable, even at 100% based on your budget and the things that are happening with spend, I guess what I was looking for was an actual number or something that could be clarified so that if there is reductions, that these reductions are taking place until, right, a number is hit. And so if I was looking at a spreadsheet, I'm not so sure that if I'm doing calculations, I'd be able to type in reasonable as much as I'd be looking for a dollar amount.
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. Regent Brooks, thank you for that question. And just to add context for President Whitfield, that he had already previously mentioned, the 50% threshold. As we work through spend down, which is a very sensitive subject for individuals who have decision authority over those accounts, we would then assess that as a viable spend down plan. And if they're able to get in under the 100% threshold for the board, and then with a continued progress towards the 50% threshold that we would set internally to UNLV, then we would reassess to determine if that fee either continues as is or make an informed decision associated with a potential reduction as they maintain that 50%. That is our target. However, a lot of things happen across the 204 different accounts and across all of the various programs. Sometimes, and I'll just use an example if this is all right, we have to do a larger purchase for something, right? The radiology program needs to be able to replace a larger piece of item, so therefore we would show that increase. We would allow that exception to policy to have our larger balance to be able to work through that. So it's a little dynamic in nature. However, the target would be to maintain the 50% threshold internal to UNLV, obviously more restrictive than the board policy.
And if I could add, I think I get your point, which is it's the dollar amount versus the percentage. And one of the challenges that we have is that those accounts, it's at least 200, it's over 200, have different amounts in them. And so you can't really use a dollar. It's the reason why I think the board has asked us to use a percentage of what the fee is supposed to be that's collected there to be able to be making those decisions about spend down, what they're used for, so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
I appreciate that, President Whitfield. What you said makes sense in terms of when we were looking at the numbers in December with $80 million and not clear explanation of how spend down was going to take place or how this was going to specifically affect students when the university was asking for an increase of fees. I'm sure that there is placement and conversation where we talk about percentages. I'm just not so sure that this is one of those areas where we're just looking at a percentage based on the amount of dollars that we were looking at in that last meeting. All right,
Chris Eby,
okay.
Provost.
All right.
If I could comment on this related to the online education fee, which I know is one of the large ones, and sort of also going back to Regent Brown's comments, do want to make it very clear that the spend down plan for those dollars has not been ad hoc. It's been very systematically developed, and we have recognized this as an ongoing challenge. What we've been very successful in the online education space. And I want to say how proud we are of the team that we've built with those funds. I think we're really leading the state in terms of growing those programs. We now have 16 fully online programs. What that's done is led to additional revenue keep coming in. And so we've wanted to make sure we're very careful about how we allocate those funds. All of the funds that are currently in that account are accounted for in terms of the spend down plan to spend it to zero. And so to go back to your question about what the 25% reduction target would be, one of the things, going back to what CFO Wyman said, that can be unclear is exactly when funds get expended. And that's been one of the challenges. We don't want to rush funds out the door. We want to make sure that we use them very systematically to benefit students. And so that will lower the income into that account by $1 million into the spring. We've already been spending $2 million more each year than the revenue that comes into that account. And so as the president said, we expect to be on a target by the end of this year where we'll be at about the 50% ending rate. But if we don't get down to the 50% ending rate in terms of the rate of burn versus the rate of additional funds coming into that account, by the end of the spring, we can continue that for another semester. We do, so to go back to where I started, all of the funds that are in that account are have planned uses that will benefit students across the university. So it's an issue of the rate of burn, landing it to the 50%. So it's a little bit hard to predict exactly when those funds go out the door because of things like they support personnel, and when personnel come and go, the number of personnel working in a unit that large is hard to predict on any given day because of resignations, et cetera. And so after the end of the semester, we'll be able to understand better the rate of burn of those funds and if we are going to land at that 50% target at the end of the fiscal year. Because again, there's a plan for 100% of the funds that are coming into and are in that account already.
Thank you, Provost. Regent Brooks again for the record. So it sounds like there's other areas, right, that you want to be able to burn this, or if that you want to be able to spend down. What we're looking at, and particularly what's in the briefing, is two very distinct areas: dental school and online learning, right?
Yes.
And so that's what, as a regent, that's what I'm keying in on. So the other things that you're talking about, and I appreciate it, is unless it's in here, for me would be new information in terms of other areas that there's going to be a spend down. And to that, what I'd be interested in is hearing from somebody from the dental school to have a better understanding of what could be possible unintended consequences of a 25% reduction specifically for the dental school.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, so those are the two accounts that I'm referring to, and that there is a plan for spending all of those dollars. But we do have Ron Blaze, the CFO of the dental school here, and he can speak to the issue of what the allocation of those funds would be, and the expected reduction in revenue from the 25% reduction for the spring is about $425,000. So about 10% of the existing balance of that account is what would be reduced in terms of the income into that account. But I'll let Ron Blaze speak to that.
Thank you. For the record, Ron Blaze. I am the Associate Dean for Finance Administration of the School of Dental Medicine. So the account that is in question, the special program fee, that is what we use primarily as our clinic operating fund. So we've submitted as part of this spend down plan just some of the initiatives that we're going to take. So as you are all probably aware, we run the largest dental practice in the state of Nevada. So we have a large infrastructure that needs to be maintained in aging facilities. So with this particular account, we've identified replacements for instruments, replacements for dental equipment that our students use, and also just doing a wholesale infrastructure upgrade for our IT backbone for the clinic. This 25% reduction was not anticipated, so that was not something that was factored into our spend down plan. So a good part of what that fund is used for is operating reserves. Because we run a 12-month practice clinic year-round, best practices in the industry in most dental schools and also in private practice is to have about 6 months of operating reserves on hand. Just by way of example, we just had our compressors go down, and we're still waiting on quotes to replace that. We're estimating about $500,000. I mean, the compressors are absolutely essential for running a dental practice. And they're rather large. I mean, they built a building around it almost the size of a 2-car garage. So that's one thing. Just another example why we need reserves is in a prior year, just in the last 2 years, one of our sterilizer systems went down. That was about almost $1 million replacement cost. So some of these fees are just unanticipated. So we try to manage it the best we can. We have our budget. It's we use historical data, but what we can't account for are those unanticipated costs that may arise just from operations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, Regent Bush for the record. So it sounds to me, based on the explanation that you just gave, right? I'm not so sure that 25% is the right number, or the right percentage rather, based on things that you're going to have operationally in terms of monies that you would need to cover things. I'll ask you, you're the one who's essentially running this and taking a look at it a lot deeper than I am, but it sounds like you're making some concessions that you might not necessarily be able to afford to make.
That's an accurate statement, Regent. I will say that one of the reasons that for instance, not this particular account, but our summer tuition account, which is also listed on the briefing paper, that one is high. Historically, it is typically spent down. Primarily, that one is used for salaries and benefits for our clinical faculty and staff. So we have right now about 50 vacancies in the School of Dental Medicine. Now, from a budget standpoint, I can't afford to fill them all. Just as by way of example, before these last 2 rounds of COLA, salaries and benefits comprised about 56% of our total budget. After this second round of COLA, we're at about 83%. So I'd like to fill a good bit of those, but not all of them. So it's not we've been sitting on a war chest here. It's not for lack of trying. We've encountered recruiting delays, HR delays, that's slowed us down. So that's why we haven't been able to spend that money as fast as we like. The other thing is that, as you're all aware, funds are designated for a particular purpose, so there are restrictions. So I can't use these funds for capital projects. So that I would fund with my clinic account from our self-supporting revenue for some of those. So we have to be very cognizant of the purposes of our account, and we do, and we follow them. But that's where we're at right now. So if there is a cut, we'll adapt, we'll absorb, but I would be disingenuous to say it wouldn't have some effects, that we'd have to make some modifications to our plans.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Can you speak to how this percentage amount came to you? I'm just interested in understanding the process of overall spend down, and then now the spend down is going to be directly related to dental, and that'll be at 25%. Instead of 10% in other areas, right?
Yeah, thank you. So Provost Hevey again. So this was a discussion between the president, the CFO, the dean, and myself about accounts that had particularly high balances and what level of reduction that we could potentially implement in the spring that they felt like they would be able to absorb. And so Dean Ma and I, he's not able to be here today, he's not feeling well, but Dean Ma and I had this conversation, and they felt that the $400,000, I think the net balance of those two accounts is something in the $6 million range or something like that they would be able to absorb the 25% for the spring. And as we said, as the president said, the goal was to just do this for one semester to try to bring the balances more in line with what the targets are that are imposed by the board, and then to reevaluate after the spring.
Regent Brooks, for the record, thank you, Provost, I appreciate that. I think I'm just having I'm really trying to understand how in all of this, the dental school was the place where these reductions were going to take place, and rather than other areas. When we were looking at things in December, we were trying to take a look at, could there be, a reduction in student fees, not an increase in student fees? Could there be a freeze in student fees based on the 80 million that we recognized UNLV had at that time? In other words, other ways to support the institution, at the same time supporting students, but also being a little bit more fiscally responsible with the dollars.
Yeah, so the Provost Hevey, for the record, the goal, of these adjustments was to target a few of accounts that are directly hitting students and to impose temporary reductions to bring those balances more in line with what the board targets are. Both of those accounts the dental school and online education have balances that are in the millions, which seem to be, part of the concern expressed by the board, and are over the 100% threshold in total. And so again, we were looking for ways to benefit students directly that would lower the revenue coming into those accounts so that we bring that balances more in line with the targets at the end of this next fiscal year.
Thank you, Provost. I appreciate that. It seems like the explanation that the board was given regarding the dental school and why there was extra funds currently in there seemed pretty reasonable. to me, based on the way things have been operating. And I'll stop, asking questions, because I know there's other regions that have questions, but we haven't even discussed the online education part of this that is taking the 25% also, but I'll defer to other regions who are going to have questions. Thank you, Provost. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And I would just also say that we had that same parallel discussion with the online education group, who felt like they could absorb the 25% reduction for one semester as a way to evaluate the revenue into that account, again, to bring the ending balance more in line with what the targets are that are mentioned by the board. Of course, if your guidance is otherwise, we'll be happy to follow whatever guidance, the board provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Goodman.
In December, our concerns were, I think, more of how is it that you can give us an $80 million overage or reserve and ask for new student fees? And you've come back with more information, which I'm grateful for, but at the same time, making an arbitrary 25% cut from, for instance, our dental school. I was on a call and I'm listening to all of the challenges that the dental school is facing, and I think it's detrimental to the school to have a 25% cut, especially when we consider that they are our largest provider here in the state. I feel like it's arbitrary. I feel like it was a way to pacify the board, and I don't appreciate it. I think that what we wanted, you were told by the LCB audit to do better with student fees. And here we were at our December meeting, and it still wasn't better with student fees. It was, for me, it was more about the gall of saying that you have $80 million in revenue and ask us to vote for new student fees. I would have preferred a detailed, like I said in the meeting, P&L saying where the money is spent and what it is. To just make a cut of these programs, especially when the board has already approved some of these fees, is I think it's negligent, and I think it hurts the school. And I have real issue here with what's happened. And to say I'm going to take some of these monies and put them towards scholarships, the point of student fees is you pay that fee as a student, and then you reap those benefits when you're when you are in school. And just diverting money there also is really not a solution for me. So I appreciate the more information, but I don't agree with the solution.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I want to know what the student government leaders have to say about this, and if they've been involved in any of this decision-making, because it is their money. Thank you.
President Diaz is also on, and I do know that he's at a competition, so I will yield the floor to President Diaz to speak, and as soon as he's done, then I will take back.
Thank you. As President Marie mentioned, I am in Indiana. It's for a competition here for the Nationals. So I apologize for not being there in person. So in terms of how the money is spent down, I know that we had met with the UNLV administration in January. So this was kind of early January to kind of talk about what that dynamic looks like. One thing that we kind of touched base a lot on when it comes to not only spending it down, but I guess the bigger picture is how do we get students more involved in the discussion? I know that technically this is student fee money. So one thing that I suggested is kind of following CSUN's model, which is we always want to keep students in the discussion. So for example, bringing them in to get their input, like, do you think a 25% reduction is, needed for the nursing school? And if so, have you talked to nursing students? What did they say? Kind of their input on that side. One other thing as well is, I think one area that we could possibly expand into is maybe line by line about ways that we can reduce it down, like specifically what items within, let's say, a given campus entity that we could use more effective fee allocation towards. But I know that CSUN as a whole was interested in discovering or understanding ways that we can, I guess more transparency involved, but at the same time, finding ways to give us more details regarding maybe line by line specifically what in our respective colleges could be more efficiently allocated in that regard.
Thank you.
Teresa Marie for the record. So when it comes to GPSA, and if we are talking about, we have 5,000 students between graduate and professional students, a little over here at UNLV. And understanding what both areas are and what they entail is, I'm very fortunate that I have sat in both a professional program and a graduate program. And I am a GA. So fees are big for GAs. Because if you have a GA line, our fees at the beginning of each semester, if you don't have differential, are almost $700, which for a master's student is almost half of their stipend for 1 month. And if you are a PhD student and you are, depending on which one, can be about 1/3 of your first paycheck. So we always try to think about that, especially, that's just course fees. That's not parking. That's not everything else that starts at the beginning of the year. And I am thankful that leadership did bring us in for that meeting and did discuss this. I am happy to see that dental is working on the spend down plan and providing the updated resources they need, because if you haven't taken a trip out to our dental school, they have an amazing active clinic that helps the community. And I do know from students who have spoke to me that they enjoy that, but they do need updates. Also, that building is a labyrinth. I am thankful that I had somebody walk me around. And what the students, the dental program do is amazing for our community. So I am happy to see that spend down, and I do understand the questioning behind it. I am also happy that in part of the spend down plan, there is now included graduate scholarships, which aren't really talked about, but are needed. And I agree with President Diaz. Transparency is important. What are our fees going towards? Graduate students always, as we've heard, we're in, labs for hours on end. I know my first 2 years of my PhD, I didn't get to go to UNLV Premier, which is what one of our fees go towards that graduate students can enjoy, because I was doing stats homework. So better understanding where these fees are allocated to, how they're allocated, how they affect the entire student body and not just one subset is important. And I do think that our leadership is listening and working on making that more transparent. But I think we're in a situation where we're looking at it right now and not how it's going to change over time. But I do appreciate the pressure that is being placed so that students do have a better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Regent Breaker.
Thank you, Susan Breger, for the record. I'm getting worse, but I'm kind of exactly where Regent Brooks is. You have $80 million that you said you had too much of. Let's say you keep 20 million for reserves. I'll just use that number. I guess what's hurting my head today is when you talk about a reduction, when they're talking about some of the things they need, how does a reduction in what you're giving them benefit the 60 million, let's say? I just am not able to put that together on how that spends down or helps the students if they are needing the AC or the sterilization and the different things that they need. And they don't have, how many employees did you say it was? Anyway, and then when you talked about the numbers you gave, the 750,000 for the undergraduate and the 400,000 for online education out of 80 million, or let's just call it 60 million. I'm not saying big numbers. That would, even though I looked at all this like 4 or 5 times, I think it's difficult to see where the spend down is and who it's benefiting. Maybe I'm looking at it totally backwards, but it does not make sense to me. And I do numbers all the time. I don't know how else to ask that.
Regent Breger, thank you. Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. I appreciate the comments, and I would like to be able to add some context from just an industry standard standpoint as to why we are targeting some rollover. And so we reached out to NACUBO, which is industry leader for professional development and higher education. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And asked, along with EAB, our partners for research, to determine what is our target rate for carryover versus just spending it down to zero. And they offered that the industry standard is targeted anywhere roughly from 30% to 50%, and that's mostly associated with what goes into the fees. And so I think this is really important. And a couple of my teammates were reminding me about a very important fact. When you have fees that are paid salary and fringe, and then those positions are vacant, it can mount up rather quickly. And the dental school, I think, is an excellent example, having 50 vacancies. Those salaries are budgeted through that fee, and then you don't get it, or you have a failed search. And I know this body knows a lot about how the search process goes and how hard it is to get qualified and quality candidates in for some of these positions. So then that turns into a rollover piece. To answer your question and comment directly, is the 25%, while that is a reduction in the new money coming in, that they still have access to be able to spend down all of the resources that they have. And so we felt, based on the analysis with Mr. Blaze, myself, their plan, and then in conjunction with Dean Ma and the provost, that reduction would still allow them to exercise their plan and then move forward to the point where we get to the point in the spring to reassess that. And so I hopefully that adds a little bit of context to our decision-making. And it seems as though you would like
No,
to
it
add something.
doesn't. I guess hearing from Mr. Blaze, I mean, you didn't let him finish talking, which kind of concerns me. Not you, I'm globally, whoever had him go sit back down when we were asking him questions seemed kind of odd. If they have expenditures they need, like the staff, the AC, the sterilization, how does taking away, I don't even know if I'm going to get it, it's like the other thing yesterday, money, it seems insignificant in the $80 million price tag. And when I look at all these sheets, you can bury us with paperwork, but I guess I'm just not getting it. I don't even know how you could explain it better, because it's not giving me what's being reduced of the 80 million of the extra money that we heard in December was out there. That's what I'm not hearing. I don't know, I'll let somebody else speak. I'm not hearing it.
Did you want to respond to that?
Yes, ma'am. And, Regent Breger, thank you again, Casey Wyman, for the record. And so I'm sorry if the information did not come across clearly. I know that I tried to articulate. No.
Every day. And then let's say you're going to keep 20 million, 24 million, because 30% of 80, right? Out of all that other money, how are you spending it down? Because you don't need to spend it. You're just not going to charge things like the student fees. And if I'm not making sense, just move on. So you don't have to say anything else. Let me see if I catch it from someone else. Sorry, I can't talk anymore.
Before I go to Regent Brown, I'm going to open it up to Regent Arascata, who would also like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure who this question is to be addressed to, but on the briefing paper as stated in the second paragraph on page 3 of 21, and I quote, prior to fiscal year 23, UNLV did not fully report auxiliary fees such as student life fee, or mental health fee to the Board of Regents due to a policy interpretation. Was this policy interpretation done arbitrarily by UNLV, by an attorney, by the business officer, by the department? And simply, why wasn't a call placed to the system administration, the NSHE General Counsel Martinez, or even contact a regent who made this arbitrary decision of the interpretation of the policy in which we have stated, listed to everybody, for everybody.
Just push it once and it takes a second.
Okay. Regent Arascata, Elise Bunkowski, Associate Vice President, Financial Planning, Budget, and Analysis at UNLV. I cannot speak to pre-23. I came into UNLV for that reporting period. However, the LCB audit had brought up concerns that we were not reporting everything. And so when we got that report, we did decide to go through the handbook and realign our fees so that we were reporting to them. So this actually, we had about 48 million, I believe. 13 million was in student life fee, 9 million in student health fees. So those were actually considered self-supporting programs prior to FY23, and that's why we made that reporting change to you guys.
So if it wasn't picked up by the LCB, would it have ever been reported to us, the faculty, the students, to anybody?
Yes, we did.
Or is it, or
like I said,
or
when
because of the policy, excuse me, or because of the policy interpretation?
Again, I can't speak to previous years' reporting. I was not at UNLV at that time, so I cannot speak to my predecessor. But yes, when I started at UNLV, I had concerns that I agreed with the LCB audit, and we did collaboratively make the decision to realign those accounts to report them.
Okay, I mean, that's a unique take on this, and although I accept your response, because on the third paragraph, just on the previous page, third paragraph, UNLV writes, and I quote, consistent efforts to adhere to the policy with reporting requirements and maintaining transparency in the use of general fund revenues. That's just on the previous paragraph, previous page. That pure transparency is being utilized. I don't get it. This seems deceitful.
I thought he said. Yes, Regent Scott, I can give another example of one of the changes we made in the reporting structure of what we did. So the dental school summer program was previously considered self-supporting like our other summer programs. As we were going through and kind of realigning what is considered a fee and where it's mapped to for reporting purposes, we did make the strategic decision that dental summer school should be reported as a fee to the Board of Regents because it is a required trimester. So I think that's really all, we're trying to align as much as possible what we're intaking as a fee to how we're mapping and reporting it. So that's one of the big transparency efforts that we've done is realigning those resources to the fee category so that they are restricted for the use of the students.
I don't think it's necessary to place the dental school as the scapegoat of this entire problem. Because once again, going and reading a little bit more, and I'm going to continue with the balance report, on each of the highlighted items, I have a multitude of questions. Now let's make this clear. In particular, all of the plans. University of Nevada, Las Vegas has 37 plans that need to be addressed. That's on the paperwork, on everything that you all provided us. I may have undercounted it. I may be shy of a couple of the plans. But my question to yourself, President Whitfield, Mr. Wyman, or anyone else there, is how many of these 37 plans have been initiated or have come to fruition?
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. Thank you, Regent Arascata. So those plans are assessed, I would almost say quarterly, as I get a head nod from the provost, because the health of the programs are dictated based on the revenue that they bring in and then how they're able to accomplish their desired end state. So we've asked for those plans at the account level, whereas in the December meeting, they were rolled up into a larger amount at the lower level of detail, which I tried to provide for this meeting. I wanted to be able to articulate those plans that are in current action. Most of them revolve around personnel recruitments, and then some of them are on purchasing supplies and equipment. And then depending on the commodity, we'll determine the timeline associated with that. Our commitment to the board is to be able to report back on this either at the desire of the board or to come back in the either the March or the June meeting and represent this as a status, as a potential option to give some reassurance that the plans are being followed, or we could even do that out of cycle through an Regent alert.
Out of respect for your students, it should be presented to them. You have 37 plans, and Mr. Wyman, I'm going to say this respectfully, that don't sound like they've been initiated. And I'm just asking a simple question. How many of these plans have been initiated or have been completed?
For the record, Casey Wyman, so I would have to go back and talk to each of the account managers to determine the level of completion associated with that and the associated recruitments of those positions. So I could take that for an action and then come back to you direct.
Oh, they'll definitely be a new business item. But how many have been initiated? How many have started?
For the record, Casey Wyman, all of them.
Huh. Okay. Love to see some responses. I'm going to yield the floor to my fellow regents. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. Regent Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Chair Carlos Fernandez, for the record. So I'm obviously very new to this, and I wasn't there. I try to review a little bit, well, actually quite a bit. So just so that I have an understanding, how was information collected regarding funds categorized as dedicated for future use, initially in light of what President Whitfield said of the introduction of the 50% cap policy for free carriers? How will all units across UNLV be reporting their plans to comply with this policy?
Thank you again, Casey Wyman, for the record. So after the December meeting, we went back out as the brief to each of the business managers and deans to ensure that we understood fully their intent for the spend down plan. We aggregated that information back and then presented it obviously through the executive summary. Based on how we are anticipating implementing the new policy at the 50% level, we're going to look at it on a monthly basis from the analysts, but then at a quarterly basis through academic council and our dean level oversight. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of information, a lot of communication from my sphere of influence through the financial individuals. Obviously, from the decision maker standpoint, at the dean level, communication will be worked through with the provost.
I appreciate that. And I'm glad that the President would feel that you approached it with a 50% cap, because I did have some questions about some of the things that were close to that 100% that I think this might help and would be helpful to have in the future. If I may, Chairwoman, I do have a few other questions. So I did want to get a clarification on the revenue and fee account. So it was said that there are plans to reduce the distance education fee by 25%, and I heard it here asked by the Regents. So I'd like to confirm whether the 14 million revenue reported under the distance education fee encompasses the revenue share accounts listed under the specific colleges. So, such as the School of Education has $331,000 for education, and there's $0 for engineering in FY24. So are these accounts part of the same revenue pool, or are they categorized separately?
For the record, Casey Wyman, yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. May I ask just one final one? Hopefully, so wrote them all out to ensure that we can get through. So understanding that we're no longer in a post-COVID boom where online education was heavily sought after, I'd like to know why colleges and schools within UNLV have not received additional funding to expand their online programs. So for example, education again at $331,000 balance above 100% of its threshold, while engineering has no additional revenue on a minimal balance of the about $7,000. So what is being done to ensure we have a more equitable and strategic investment in online education?
Yeah, we Chris Heavey, for the record, UNLV Provost, as I mentioned previously, all of the revenue coming into that account is currently accounted for in terms of planned expenditures. And so there's sort of two levels of that spending plan. There's the plan that is the use of the excess revenues that did accumulate over a few years. Then there is the plan for the ongoing use of the revenue that's expected on an ongoing basis. And so we have been doing revenue shares out to the college to encourage them to provide additional support for students in online programs. It varies by college, and we'd have to get into the specifics. I think the answer to your question is engineering doesn't have an online program, whereas other departments and colleges do.
Just a quick follow-up to it. Is there, I can get very new here, is there the vision in the future to implement a little bit more of that? Again, kind of keeping in mind COVID had to flip everything on its head to be able to deliver education. Is there sort of an ambition overall to try to give more access to those different students?
To the engineering students or all students?
Yeah, all students, but more really thinking about online education in general.
Yes. As I mentioned, we're dramatically increasing our online offerings. So before the pandemic, we roughly were doing 10% of our courses online. We had 4 fully online programs. Now we're settled in at more than 30% of our courses every semester online, and we have 16 fully online undergraduate programs, and we're continuing to add additional online courses and online programs at a very fast rate.
And if I could just add to that, because I think it was contextualized in terms of engineering, there are some disciplines that actually are online averse. They believe that quality offerings have to be done in person. And so that's the reason why some of these funds really are spent for different academic programs and not for ones where, for example, that we have a workforce need to have more engineers. But I can tell you, ABET does not like Georgia Tech is one of the only schools in the country that has an online engineering program because of that belief in that philosophy.
Thank you. I've got some questions and some concerns that some of which I've shared with you, President, and with CFO Wyman, also with CFO Vitone. I mean, this came forward to us because the total for these fees is $80 million at UNLV. I mean, that's an extraordinary number in any organization. I realize that as CFO Wyman said, that, you know, in finance, in that industry, everything's relative, but I just have to push back that $80 million anywhere at any time is a lot of money, especially when we're talking about student fees. These are fees that students have paid. So I have to say that the response to this has been a bit casual, and I'm concerned with that, especially given that it was presented to us in December and again in the executive briefing that we have to realize UNLV's scale and size, but I have to push back on that. We have other institutions in our system that are comparable in size, in terms of students, in terms of total budgets, including research and things like that. So $80 million for a total for one of our institutions compared to 11 million or 5 million for others, it is an extraordinary amount, and especially an amount that has been growing in the last 4 years from 49 million in 2021 to 40 million in 2022. We improved a little bit, but then in 2023, it was 65 million, and then 2024, 80 million. So I like I said, the casual response to this is concerning to me. And the fact that this is all the information that we get. We don't get to go into, and I know it's not QuickBooks, but QuickBooks, and just look at account balances and follow the money. Can't do that. So we get to have this discussion based on what we know, and I feel like I come to this with a somewhat of a background. I've tried to do my due diligence. $80 million is a problem, period, End of conversation. I appreciate that you've come forward with a plan. And I also appreciate that we should be concentrating on those large balances. Okay, so that's what I'll concentrate on right now, is specifically your plans for online education in the dental school. But as of today, I still have more questions about this. So let's take one at a time. I'll take the online education. First of all, I'm trying to understand what exactly you're talking about. When you say online education, are you saying distance education fees? Is this the amount of money that our students pay when they take a class online? That's what we're talking about here, right? Okay, and you're saying that there's a 25% reduction in those fees for spring of 2025? Is that correct? So I don't know if I'm fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to see a current student's bill. Their bill has the same amount as it does any other semester right here, right now. So if that's a plan, it hasn't been implemented yet. So those students who are starting classes on Tuesday will probably be paying that fee as it is at 100%, not 25%. So I don't know if that's expected to be a credit back on their account, but I think that should be talked about so that those students out there and parents and others who help support those student bills are assured that this isn't just talk at us. So I'll let you reply to that first.
Chris Evie, UNLV Provost, thank you for those questions. Chair Carvalho. Yes, it is the distance education fee. It's $34 per credit. The refund to students will be $8.50 per credit. We've been working on the logistics of how to make sure that money is added back into students' accounts, and we've been waiting for this board meeting today for this plan to be approved before we implemented it.
We're not approving anything today, though. This is for information only. So that could have been done already, right? I mean,
Yes, this is obviously the meeting happened in December. We've developed this plan over the last week or two, and we've been working on the logistics of getting those funds back into the accounts through the financial aid office. They will be awarded back to students.
okay, well, I want to ensure students that is going to happen. These are student funds that we owe them an explanation for. The other area that I've been trying to frantically find backup material on, and I can't necessarily do it on the fly here, but I'm trying, is for the dental school. I do know that in January of 2024, this board approved an increase of student access funds to a minimum of 15%, I believe. So trying to look through the notes on that means that there was a 15% increase to student scholarships for dental school. Is that correct?
Yes, Provost Evie, that is correct.
Okay, so if that was in January of 2024, and today we have this very large budget or very large balance. Can you elucidate on that at all for us to understand? It appears, I would just presume that maybe in January you knew that there was a large balance, I'm guessing, and that was part of the reason to increase scholarships.
Yeah, Provost Evie for the record. So the change to access funds was actually to correct a longstanding oversight in the fact that the board policy mandates that 15% of student registration fees get returned to students via scholarships, and the dental school had been returning a smaller percentage to students via scholarships. And so as to bring us in line with board compliance from an error that happened, we couldn't actually trace back to when it began. And so now we are awarding scholarships in compliance with the requirement that a minimum of 15% gets awarded back to students. The large balance in those two accounts is independent of that. And as our Associate Vice President for Budget mentioned, that the dental school has had many vacancies, and as CFO Ron Blaze mentioned, they've had many vacancies this year, which has led to increased salary savings. And that was, part of the genesis of the idea of slowly reducing the income into that account for a short period of time to make sure that we bring those balances back into line with the expected board policy of being less than 100%.
Okay. But we still have these large balances, and I get it that funds can always be fungible, but I don't know in this case if that's the case. I'm not sure.
Well, as CFO Blaze said, Chris Eby, Provost, for the record, the use of those funds is vital to the functioning of the dental school. And so we're trying to see what is the right level of adjustment in terms of reducing that flow into that account while allowing the dental school to make sure they meet all of their vital needs for compliance, equipment, et cetera. It is a very large and complex operation. In some ways, the dental school is actually the most complex organization within all of our programs and probably within the system, because they run both a clinic and the education program together as an integrated unit. So it is a complex organization, and I'd be happy to defer to CFO Blaze if he wants to give you additional commentary on that.
Well, I would be happy to hear from him. That does bring up another point that CFO Wyman and I had discussed, that if the dental school and the clinic and all the other ancillary things involved with it are so complex, why is that not treated more like our School of Medicine? And maybe that's a conversation for another time. I don't know, but that just brings me, that just opens up a lot of other questions as well. But you can respond.
For the record, Ron Blaze again. Thank you. So to answer your question, Regent Carvalho, we're not like the medical school, because the medical school, their education piece is separate from their practice plan, which is a 501c3. Whereas for us, we're a hybrid educational model where that is fully integrated. The clinical care piece is integrated into our students' education. So that's where our student doctors, our student dentists are the ones actually, they're learning under the supervision of faculty, and that's part of our model. And we are singular in that respect. What Provost Eby said is accurate. We are singular in the system in that respect. Going back to the student access fee question, so we were previously only collecting 5% as part of the registration fee as student access fees. And we were dispersing that consistently, but then it went up to 15%. So now we collect that. And so we even have a meeting next week to the scholarship committee to finalize plans to disperse the remainder of those funds across classes. And that is going to result in the highest levels of financial assistance we've given in the school's history, about 24 years history. So.
Well, it sounds like it's definitely appropriate to do that, given the amount of funds that you have, and the fact that now part of the plan is to reduce fees by 25%, at least for a short time. Okay. I don't want to take up a lot more time, but I'm just very concerned about this. I do want to ask one more thing. This is where I can't do research at the same time I'm speaking. Did the board increase or approve an increase in fees for the dental school in the previous year, in the last 12 months?
Yes, Chair Carvalho, we did. We requested a 5% increase to fees, and so that was for this current budget cycle, it was for FY 24, 25, and 26. So yes.
So we've increased fees, yet we have these very large balances.
Well, I would just simply submit that the balance is, first of all, because of the nature of operation, we're a 12-month institution. So the way the fiscal year doesn't neatly align with that. So our summer semester, it starts in May. And so we're getting an influx of funds that is right before right at the end of the fiscal year and going to the next one. And so by the nature, we're also funding salaries. So it's historically the way that the school is operated, there's always been a certain amount of carryover, but we always have been successful in spending it down. Again, the problem here, I'm really not as concerned about the special program fee. We can easily spend that down. There are needs that we can address. We just have to do so because, again, we have some outstanding issues. We're waiting for estimates coming back from contractors as far as cost of repair, so I can't move out fully, but we still have 6 months left in the fiscal year. I'm confident we can. Where we have the issue is on that summer account, and that's the one that is typically tied to salaries and benefits for faculty and staff. And so we're getting some, just the nature of the process, HR processes, it just slowed things down. It's really inhibited our ability to be able to fill those positions. But if we, assuming we can fill what we want, we would quickly eat up that account. Historically, we've had to guard against going to a negative balance. We had to transfer other accounts to ensure we had enough to pay people. So that's, for that particular issue, that's not any deleteriousness on our part. It is just, we're trying. It's just that the nature of, the demands placed on the HR process, we haven't been able to fill it.
Okay, well, I can't, I would have to believe, I haven't seen the numbers for the dental school specifically, but I would imagine that the balance that we see today has been steadily growing. This didn't happen overnight, right? So I would imagine that, I'm just concerned that, are you putting forward these plans for the spending this money because we've questioned this? And I mean, I can imagine what your answer is going to be, but go ahead.
Well, I'll just simply state for the dental school, we have spending plans constantly going. This isn't new for us. We constantly have to monitor, we have to plan it because, again, we have operations ongoing. We have to be running more like a business because we're forward facing and we serve the public as well as our students. So we're very attuned to that. So it was no trouble to come up with a spend down plan because we already do that. It's just, I think really what's a change here is just the monitoring and reporting requirements from the UNLV main campus business affairs. That's the genesis. So it's not, I'm very confident in our ability to spend our money, but again, some things are out of our control in terms of administrative processes. So we do the best we can. So yes, that account, the summer account is inflated, but historically speaking, it's always spent down. There's very little carryover on that particular account.
Okay, well, I think it is very important for us to monitor this going forward. I will go to Regent Brown and then to Regent Goodman.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. Where to begin? Let's start with the programs that were mentioned. I believe Regent Fernandez was the one that asked about when they had all, or had they all been started, and CFO Weinman said that they had been all started. I don't want to be cheeky, but when did they all start? How many of these programs, I'm just going to be blunt, how many of these programs started since the December meeting?
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. So there is always a plan in the budget, just annual cycle. When you submit a budget, there's an associated spend down plan and then any carryover balance at that point. So we were aware of it. It just wasn't aggregated at the UNLV level. So I would have to go back to the individuals to determine exactly when it is. When it started, my assumption is at the beginning of the fiscal year, as they laid out their spend plan for the entire year, is when all of the process started for them.
So July 1st?
Of last year.
Of last year? I'd actually like that information. Start dates. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I also want to do a deeper dive of the numbers. I was trying to give a lifeline to Regent Brager over there, because I think what she was referring to with the money. So let's take the 3 examples that you guys listed out in the description. Dental, 4.7 million and 8 million were the 2 big line items there. Online was 6.7 million, and then the multicultural was 4.5 million. For those of you who aren't back in napkin math real quick, that's 23.9 million. Let's round it up to 24 million. That still leaves 56 million left over, which is 3.3 times more than UNR. Regent Brager had made a point that we always need to keep things in reserve. So let's go ahead, and she used the number 20 million, so I'm gonna stick with that. Let's leave 20 million in reserve. That leaves us with 36 million, which is 2.1 times more than UNR budget. And I like to, use the facts of the number of students. UNLV has 33% more students in UNR. So I would equate their student fee budget to be approximately 33% more, but this is 50% more than what UNR uses. So there's still obviously a gap. And then on page 7 of the submitted paperwork, you list 4 other things that you have allocations for in a spend plan, which equate 4.74 million. So by the time you do all that math, you take away all the things that's in here, there's still a gap of $29 million, which probably puts you in the safe zone of the under, percentages that we approved, but that's a lot of math to get you there. And so I still want to talk about this because I do have thoughts about the dental program, but I want to talk about this other 29 million, right? Like, I don't know, like this is so much math to get you down to a reasonable amount, which is still twice as much as your sister organization in the north. And so I want to echo what Chair Carvalho said. Like, this is a very cavalier way of handling the fact that at the end of all of this, you still have $29 million that you've collected from students. And like, that's just, I mean, it's on my paper. It's like 12 lines of math that get you down, and it's still just an unbelievable amount. And so I'd love to hear, with the 29 million that's left, how do we, what's the timeline that we get to that where we say, okay, you have $29 million and we're just going to keep spending it down so you're at a reasonable level? Like all these proposals, how long until we get to this 29 million?
So part of our goal is the fiscal year. And so for a lot of our goals, it is to get in compliance by the end of this fiscal year. I think that was in the briefing paper of those plans. That's what it's designed to be able to do. As you've seen, there's lots of different plans for lots of different things to get you there. The one other piece I want to make sure that we're cognizant of as we're talking about this is that quite often we keep bringing up the $80 million, but remember that the $80 million, you have to kind of take a little bit of a haircut there because some of that is supposed to be allowable in terms of having it in those accounts. And I think CFO Wyman was talking about, you don't want to use this as a comparison, but thinking about, if another pandemic hit, that we want to make sure that we have some amount that's in there. And so the spend down piece of it is not always that entire amount that's in any one of those particular categories. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And so, anything to add to that?
I already put 20 million in a reserve. In my math, in my example, which is not real, I gave you $20 million in reserve. That was in my math. And we still had 29 million left.
But I'm not sure that 20.
I made it up.
Million, yeah.
I literally said, I am making this up. I'm just trying to get to a reasonable number. I'll repeat myself. We had $56 million, which is 3.3 times more than what UNR has, after we take away the dental, online, and multicultural center. At which point I said, I realize you're going to have reserves. Let's just make up a number. And I said 20 million because it had been mentioned in this meeting as an example. At which point you still have 36 million. Then you list 4.74 more million in page 7, which gets you down to 29 million. I realize of that 29 million, some of that still needs to be a reserve, but not 29 million plus 50 million. Or 20 million, sorry, which gets us to 49 million.
Yeah, Provost Heavey, if I could speak to this a little bit. So thank you. We certainly understand the concern and have gotten the message loud and clear that you want these carryover balances to be lower. If we could zoom out a bit, I think maybe a helpful way to think about this is there's $140 million worth of revenue coming into this, all of these 200 accounts each year.
Okay.
And so the $80 million represented a 57% carryover. UNR actually was the outlier in the system of having an extremely low carryover balance of roughly 10%. Every other institution had a higher carryover balance as a percent of revenue compared to our 57%. And so I think the way that would be helpful for us to think about it is what is the level of carryover that the board would find acceptable? We're targeting 50% or less. That would still leave a July 1st balance in the account of $70 million each year. And the other comment that I would like to just reiterate is our first concern is making sure that these dollars are spent in compliance with board policy. So each of the 200 accounts has very specific uses. And so that we want to make sure the dollars are spent in compliance with board policy and in compliance with the approved use of the board. And so we have a lot of experts here, and each one of them could tell you, spend a long time talking about their plans for how they are using their dollars. We focused on a few accounts that have high carryover balances that have built up over a number of years, and those have very specific plans to how to bring those balances more in compliance. But there's a constant churn of $140 million through these 200 accounts. And so our expectation is that we will be well below $80 million. And in the briefing paper, we also mentioned that President Whitfield mentioned in the beginning that of that $80 million, we expect 50 million of it to either be spent or fully committed by the end of this fiscal year. But there will be new money coming into those accounts, so the balance will not drop down to just 30 million, but hopefully our expectation is it will be below 50%. It might take us more than the next 6 months to get below an ongoing carryover balance of lower than 50%. But I do think it's worth mentioning again that that would be below any other institution other than UNR. One of the other things that's important to note is that when you talked about the fact that over the years, those balances have been going up, some of those increases in balances is reflected by what we characterize as the increased transparency of understanding what additional amounts should be put into this report. And so that's led to substantial increases in the revenue reported, but not necessarily increases in the percent. So for example, the student life fee is one very large fee that we collect that didn't used to be reported historically in this report, but now is reported. And I think that fee collects 10 million or more per year that supports student programming, student union, many different activities. So there's a lot of different competing things that are adding into and using to try to decrease it, but all in line with board policy about the specific approved uses of those funds. So it's I don't think we can answer the question of exactly how we get to 29 million because each account is its own story and each account has to be managed within the specific parameters of the board approval and the board policy. And I think we all agree that most importantly, the dollar should be spent well in ways that serve students. And so we don't want to do anything that would be rash.
I mean, I completely agree and I appreciate that. That's why I kind of asked about the timeline because I don't want it to just be, oh, I got 6 weeks until the next meeting. Let's start spending. But, you brought up the 2-year colleges. I realize that maybe their percentages and their, you know, obviously not amounts, we're not talking about that, we're talking about percentages. Their percentages might be different, but like they operate very differently. So the only other example I have in this state is another R1 institution. And so that is the standard I'm gonna hold this institution to, given that I understand that they do more research than UNLV does. Right, so like there's, like, I can't use that as and like, look at what our 2 years are doing. Cause I hear from our, especially our rural 2 years, how they have to scrape and pinch and move things around just to give their student government money to operate, where CSUN has their own line item budget. So like, I hear you, but also I'm just gonna say LOL, right? Like that's not a fair, it's not a fair one-to-one for me personally. And I want to bring up the, you know, I still think that we're right to say, you know, there's going to be 50% is 70 million in this math. But that's still, why are we collecting $70 million? Just because you can doesn't make it right. And knowing that this was systemic and we didn't do anything until another fire alarm, right? Like, I know Regent Geddes said something. I know that the board said something, you know, the year prior. And now this time it was just an 80 million unbelievable number that nobody could get past, right? So I'll let you.
Regent Brown, appreciate those comments. Again, Casey Wyman, for the record. One of the things that I've heard repeatedly, and I've also discussed on the pre-briefs associated with this, is the comparison to UNR. And I definitely appreciate the fact that they are a similar institution in a lot of sense. One of the important facts that I think, and this happened before I got here, so I can't take credit for it, with the LCB audit and the findings associated with that, UNLV leaned forward to increase their reporting. I would defer to NSHE to determine if that has been pushed across all of NSHE institutions, and also if there's standardized reporting associated with those definitions.
And before he speaks, I actually have a new business item that will make sure that we address that. So please, but.
Hi, Regent Brown, Chris Fatone, NSHE CFO for the record. The answer to the question is, I think we have met with the business officers, and I've reviewed the requirements for the report. I've also shared with them, and we've gone over their fee distributions into the financial system and the classification of accounts within the funds. I think in some cases, we'll probably find some accounts that have to be reorganized and reported in the funds consistent with the work that UNLV's done. It is also the case that there's a campus that we are sure there will not be work needed to be done for that purpose. So we've looked at the accounts. I think there's a little bit of work to do in all cases. It's work we're working on to improve the report for the June 25 reporting cycle. I have started looking at the accounts to look at the materiality of them and get a sense of how those would impact the reporting. We did focus on preparing this material for today, but I'd be happy to get more information on what that looks like and give an interim update ahead of the June 25 report, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that'll be helpful. I mean, because, you know, I think my colleague is echoing what I'm saying to my right, but you know, with the 200 accounts, right? Like it is not honestly, and I think Regent Goodman said this in December. I know she did. We just want to see a P&L statement, right? Like that's what this is all. This honestly could have been solved if we could understand and talk about real numbers and see the math of how it all went down. Like I wouldn't have had to do it on my notepad, on my legal pad, right? So, okay, I'll turn the floor over, but I have one more question about the dental school and why that was the thing that we, that got, like, cause I said, you know, there's clearly a million other things that, well, there's 197 other lines. So I've spoken with the dean of the dental school months ago, before the December meeting months ago. So last year I helped CSN with their dental hygienist program, and they have a lot of growth there and a lot of changes happening, which is amazing. The dean of the UNLV Medical School had shared with me that they are working in concert with the CSN folks to try and strengthen this program. It is no secret that for those of us that live in the South, we're a city of 2.4 million and we have a healthcare system of 1.4 million, fit for 1.4 million. So, and dental shortages is also one of the top things that we have. And so I've spoken with the dean, and he said that he is going to work more closely with CSN to grow the program for the Valley and make sure we have a larger impact. I have had that in the back of my head for months, probably 5 months. So when I got this paperwork saying that we're cutting 25% from a much needed department, I'm just gonna say it, like, this felt like the easy way, not the strategic way, to balance the budget, to appease the board for today.
Chris Evie, Provost, yeah. Certainly, as I said, we'll be happy to follow the guidance of the board. I want to reiterate, I spoke to Dean Ma about this. What we're talking about is a $425,000 reduction in collections from students when they have a $12.7 million current balance in that account. And so the dean, I think there had been a bit of confusion about which accounts we were talking about and therefore what the magnitude of the reduction would be. The dean had assured me that he felt that he could easily absorb that $425,000 reduction in a $12 million balance and meet all of the urgent needs. And as we said, one of the reasons that the dental school was accumulating money faster than they had anticipated was because of a very high number of vacancies. And so we could not do that 25% reduction. Our concern, as we've tried to reiterate, is that we'll come back to you then in the dental school, we'll continue to have a very high balance. And so this is essentially a slowing of a collection of a fee. Still 75% of that fee will be collected in the spring term, 1.25 million or whatever that math would be. And so Dean Ma is unfortunately ill today and not able to be here, but he was confident, and we can ask Ron, I'm happy to ask Ron Blaze this question, or you can ask him this question if they think they can absorb the $425,000 reduction. If not, we can forego that and collect the full fee from students. Obviously, our responsibility is to come back to you with a fee balance on the next fee report that is more in line with your expectations. So at that, I'll stop and I'll happy to defer to Ron Blaze.
Ron Blaze for the record again. Regent Brown, I'll just briefly address the CSN piece. Just know that we have been involved in numerous meetings as recently as last week. That collaboration is moving forward with CSN in terms of their hygiene program, but we're also looking at expanding other programs that will be a benefit, like a dental lab technician program, of establishing additional clinics at the CSN campus for our orthopedics and our pediatrics program. So that's moving forward, and actually that's part of the allocation for our spend down plan. We have allocated about $500,000 for that effort specifically. That's what we've done. So as far as the 25% reduction, yes, we can absorb it, but there's gonna have to be modifications made. The
only thing I'll say is that when we had, what day was it? When they were talking about the in the strategic plan, we're talking about the necessary jobs of the future that Owen has identified. You mean to tell me that dental hygienist isn't on that, towards the top of that list? So I guess it's just, to me, I cannot fathom from an economic development standpoint why this is the hill that we all are going to die on in order to get this budget down to the balance, right? Like, we are literally going to cut from a program that is unequivocally necessary for the betterment of the state's future. I mean, that's not even a question. That's just a fundamental necessary need, that there is a huge gap in this state. And I get it. I understand. These are fees moving forward, and I understand all that. But and I'm not even asking you. I mean, in the $29 million that are outstanding from my math, there wasn't 12.7 million that we could skim from, you know, like strategically, and maybe not, but I have a hard time believing that some of that, maybe it's 10% from the dental school, and then we find the 15% elsewhere. I'm just saying that if we are really looking to this R1 institution to backfill the strategic jobs of the future and be a true economic development partner for this state, I have a very hard time believing that the dental program is where we're going to make concessions when this has been systemic for years.
Ron Blaze again. Yes, Chair Brown, we share some of your concerns, and just as additional context, Dean Ma has made it as part of our strategic plan to grow our programs and our student enrollment and our additional offerings. And as we've identified what you had just said, it's not only been underserved, but as we project growth for this Southern Nevada, that dental is one of the areas that is going to be need. There's going to be a need there. But more specifically, just recently in the last month, Dr. Ma has had forums with the local community in terms of the practicing dentists to talk about some of the workforce issues, like dental assistants, hygienists in particular, and as far as the need to revamp training programs. So that is an area we are concerned about and actively involved in with CSN.
And the last point I make, and I promise this will be the last, is that I also have to challenge the dean and your department to fill these positions, right? If this money has been metastasized over many years, maybe it's not.
It has not. No, this is recent. This hasn't been a slow creep from our standpoint. This is just recent. This has been attributed solely to the number of vacancies that we have open right now.
And I apologize, I don't have last year's fee account in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
What was your lines last year roughly?
For
these two
accounts?
4.7 and 8 million, or 4.7 million and 8 million.
This was the same, but again, it does get spent down. So there was some carry. There's usually in the special program fee, again, we project between $1 to $2 million in that account as the reserve for the clinics.
Okay.
So that's typically what's carried over, and then we just start the process all over again. So we don't let it. Again, looking at, as I've prepared, our budget, and we look for, as far as the history on this issue, I looked back and, for instance, the fee we're talking about reducing here hasn't been changed since 2015. That's sweet spot. That's about what we need. We don't want to take on more. So we're very, strategic as far as which areas we ask to increase. So it's historically, we looked at the board-approved uses, and so looking back, there was a certain amount of carryover approved because, again, our 12-month operations in the nature of the fiscal year, right smack in our academic year. So that's historically, we've been very successful at spending. This is not, I wouldn't say for our part that is a problem for us in terms of this hasn't been a creep. We spend the money we're given for the most part. This is a recent phenomenon for us.
Okay, so then that makes me even more concerned, taking 25% away from future collections, if this is truly unique. And I will admit, and for the good of the organization and everyone on this board, I understand that hiring positions are hard, right? You're competing with the market, you're competing with other private schools, you're competing with other dental schools in town. Like I'm not insincere with that understanding part, but if this is truly just this growth to 12.7, knowing that you're going to keep it around 2, let's play on if 10.7 is a newer thing of this leftover money, then that makes me even more nervous, because if you backfill all those positions, hire, scale and grow to a trajectory that makes sense, are we then going to come back to the board and be like, oops, we've got to make up that gap from the 25% that we had for the year or two or the semester or two?
If I could speak to this issue, Provost Hebe, for the record, and thank you for the feedback. And first, let me say, we genuinely appreciate all your support of the School of Dental Medicine and the recognition of the vital role that it plays in the community. And we 100% agree that they are vital to the success and the healthcare mission of Southern Nevada. So in consultation with the president, I think based on this feedback, what we'll do is we'll leave it to the discretion of the dean to decide whether or not he thinks he can afford the 25% reduction in the spring term of that one fee. Again, the plan was just a temporary reduction in the rate of accumulation of additional funds because we recognized that this was one of the two areas that stood out as having exceptionally large balances. But we're happy, given that this is not an action item, we're happy to let Ron Blaze, the CFO, and Dean Ma make the decision about whether or not they want to go forward with the 25% reduction in that fee, which again would have just been $425,000 of not collected money on top of a $12 million existing balance. And so we're not talking about a huge adjustment that would have occurred even if they did do that, but we're happy to leave that discretion to them to make sure that they can continue to fulfill their vital mission.
And I'll even say this, there might be, if you showed me the math, right? There might be a scenario where it makes sense to take this 25% just for this next semester, $425,000, because of the vacancies, and it's a one-to-one switch. That could be very true, but I'm just saying that given all the other things that I've already listed, and I won't reiterate, it just feels like we're starting with the dental program. That's like saying, I'm not going to give another example, right? But it's just the dental program, medical in Clark County, Nevada, the one that needs healthcare for approximately 1 million more people. Like, it just doesn't feel like it. Like, I literally have goosebumps, and not the right kind, right? Like, it just doesn't feel like the right trajectory. I would actually rather see the School of Dental Medicine say, oh, we actually have $12 million, 2 of which were in reserves. We have to actually buy new chairs, get better equipment, hire the right people, work with CSN, double the amount of students that can enroll, start going to our high schools, recruiting, getting them through the system, working with CSN to make sure they're graduating people, right? Like, imagine if they have, so I know CSN has 33 dental hygienist students that graduate every semester. Imagine if that was 66, and where'd they come afterwards? They came to UNLV, and then they were able to go through and do more things. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I would rather that be the plan, because I don't think there's a single person on this board, and I'm not going to speak for anybody but myself. But if you were to tell me, yes, there's $12 million here, that looks bad, but this is our plan to spend that money and to grow this program and to be the powerhouse for this city and allow for them to be able to offer the dental care that is necessary, I don't think there's a single region on here that'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, but you still got to get below that. No, because there are other line items that we can look to at that point, but we've got to take a priority from this institution has to prioritize healthcare. And we have a medical school, we have a dental school that is so powerful. We are such a huge part of this. And I think somebody said it. We offer more dental assistants to this valley than anybody else. So why are we taking a penny from them? Because I want to go up to the legislature and ask them for twice as much money.
So Chris Evie, for the record, Provost, again, we want to just reiterate that this was in no way a reflection of our lack of valuation of the School of Dental Medicine and its important contributions to the Valley. It was just a slight reduction in the rate of accumulation of additional funds. But we're happy to leave that discretion to the dean and the CFO to make sure that they can fulfill their vital mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Chancellor Charlton, and then Regent Goodman, Regent Brooks, and then Regent Del Carlo, and hopefully we will end there, because we're going on 2 hours on this conversation.
All right, thank you. For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor. One of the recommendations that the Chancellor's office had brought forward on this agenda item is that UNLV would come back quarterly to give updates to the board. And so at the March meeting, to provide an update. I know President Whitfield, when we talked just last week, it was also, if there is information about the status of some of those spend downs, for example, if it's hiring, how many positions did you intend on July 1st to hire, and what's the status, and how many have been completed? If you have bids and other equipment, the report that you have starts with the beginning balance that started on July the 1st. And so by providing more frequent updates to the board. I think that UNLV can provide that information that gives more real-time information. There will always be a little bit of a lag just because of the submission dates, but to have that level of detail. Fees are typically put in place to support the educational programming for the students that are going through the program. And so I think when Provost Heavey mentioned the restrictions, that is why those restrictions are there. We don't move money over from, if it's a dental program, you can't move it over to the engineering program, for example. That's not what is intended. It is. And fees, we don't take fees lightly at an institution and shouldn't, because it is the extraordinary cost that it takes to go through a program. But the balances shouldn't be accumulating. As you have said, there is a certain level, and I agree, that's why you were very generous in saying that it's 100%. It's when you get those triggers, it's 100%. It's everything that is coming in any given year. And so I think continuing to work with the institution, having those detailed reports back, primarily, most likely on the areas that are exceeding that, where there is more money that is rolled over. And again, that's a large amount that's coming in each year. So how are they going to spend that down? And so I think continuing to work with them, but getting real-time reports on where are those action plans. Again, these beginning balances are from July 1st of 2024. And so, I think as CFO Wyman said, they immediately started those spend down. So I'm sure that if we looked at it today, what is actually the expenditures and what is still remaining, because we're only 5.5 months away from the end of this fiscal year.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. So when we look at these numbers, we have a revenue of $8.12 million, expenses of $6.82 million. This is the dental school special program fee and the dental school summer fee. So we're seeing a $2 million, it's obvious that there's about $2 million that is in reserves. And we have $10 million, which is probably those 50 positions that haven't been filled. So I guess my first question is, who decided to say that, okay, we're going to cut 25%? If it's really truly just a $2 million, who made that decision? Well, excuse me, Provost Heavey, you are not the president. I think you're wonderful, but
Well,
I'd
when
like
it comes
the answer from the
academic-
president.
But when it comes to academic affairs, he is my lead on that, and he provides me the counsel for
Sir,
how
you
those
have not
decisions-
said anything during this entire process.
And that's not
You have
true.
had your provost
And that's
and your
not true.
CFO say most of the information. And all I'm saying is you're the president, and the buck stops with you, sir.
I do understand that I'm the president, and I do understand the buck stops with me, and I have been adding to it. But when I have content experts, I rely on them. As we have made these decisions, we've made them as a group. And so in those areas of specialty, you were talking about a P&L statement. I don't know what a P&L statement is, but my CFO does. And so I bring them to the table to be able to have those conversations. But understand, they have not been made in isolation by any one of those individuals. We've talked about them and talked them through. And so when it comes to a matter that's an academic decision that was made, I always rely on my provost.
It's not a fiscal decision, though. It's a 25% reduction. I would think that would come before you as well.
But if it's a 25% reduction in budget, it is a fiscal decision.
So who made the decision?
We make the decision collectively.
Okay. And why was the decision made?
The decision was made collectively because of the things that we've been talking about, I think, here in long conversation.
I'm just saying there was $2 million in reserve, and then someone decided to say, let's cut 25% from the dental program. I'm just wondering who made that decision, and you're saying it was all of you, so I appreciate that. I guess my next question is, what's happening when there's 43 positions that are vacant with the UNLV Medical School, and then we have 50 positions vacant with the UNLV Dental School? What's going on? Why aren't people getting hired? Because there was money in the medical school that was, we had questions about at our health sciences meeting, and it was uncovered that there were 43 positions that were still vacant. And then now we have 50 positions vacant with our medical school. So I'm wondering what's going on with HR that we can't hire 93 positions here for vital positions for our state and for our county.
The need that you highlight very appropriately is there, but it's not about a lack of desire of trying to hire people. It is about the myriad of things that complicate being able to hire people here. The shortage of physicians didn't just start, and it didn't start when we had a medical school. And because we've had additional support, we've tried to aggressively go after that, but there are other complications to it. I think you've talked to the Dean of the School of Medicine before, and so he can tell you about some of those things, but they include and are not limited to trying to attract physicians when our K through 12 system is not as good as it should be, is one detractor. Another one is about how physicians ultimately are hired and the ability for them to be able to actually practice. The Dean of the School of Medicine will tell you that, I forgot how much time it took him, but it took an inordinate amount of time for him to actually get licensure and then get approved at a hospital. And so some of those things both are what hampers our ability, as well as we've got a bit of a reputational problem with that. And so, you know, that's what we have been thankful for the board and some of your thoughtfulness of what other kind of strategies can we put in, even as we go to ask to the legislature to be able to support the ability to be able to build basically a medical community that really wants to come here. That is something that it is not going to be solved easily. I think that the support that we've gotten from you all and that we've gotten from the governor, at least being able to have the funds to be able to do it is a start. But we've got to work with all of those other pieces, and it goes on constantly of trying to do it, both through federal or state monies, but as well even through philanthropy that has been trying to help us do that. But we came to this point because of some other things that we don't necessarily have complete control over. One of the things that has been happening is, and you probably have the numbers better than I do, of some of the recent successes in hires that we've had. But again, you still have 43 positions that we are able to hire, and we can't hire them. It is not from a lack of effort.
Well, we're here to help, so I appreciate that answer. Thank you very much. And from before, I just think it's not fair for Provost TV to have to take all of the heat for all of this. There's a lot that's wrong here, and I'm not trying to defend anybody, but like I said, I do feel you are the president, you're responsible, sir. So I just want to make that clear. That was my point.
And let me just close to your point of saying, you know, first and foremost, I do believe that the initiation of the Health Sciences Committee is actually a really good idea because these challenges are huge. And I hope that the board is able to actually connect with our community because it's more than just our medical school where there's a challenge. And one of the things that I think you may have heard in the governor's statement was that he was going to hire, or he was going to create a separate office that really was about Medicare, Medicaid, reimbursement, some other sorts of things. Those are the real big ones. HHS, Health and Human Services, really, it's not to belittle them, but they process those things, but we need somebody actually with the leadership to say, how are we going to change these things? How are we going to pursue federal funding for them? And so it will be required and necessary and helpful for you all to meet more regularly like you have been. And then the last thing I would say is that, you know, I formerly was a provost, and I treat him like what I know my responsibility was. And so some of that, what you see may be my experience as a provost of that. I'm not supposed to be the leading voice in terms of the academic piece of it. That's why I have an outstanding provost who does those things and speaks for the institution.
Thank you for that.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks, for the record, I was actually, prior to you suggesting that we close this out, one of the reasons that I wanted to speak was to try to help get us there, for sure. And this is, I think this is pretty concerning where we are in terms of the presentation that was provided, the scrambling, from my perspective, the scrambling that was done to try to get us some answers. It feels to me like there was some deflection in terms of questions that were posed. You know, Regent Goodman brought up something that it's my perception also that as questions were being given to the institution regarding budget, spend, where we are, why the dental program was a place that the institution thought would be a good place to start. I think for me, I was really hoping to hear more from the president of the institution. And it seems like this was handled maybe unintentionally very casual in terms of coming back to a board that was clearly frustrated in December. And I would say moving forward, it would be fantastic if perhaps there was more conversation with the president of the institution in terms of some of these very serious issues that are being brought forward. My suggestion would be that although particularly with the dental school, there was the offer of perhaps the dean and the CFO of the dental school can get together and take a look at the 25% reduction. It seems like there are just some things that are off in all of this. And while I can't put my finger on it, it seems off to the extent that I would feel more comfortable if our CFO came in, perhaps with Joe Sunbury, and really took a look at this. It seems like in this particular area, because the board isn't being provided with some of the things that we had asked for, that perhaps some more oversight is needed and maybe an audit of student fees should be conducted. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I will end, oh, okay. All right. So as the Chancellor reiterated, this is going to come back to us quarterly. We look forward to having a report on this again. I think we've made it very clear that the board is very engaged in this area, and we will continue to be sure that this is a priority for us as we go forward. All right, so we will move on to item number 16, Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Revision of Student Fees for UNLV. And before we do that, I just want to make a disclosure that pursuant to NRS 281A, I am disclosing that a member of my household and I are students at UNLV. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. Therefore, I will be voting on this matter. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Chris Vitone.
Thank you, Chair. Chris Vitone, NSHE Chief Financial Officer. Item 16 on your agenda is the student fee revisions that UNLV had brought forward, initially presented at your December quarterly meeting. They were not acted on then, and we had anticipated bringing them back for you to reconsider at this meeting following the discussion you just had on their fee balances. And again, this is the item where our recommendation included the expectation that we would come back with the quarterly updates on the fee balances for you. So with that, I'll pause. I know that campus, we have additional information on each of the items in the request if you have specific questions on the particular fees that are being requested. There are a mix of some of fee increases, but there's also a fee reduction. This is the one where the medical school has two fees in there. One's being reduced, one's being increased as an offset to rebalance those fees between the two programs. But I'll just pause there.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. I'll open it up to Regents for questions or comments, and I'll also remind everyone that this is for possible action. Any discussion on this matter? A motion? Anything? Regent Arascata?
There we are. Thank you, Madam Chair. So agenda item number 16, and on the briefing paper provided for the agenda on page 5, it begins identifying student fees. But one particular item that really stood out to me on page 5 is the $5,300 per semester fee for the executive MBA program. While abiding by Title IV, Chapter 10, Section 19, Subsection 5, how can we, the Board of Regents, be assured that this additional $30,000 in fees on top of the tuition, this is $30,000 in fees, will be utilized on, specifically for the MBA program, for the executive MBA program? And a follow-up on that is, how long or what year was the differential fee program or specialty proposal for the executive MBA program approved by the Board of Regents?
Regent Arascata, Chris
Well, let's go
Vitale.
to the first one. Yes, please, go ahead,
For the
Chris.
record. The briefing paper includes all the pages of the student fee section in the procedure and guidelines manual. There is not a request on today's agenda related to the executive MBA program fees. I'd be happy to get back to you with more information on the UNLV executive MBA program fees in terms of when they were approved and provide those historical materials to you. But the executive MBA program fees are not on today's agenda.
No, you're right, CFO Baton, they're not. However, we just went through nearly 90 minutes of discussing fees and the fee balances that are currently set and over for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. And I'm, as a member, a board member, I'm here speaking not on behalf of the graduate students, but I want to get the assurance that graduate students are being provided the benefits of having that huge fee appointed to the executive MBA program, and making sure that cumulatively $30,000 for all those fees. Let me go back down to it here. Page 5. So
Regent Arascata, as CFO Vitone
Yes.
has mentioned, this the entire section of the is it procedures and guidelines manual is included in this, but these specific fees are not part of our agenda today. So I would defer to legal if we should discuss those fees today. But as you can see on page 3 of 16, titled Executive Summary of Student Fees, those are the ones that we're actually considering today. I do understand your concern, and I think that it is definitely valid, but I'm not sure if this is appropriate in this agenda item, but I'll ask Mr. Nielsen to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chris Nielsen for the record. Yeah, I think Vice Chancellor Vitale can certainly give context to the fees that aren't being considered, but really as the Chair had mentioned, that we're really the meat and potatoes of this agenda are the fees that are identified to be changed today, which does not include that fee.
Understandably, thank you. Thank you, understandably, but just for the record, it was March 6th and 7th of 2014. Just look at the differential fee program when it was approved by UNLV President Don Snyder. But hopefully, I'm sure UNLV had that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. Given that this agenda item deals with regular fees and integrated fees, and previous discussion to this point has been about general improvement, differential, you know what I'm talking about, other student fees, activities and programs, special course, student access fees, and student fees other. I will move to approve. I gotta get down there. I will move to approve item number 16. No. The changes at UNLV for the upcoming 2025-2026 academic year.
I second that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Regent Brown to approve the fees before us today and a second from Regent Boylan. Is there any other discussion? Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. The concern that I have with this agenda item is that this is the same agenda item that came before us in December. And we took a flyer on this item because we were extraordinarily concerned with an increase of student fees without having answers to the $80 million that we saw and some other pretty poignant questions that were posed today regarding those fees. From my perspective, we really have not moved the needle in a positive direction in terms of, I'll speak for myself, and having a better grip on the things that are happening at UNLV with potential fee increases for students. I don't, CFO Vitone, I'm wondering, we're in the same, seems like we're in the same place that we were in December. Is if for some reason the board once again did, either voted against this agenda or did something else with it, what position does that put the institution in? What does it mean in terms of how quickly the institution would have to come back if in fact there was a type of audit regarding student fees, so that the board could have a lot more information before voting on the agenda item?
Chris Vitone for the record. Regent Brooks, the campuses are in the process now of building out the student accounting system and student registration system for the fall term, fall 2025. So this is work that they're actually undertaking now, and they'll start working on publishing the course schedules and things as we get into the spring. So that's normally why, that's actually the reason why the timing of the fee items comes to you in the December quarterly meeting. So delaying any additional delay just makes that more challenging for them as they publish fees and have students prepare for the fall enrollment. Again, I appreciate the board's concerns and continuing concerns with the UNLV fee account balances, and I think that's why we recommended the quarterly monitoring and return with additional information. And again, I think we have some specific information, and the campus can provide some more details specifically on the fees that are the subject of this request. As we've discussed, and as the provost mentioned several times, while there are accounts with balances, the balances are not commingled, and so when you have programs that have requests before you, they're not the same accounts. They're not the same programs that you've been discussing. And that was also the reason why the request had our support with those conditions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I do see that President Dias is online with a hand raised, so I'd like to call on him.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. This is Alistair Dias, President for CSUN Student Government, for the record. I wanted to ask a really quick question, just as a point of clarification. Just wanted to see if this is something that is possible. I know we have members of council there, or perhaps I can kind of get some guidance here. I know that a lot of the board brought up extremely valid points regarding UNLV's plan, regarding the financial statements and maybe a profit and loss sheet and things of that nature. I know that for item number 16 on this agenda, one of them, of course, as we discussed during the last meeting, is the fee for student government. I know that pursuant to NRS 396-547, that the student government budget that we have is separate and self-governing from those of administration. So it's completely controlled by members of the student body versus directly controlled by members of administration themselves. that opposed to what we discussed earlier, like CSUN, we, have zero rollover. We're open about everything that we do, everything that we spend on. I don't know if it's, fair to the student body who is not involved in the budget process for administration, especially for us as student government, having our own self-governing budgets to, I guess, have to pay for the consequences of UNLV's administrative faults. So I wanted to ask if perhaps there is a way that items can be separated from that agenda item, and if so, how does that process work?
Thank you for that question, President Dias. I'm going to go to Mr. Nielsen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Chris Nielsen. My recommendation, and similar to my last comments, is right here, agenda item 16 is, as you pointed out, is limited to the proposed revisions with respect to UNLV as contained in the Procedures and Guidelines Manual. And so during this agenda item, I'd recommend that we kind of limit the discussion generally around that category. And if there's anything new that you want to come out, be discussed, there's the new, I believe the Regents have heard you, and I believe that's why we have in part the new business section, which will be towards the end of the meeting.
Well, if
May I ask a follow-up?
I'll just say for a point of clarification, I believe that President Dias is speaking on behalf of the students regarding the student association fee for undergraduates per credit that is changing, increasing from $1.97 to $2.97. And as he had explained during our December meeting, there was a lot of student input involved in that. And I forgive me for speaking on your behalf, President Dias, but I assume that that's what you're speaking about with this, and perhaps maybe some of the other fees that we're considering today also. Please go ahead.
That is, I have no further comment at that.
Thank you. I do have one question on this. Since we've been speaking about account balances, is it possible for UNLV to let us know what the account balances are for each of these, looks like 6 fees that we have in front of us today? Is that possible to know now? Yes. Thank you, CFO Wyman.
For the record, Casey Wyman, CFO, UNLV. For the Academic Success Initiative fee, the account balance is $624,000. This is as of 1 July, based on the report, which is a 45% of the annual revenue associated with that account. On the Student Association fee, that carries at $295,000, which is 23% of the annual revenue. The technology fee is currently at 1.8 million, but I need to go back and confirm the percentage associated with the annual revenue, as I don't have that number off the top of my chart. And then on the medical school fee, that is just an adjustment between the two with a small net increase. And I do not have that right now. I don't think you have it.
The med school fee will only take in $150 of net additional revenue. The other comment I just wanted to add, Provost Hevey, for the record, is that these accounts will go into the red. They're being held in the positive by holding extra positions vacant, and they currently support positions that are not able to absorb the COLA adjustments of the last 2 years. And so they're being managed. They have all 50% or less in their account balances, but if this isn't approved, they'll drop into the red because of these COLAs. And they're only being managed by holding vacancies.
Thank you for that additional information. So is there any other discussion? We do have a motion and a second on the floor at this time.
Regent Brooks, for the record, just for clarification, was there a way to carve out this just one item in this agenda that can be approved, or does it have to be a package?
I believe we have the ability to do that. The motion on the floor right now is to approve as it is in the briefing paper at this time. So At this time, I think that we take the vote on the motion on the floor then. Given that there's considerable discussion on this, we'll do a roll call vote. Carrie?
Chair Carvalho,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs, Regent Fernandez,
Yes.
Regent Goycochea,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent Ariscata,
No.
Regent Batista,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Prager,
Yes.
Regent Brooks,
No.
Regent Brown.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to item number 17, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision for Differential Program Fees for UNLV. There are a few disclosures. First, I will go to Regent Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance to Nevada Revised Statute 281A.420 requires me to disclose a potential conflict of interest with agenda item number 17. The matter before this body relates to my commitment in private capacity as the Executive Director of the Las Vegas and Nevada chapters of the American Institute of Architects, the Professional Association for Architects. While the matter benefits students and does not directly impact the interests of the organization I serve, I am making disclosure to ensure transparency and maintain public trust. I've determined that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not materially affect, and therefore I will be participating in discussion and voting at this time, voting on this item.
Thank you. And I will also make a disclosure that pursuant to NRS 281A, I'm disclosing that a member of my household and I are students at UNLV. These fees do not directly impact me. I believe that, or my family member. I believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not materially be affected by this relationship. Therefore, I will be voting on this matter. So I will turn it over to President Keith Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. This proposal builds on the board's 2010 authorization allowing institutions to establish differential program fees under certain circumstances. These fees ensure that high-demand and high-cost programs can sustain quality education and operational effectiveness. These fees were also considered during the December meeting and embedded within the NSHE summary. In the interest of clarity, the fee adjustments we seek to approve are: 1, a request for a new fee of $150 for the Bachelor of Cybersecurity, which is a new high-cost, high-demand program. And I will just add, too, that I think it's ranked number 2 in the country right now. It's an excellent program. A request for expanded uses for the existing architecture program fee to support student travel and other student needs. A request to increase the differential fee for engineering programs to $80 per credit, bringing it slightly below that of UNR. A request to increase undergraduate nursing differential fee to $220, which would make it the same as UNR and NSU, and to increase the graduate level differential fee to $335 per credit. A request to increase from $239.50 to $325 within the physical therapy program, and a request to correct the course prefix from DPP to PPY without a change to the fee. We can provide additional information on each one of these requests and welcome the opportunity to address any questions at this time.
Thank you, President Whitfield. I will open up the floor to any regents who have comments, questions, or a motion. Regent Brown.
I promised I wasn't going to, but since nobody else. Okay. So in the last agenda item, those fees weren't listed on the 2 agenda items ago. So that was my rationale to not carry, because I do agree with Regent Brooks, we did not get the answers that we needed. Differentiate, help me. Thank you. That one. Differential. Did I say it right? Okay, I'm not gonna get it, it's fine. Is on the agenda so if we look at the overall, there's 39 accounts, but it is only at 45%. And that's well within our policy. I will say, breaking these down, cybersecurity is one of the most sought after jobs, and companies looking at Southern Nevada are in this field. So growing, and the fact that if that is true, we have the #2 program, that's huge. So growing that seems like a positive for me. Architecture, I mean, we're so many houses, we have a need for houses in this valley, right? Engineering, enough said, that's just a necessary part of who we are. Nursing goes back to my previous statements of wanting to support the healthcare industry, especially here. So that means physical therapy would be in that same, and then public policy, obviously, that's important as well. So it is frustrating because we didn't get those answers. It is frustrating that I am going to make this motion, but I just want to do it I just want to voice my frustration, because I think what we did in December, holding off, was the right thing to do. And again, we showed up today not getting the answers that we deserved, but these are also 6 programs that are unequivocally important to the economic future of Southern Nevada. And I would be remiss if I didn't stand with that. So I am going to, let me pull up the agenda. I am going to move to approve item 17, the procedure and the proposed differential program fees at UNLV.
Thank you for that motion, Regent Brown. Is there a second? Thank you. I have a second from Regent Bautista. Any other discussion? Yes, Regent Gokachia and then Regent Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On these increases, and I'm looking at my partner here alongside me, but there is time. I mean, again, we could come back to the March meeting and still fit this in the next budget. So I'm a little bit iffy on this one. Again, these are fee increases that we denied before. We're going to bring them back. I realize they're selected and very selective, but again, I'd like a few more answers on where we are totally with the whole budget. Again, this won't kick in until the summer at the earliest, and that is the next budget year. So unfortunately, I will have to oppose your motion.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Regent Bush, for the record. I'm just going to ask our CFO the same question I asked on the previous agenda. Look, if we don't move this, what does it mean for the institution? Do we have time where perhaps on the last agenda item you felt like it was something that needed to move pretty quickly?
Chris Fatone, thank you, Regent Brooks. My answer is actually the same as the last agenda item. Just it is the same issue in the same cycle. So these are programs that are preparing their fee schedule for the fall, and have students that will be applying for admission to the programs. And so they're going to want to be able to update those fees based on the action. That's why, again, they initially appear on your December quarterly agendas to give the campuses the opportunity to build that into the schedule and have it published as early as possible for the incoming students.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and certainly I appreciate your insight. I think on this one, as I was the last one, I'm not so sure it's the best thing that we can do, having not received the answers that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. And I would like to know if we could take this item and put it on the special meeting that we have coming up January 31st. We haven't received that agenda yet, so we have time to put that on. I agree with my new colleague who's got years of experience on this kind of stuff. that UNLV, since it's only a handful of items, should be able to come back to the January 31st meeting and give us all the answers that we need to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a motion and a second on the floor at this time. I do want to give UNLV the opportunity to answer that in terms of timing if they would like.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Can I get some clarity? Is it the idea that we would bring this back on January 31st?
Well, the motion on the
Yes.
floor is to approve it now. Regent Del Carlo suggested to bring it back on the 31st. Regent Del Carlo, did you want to add anything to that?
I guess I'm making an amendment. It's not, we don't say friendly amendment to bring it back rather than do the vote today, bring it back on July 31st. January 31st, our special meeting.
Madam Chair, this is your counsel, Chris Nielsen. It's my understanding we have a motion on the table that was seconded to approve as proposed here. If this fails, certainly there's discretion, in adding this to a future agenda item such as the tentative January 31st meeting. Short of that, if the motion maker withdraws their motion, that's seconded, then of course we can start again with the motion.
Thank you. Regent Brown, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay. And Regent Batista, would you also? Okay. So then at this time, we don't have a motion on the floor. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, that's my understanding, and I believe you can start anew.
Okay. So getting back to your question, President Whitfield, at this time, there's a suggestion to bring it forward to the January 31st meeting. There's obviously no motion on that at this point, but it sounds like there's interest in giving UNLV a little bit more time to answer some questions.
And so are the questions related to this particular item or to the others? Because I'm wondering what the questions about this particular item actually were.
Well, then I'll open the floor for regents to ask those questions if they have them now.
Thank you,
Regent
Chair.
Brooks.
Regent Brooks for the record. So what I would offer, President, is that look, the issue that is pretty obvious is that the board's not satisfied with the information that we've been provided regarding, I would say, unified raised voices of concern regarding budget issues at UNLV, particularly with student fees. So it may behoove the president to work with the interim chancellor and the chair to take a look at what type of agenda item could come forward in January that would provide more information to the board so that we move forward in a way that is comfortable when it comes to raising student fees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Regent Brooks, and we can certainly do that. So at this time, is there a motion would it be to table this item until January 31st?
No, I believe the language would be motion to move this agenda item and have it heard at the January 31st meeting date, if you so choose.
Okay.
Chair Carvalho, I can't see everything, but I would make that motion as stated by our council.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a motion to approve these fees at the January 31st meeting. And Mr. Nielsen, did you want to correct me or add to that?
I apologize, Chair. I'm having some audio problem. Yeah, I believe the motion wouldn't be to approve these fees. I believe the motion would be to move this agenda item to a specific date, being that I believe the January 31st date.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So there's the motion from Regent Del Carlo and a second from Regent Boylan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this time, we'll take another roll call vote. Carrie?
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs, Regent Fernandez,
Yes.
Regent Goycochea,
Yes.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent Arascata,
Yes.
Regent Batista,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Breger,
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown,
Yes.
Chair Carvalho.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Okay, item 18, new business. I'll open the floor to Regents with new business. Regent Breger?
Thank you. I would like to bring forward a new business item on a discussion on the PERS for the police department, the University Police Department. And it can be a discussion item to see if it's something we can do over PERS. Sorry.
Thank you. Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. My new business item, I would like to see financial transparency and consistency across all institutions within NSHE. I'm proposing that the system office lead an initiative to standardize fee structure and reporting methodologies. And within this initiative, include a directive to eliminate unbudgeted line items in financial reports.
Thank you. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'd like to see the board at a future meeting have a policy discussion on student fees. There's so many different ones, which is fine, but some of those fees hadn't been changed since 2009. And I think we need to have a broader general policy on looking at fees and how we determine, I mean, there's huge percentages on some of those fees, but if we had just give incremental ones over the years, nothing's ever too jarring. So I would like to see a policy discussion on the timing of fees and how we determine if is it tied to COLA, is it tied to HEPI, is it tied to something? So do you get the drift of what I need there?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. Regent Arascata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Either monthly or quarterly updates regarding the 37 plans described in the UNLV narrative, that they remain in accordance with board policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. Regent Bush, for the record, I'd like to see an agenda item that has to do with an audit of student fees at UNLV, overseen by the system office in terms of the audit itself.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none, I'll move to public comment. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There is none at this time.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None at this time.
Thank you. Any public comment here in Las Vegas? Seeing none, SES, is there any public comment on the phone? Thank you. So at this time, at 2:17, I will adjourn this meeting.